Back to the 1970s, the system rewards 100 million. Yitan felt an intense pain all over her body, especially in her head, which throbbed as if pricked by needles, and there was a suffocating feeling as well. She thought about the rain she got caught in while heading home from work yesterday, and the late-night overtime work she had been pulling lately. With a quiet sigh, she realized that she must have caught a cold. Wanting to get up, drink some hot water, and take some medicine, she tried to move, but what was going on? Why couldn't she move? Not only was she unable to move, but everything around her was spinning, and stars were flashing before her eyes. Faint sounds started to reach her ears. "Mom, I want to buy new clothes and new shoes. I'm going to report for duty next month, but I don't have any new clothes to wear." "Okay, once we're done eating, I'll take you to buy them." The gentle voice carried a hint of affection. "Bring more money so your mom can help you pick out some good ones." "Great. Mom and Dad, you're the best." "Mom, I also want new clothes." "I'll buy them. I'll get you some too when I buy them for your sister. Now go to school and don't worry about it." Yitan was confused by the unfamiliar voices. Then suddenly, a wave of memories that weren't hers flooded into her mind. As the memories settled in, the sharp pain in her head disappeared. The people who had been speaking left the room, and everything around her quieted down. Yitan slowly opened her eyes. Although the pain in her head had subsided, the back of her head still throbbed dully. She removed the cloth that had been blocking her mouth and tossed it aside, then gently touched the back of her head. It had swollen into a painful bump. She looked around, staring blankly at the shabby walls and the clutter at the edge of the room. On the nightstand was a small, very vintage desk calendar, clearly from a past era. The calendar boldly displayed the date, August 18, 1975, the 12th day of the 7th month, a Monday. The 1970s. Yitan never imagined that she had somehow crossed over into the past and found herself in the body of a girl from the 1970s who shared her name and identity. As for the original owner of this body, her story was rather pitiful. The original owner was 16 years old. Her mother, Lin Xiaoxiang, and her father, Yi Lai-ching, came from the same village, Yunling village, and had grown up together. Eventually, they married. After marriage, Lin Xiaoxiang's father used connections to get both her and Yi Lai-ching jobs in Fengtang town, 10 kilometers away from Yunling village. Lin Xiaoxiang became a worker in a textile factory, while Yi Lai-ching worked at a mechanical factory. Both were official employees, and their household registration followed them, making them proper city residents. Not long after, Lin Xiaoxiang was assigned a single room in a tenement building, and soon after, Yitan was born. However, when Yitan was 3 years old, Lin Xiaoxiang tragically died while working the night shift, trying to protect company property. To comfort the Yi family and thank Lin Xiaoxiang for her contributions to the factory, the leadership gave Yi Lai-ching and his family a 2-room house with a small yard. Furthermore, the textile factory reserved an official position for Lin Xiaoxiang and promised to grant Yitan the same position when she grew up. Every month, Yitan would receive 5 yuan and 10 kilograms of rice and flour until she became an official employee. When this news reached Yunling village, Lin Xiaoxiang's parents, unable to bear the grief of losing their daughter, fell ill and passed away not long after. Lin Xiaoxiang's younger brother, who had just turned 18, disappeared mysteriously after handling his parents' funeral. Thus, the Lin family was left with nothing. Less than 3 months after Lin Xiaoxiang's death, Yi Lai-ching remarried, taking a new wife Chen Huahua. Chen Huahua was a widow with a daughter, Yitan's age but 2 months older, originally named Du Xiaozhen. After marrying Yi Lai-ching, she changed her name to Yi Xiaozhen. Chen Huahua not only took over Lin Xiaoxiang's role but also bore Yi Lai-ching a son named Yi Xiaobao. Yi Lai-ching treated both Yi Xiaozhen and Yi Xiaobao with great affection. The only one who seemed to be neglected was Yitan. From the time she could remember, Yitan had been doing all the housework from sweeping the floors and mopping to washing clothes and cooking. She was responsible for most of the housework, and beatings were a daily occurrence. Because they feared the neighbors would find out about the abuse, every time Chen Huahua hit Yitan, she would stuff a cloth into her mouth, using a feather duster or even pinching her, and sometimes even pricking her with needles. But in front of outsiders, Yi Lai-ching and Chen Huahua, though not overly affectionate toward Yitan, pretended to care about her, and this appearance of kindness was enough to convince others. After all, Yitan wasn't Chen Huahua's biological daughter, so it wasn't surprising that she wore Yi Xiaozhen's hand-me-down clothes. As for Yitan's frail appearance, Chen Huahua would often discuss how to make her eat more. After all, this was the 1970s, and how many people were overweight back then? Yitan, with her weak personality and fear of Chen Huahua and Yi Liqing's tyranny, never dared to speak about her hardships at home. Even her grandparents never mentioned a word, so they believed that Yitan was living a decent life. Had it not been for Yi Liqing's fear of others finding out about the abuse, Yitan might never have even had a chance to attend school. After all, everyone knew that Chen Huahua's job and the house they lived in were because of Lin Xiaoxian. This August, Yitan graduated from middle school, and next month, she was supposed to join the textile factory as a worker. She was full of hope, thinking that once she started working, she could apply to live in the workers' dormitory and escape from this home. She thought she had finally endured enough hardship and was about to live a better life, but unexpectedly, Yi Liqing and Chen Huahua, playing good cop and bad cop, pressured Yitan to give up her job opportunity for Yi Xiaoxian, who was also a middle school graduate with no future prospects. Yitan naturally refused. This was her only hope of escaping this family. But just this morning, she overheard Yi Xiaoxian let slip that Yi Liqing had already filled out the rural youth application form for her, and in a few days, she would be sent to northeast China as a sent-down youth. The whole family had kept it a secret from her. If Yi Xiaoxian had let it slip, she might not have known until the day she was sent away. Once the form was filled out, there was no turning back. If she went to the countryside, the job position would naturally go to Yi Xiaoxian. Determined to confront Yi Liqing, Yitan gathered her courage. But in the end, she was silenced and beaten by both Yi Liqing and Chen Huahua. When she woke up again, she found herself in the body of the Yitan from the modern world. This original owner's life was truly tragic. Yitan touched the painful bump on the back of her head again. This family's cruelty was unimaginable. No wonder her soul had taken over this body. Now, this body's situation was also dire. Her job was stolen, and she was being sent to the countryside. Northeast China was far away, almost as if her family wanted to rid themselves of her completely, hoping she'd never return. They were dreaming. Forgetting whether to avenge the original owner or not, just the thought of this injustice was enough for Yitan to stand up and fight back. As she slowly sat up on the bed, her head still spinning, she felt a rumble in her stomach. She hadn't eaten yet. Just as she was about to get up and search for food, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared before her eyes. The light was blinding, almost dazzling her. Congratulations, you have activated the universe sign-in system. Would you like to bind it? Below the golden text were two large buttons, one glittering gold with yes, and the other a dull gray with no. The no button was even covered with a small gray frame, making Yitan feel irritated. How afraid were they of her accidentally clicking no? Chapter 2, Not even Jew Bai is this ruthless. I didn't expect that crossing over would come with benefits, like getting a sign-in system. Well, I must bind it, right? Without thinking, Yitan clicked yes. As soon as she clicked, the golden text vanished. Yitan was left feeling dazed. Was that it? Where was the explanation? What about the artificial intelligence? What was she supposed to do next? Surely, there should be some kind of user manual. Is there anyone around? No, wait, is there a system at all? Can it make a sound? She waited for a long while but still got no response. Yitan rubbed her grumbling stomach and thought, forget it, the most important thing is to eat. She needed to find something to nourish her stomach before she fainted from hunger. Yitan leaned against the wall and left her room. Well, it was more like a storage room. In the Yi family, Yitan didn't have her own room. There were two main rooms. One was for Yi Liqing and Chen Huaiji, and the other had been partitioned for Yi Xiaoxian and Yi Xiaobao to share. As for Yitan, she had a bed built for her in the cramped storage room next to the kitchen. The storage room was half filled with various junk, leaving very little space after a bed was set up. There was only a wooden stool at the head of the bed, which held her few changes of clothes and a calendar. On the floor beside it, there were stacks of textbooks for school. It was the afternoon, and the house was empty. Yitan quickly entered the kitchen next door. The cabinets had rice, noodles, and eggs, along with a few coarse steamed buns. A half-length strip of cured meat was hanging on the beam above. Because the original owner was so weak-willed, Chen Huaiji never bothered locking up the kitchen supplies. After all, the original owner wouldn't dare steal, otherwise, she'd definitely be beaten up. But Yitan was different. If they dared to hit her, they'd be in for a surprise. She was a pushover. Her grandfather had taught her martial arts, and although she only learned a fraction of his skill, dealing with these thugs was no problem. Well, that is, assuming she could eat first. Looking at her weak, skinny wrist, Yitan knew where to hit them for the most pain. Rolling up her sleeves, Yitan went out to the yard and picked a few tomatoes and some beans. She also took half of the cured meat hanging on the beam. Then, she made a dish of stewed beans with cured meat, fried some scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and cooked a pot of rice using both millet and regular rice. She even made an egg soup. With 2 dishes, 1 soup, and a big bowl of rice, Yitan felt completely refreshed after eating. Now that she was full, Yitan had the energy to think things through. Based on her incomplete knowledge of this era and the memories of the original owner, the rural placement quota she had applied for couldn't be withdrawn. In other words, her going to the countryside was already a done deal. Fine, if that's the case, then let us go. As for these so-called relatives, she didn't want to live under the same roof with them. But, her job quota couldn't be handed over to Yi Xiaojin. Yi Liqing and Chen Huaiji got their jobs through the Lin family, and especially this little courtyard they were living in, which was bought with Lin Xiaoxiang's life. Yet, they bullied and mistreated the original owner, the only blood relative of the Lin family. Zhu Bai would never be this cruel. Yitan needed to figure out how to get back at them. But one thing at a time. The most important issue right now was the job quota. After thinking for a while, Yitan figured the best person to approach for the job quota was the labor and personnel director at the textile factory. She vaguely remembered that the director's last name was Kong, and he seemed to have been quite friendly with the original owner. He even told the original owner that if she ever needed help, she could ask him. Unfortunately, the original owner was too timid to ask Director Kong for help. Now that she was here, she couldn't let this relationship go to waste. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to show up empty-handed at Director Kong's house for the first time, so Yitan thought she needed to buy something. She didn't have much money, just around 70 to 80 cents money her grandparents had secretly given her when she went to visit them. Yi Liqing and Chen Huaiji had no idea about it. If they knew, they wouldn't even spare her a single coin. But 70 to 80 cents wasn't enough. Not to mention, buying snacks required snack tickets. So, Yitan decided to take a look at Yi Liqing and Chen Huaiji's house. The 2 main rooms were completely off limits to her. Yi Liqing never allowed Yitan to get close. For Yitan, the main rooms were like forbidden territory. Whenever the 4 of them weren't home, those rooms were locked up tight. However, the lock on the door didn't pose much of a problem to Yitan anymore. It was just an ordinary lock. Back when she was in university, she and her roommates had all been a bit forgetful. They'd often leave their keys behind in their dorm rooms, and when the dorm manager wasn't around, they'd have to use spare keys. After a few times, they'd all learned how to pick locks. Yitan hadn't expected that her skills from back then would come in handy now. To be safe, Yitan wrapped her hands and feet with a few rags. Chen Huaiji had prepared plenty of rags around the house, making it convenient for Yitan. Taking a piece of wire from the bin trellis in the garden, Yitan quickly picked the lock on the room where Yi Liqing and Chen Huaiji slept. Once inside, Yitan glanced around the room. The sight of the furnishings and comparing them with her own cramped storage room filled her with anger. The textile factory gave the original owner 5 yuan and 10 jin of rice and flour every month, which Yi Liqing had collected on her behalf. In addition, the original owner was supposed to receive 26 jin of rice and flour every month. If things had gone normally, even without Yi Liqing's support, the original owner wouldn't have starved, at least. But now, not only was she living in that shabby room, she had endless work to do and barely enough to eat. Not once in the entire year had she gotten a new piece of clothing. Looking at her pale, gaunt face in the mirror, Yitan clenched her teeth. Now that she was here, she'd make sure they paid for all of it. Without further thought, she began searching the room. Soon, she found a tin box in the drawer by the bed. Inside, there were plenty of money tickets, 123 yuan and 87 cents in total. There were also several types of coupons, food stamps, snack coupons, cloth tickets, meat tickets, oil tickets, and even some industrial vouchers. Yitan didn't hesitate to take them all. But something didn't seem right. According to the family's income, both Yi Liqing and Chen Huaiji worked, and they had a house to themselves without having to pay for it. Their combined monthly salary should have been around 50 to 60 yuan. On top of that, they received rice and coupons every month, and they grew their own vegetables. Even with spending money recklessly, after so many years, it was hard to believe that they only had a little over 100 yuan saved up. Could they have hidden more? Yitan cautiously continued her search. After about 10 minutes, she didn't find any savings books, but she did discover a hidden compartment inside the wardrobe. Inside the compartment were some jewelry and 3,000 yuan in cash. Seeing the jewelry and money, Yitan's eyes narrowed. She took everything. She wasn't going to let this group of scoundrels get away with it. But then a new problem arose: where should she hide these money tickets and jewelry? If the Yi family found out, it would definitely cause trouble. As Yitan was pondering a good way to hide the items, a strange flash appeared before her eyes. A new room appeared in her vision, one with several large cabinets, each with 20 or 30 drawers. The cabinets were divided in half. The left side was made of purple sandalwood, and she could faintly smell the fragrance of the wood. The right side, however, was dull gray, like the color of the word no. On the wall at the front of the room, 2 shiny golden characters were displayed: warehouse. Chapter 3: Yitan pretending to be pitiful. This, could it be the warehouse of the universe sign and system? Yitan curled his lips. How could such a high-end system have such a nouveau riche temperament? As if sensing Yitan's complaints, the room shook, and then Yitan felt dizzy. Yitan, oh my god, this guy actually uses magic attacks. Yitan covered her head with her hands. Fortunately, she had eaten her fill, otherwise, she would have fainted and sat on the ground. Don't forget, she was still a wounded person. Forget it, no matter whether it is the temperament of a nouveau riche or not, the most important thing now is that there should be a place to hide these jewelry and money. Looking at the jewelry and money in front of her, Yitan tried to use her mind to put them into the warehouse. As soon as the thought came to her mind, the jewelry and money in front of her disappeared. She hurriedly looked into the warehouse, and as soon as she saw it, Yitan couldn't help but twitching her eyes. The jewelry was put into a drawer of the rosewood cabinet, but the banknotes were piled on the ground. She tried to put the banknotes into the drawer. Can't take it in. So, these banknotes were rejected. Forget it, if it can't be put away, then it can't be put away. At least it can be put into the warehouse. Yitan didn't bother about it anymore. He searched the room carefully for a while, but didn't find anything. So he restored the room to its original state, locked it again, went back to his room, threw his student ID and graduation certificate into the warehouse, and left the house. It was past 3 in the afternoon and the textile factory workers had not yet closed for get-off work, so Yitan planned to go to the grocery store first to buy some snacks and candies. In that era, giving snacks and candies was already considered a relatively expensive gift. Xiaotan, go out. Not long after Yitan went out, she met an old lady. When the old lady saw Yitan, she greeted her with a smile. This lady's surname was He. She lived 2 courtyards away from the Yi family. Her son and daughter were both workers and they lived a comfortable life. She was a nice person, but she was a bit of a nagging person and loved to advise others. Before Yitan could say anything, she said to him earnestly, Xiaotan, I'm not saying anything bad to you. You've graduated now, so you should be more diligent and do some housework. After all, your stepmother is the head of the family, so it won't hurt for you to be more diligent. If it was the original owner, she would have listened to his words and bowed her head and said nothing, or just nodded and walked away. But Yitan was different. She would not accept this injustice. So, Yitan looked at He with a surprised look. He, who told you that I don't work at home? I do all their housework, including washing clothes, cooking, sweeping the yard and tending to their vegetable garden. I don't miss anything. He was stunned when she heard this. No, you are not. Yitan's mouth suddenly drooped, and 2 tears welled up in his eyes. Did my stepmother tell you that I don't work at home? This. Isn't it? He was a little confused. Seeing Yitan's pitiful and aggrieved look, her heart softened immediately. Xiaotan, did something happen? Forget it, my stepmother said that I don't work at home, so I don't work. Yitan sniffed, looking like tears were about to fall. Just think of me as not working at home, He, I won't talk to you for now, I still need to go to the hospital to check my head. Ouch, what's wrong with your head? He was stunned again. Yitan covered the back of his head and shook his head, tears streaming down his face. No, it wasn't my stepmother who beat me. He, I'm leaving first. After saying this, he hurried out of the alley without waiting for Auntie to say anything. Auntie looked at Yitan's back as she walked away, thought about it carefully, and immediately stamped her feet and clapped her hands. Oh, Yitan was beaten. Chen Huihua told me that she was sleeping in at home. Suddenly, Auntie felt that she had discovered some incredible secret. There was something behind this family. No, she had to find someone to talk to. This was big news. Chapter 4: Buying Cakes. Yitan ignored what Auntie thought for the time being. According to Auntie's usual behavior, the news of her being beaten would spread throughout the alley within half a day. After leaving the alley, she went straight to the grocery store. Fontang Town is not too big, and the alley where the Yi family lives is in the center of the town, so it didn't take long for Yitan to find the grocery store based on the original owner's memory. Fontang Town has only one main road. Grocery stores, department stores, hardware stores, and even state-owned restaurants are all located on this street, with a lot of bungalows. Looking at the old-fashioned store in front of her and the people around her who were almost all wearing grey, blue and black clothes, Yitan once again truly felt that she had really come to this era of material scarcity. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and planned to go into the grocery store to have a look. She didn't know what kind of pastries she could buy in this era. There is almost no record of these in the original owner's memory. Today is a weekday and there are not many people in the grocery store. Yitan looked around and saw quite a few kinds of candy, canned food, tea, pastries, cigarettes, alcohol, etc. Finally, Yitan stood in front of the pastry counter. In this era, salespeople have stable jobs, but there is no concept that customers are God. The salesperson in his 30s sitting behind the counter raised his eyelids and glanced at Yitan, without stopping knitting, and said lightly, "What do you want to buy?" Fontang Town is a small town, so there are not many types of cakes, just some glutinous rice cakes, glutinous rice strips, honey three-edged cakes and the like. Yitan asked, "How much is the Zhaozi cake?" 72 cents a pound, plus 6 ounces of food coupons. The salesperson still didn't stand up and responded indifferently. "Where are the glutinous rice noodles?" 90 cents a pound, no food coupons needed. "Then I want 2 katis of glutinous rice cake and 2 katis of glutinous rice noodles, 1 kati of each. The total is $3.24, plus 1 pound and 2 ounces of food coupons. Are you sure you want to buy it? Pay first, and I'll pack it for you after you pay." Hearing Yitan's words, the salesperson looked up at Yitan. He was wearing old clothes and didn't look like someone who could spend money lavishly. "Buy it." Yitan nodded and immediately took out the money and put it on the counter. It is said that the snacks in this era are made very authentically, so she had to keep a pound for herself to try. Anyway, she was not short of money now. Besides, the various tickets in her hand were local tickets, which would be useless when she went back to the northeast. She had to spend them quickly before leaving. Seeing that Yitan had taken out all the money and bills, the salesperson raised his eyebrows, said nothing, took the money and bills, packed the snacks and handed them to Yitan. Yitan took the snacks and went to the candy counter. He looked at the candies behind the counter and said to the salesperson, "I want to buy 2 kilograms of white sugar, 2 kilograms of brown sugar, and 2 kilograms of fruit candy. Each one is packed in 1 kilogram. One person can buy at most 1 pound of white sugar and half a pound of brown sugar." The salesperson then clattered the beads on the abacus and said, "White sugar is 78 cents a pound, plus half a pound of white sugar tickets, brown sugar is 49 cents a pound, plus 3 taels of brown sugar tickets, and fruit candy is 20 cents a pound, so the total is 1.67 yuan, plus half a pound of white sugar tickets and 3 taels of brown sugar tickets." Yitan was stunned for a moment. She almost forgot that the supply was restricted in this era and it was impossible to buy as much as she wanted. When the salesperson saw Yitan didn't say anything, he frowned and asked, "Do you want to buy it or not?" Buy it." Yitan nodded quickly, took out the bill and handed it to the salesperson, then picked up the things and prepared to look at other things. But when she looked up, she saw 2 familiar figures from afar talking to the salesperson at the pastry counter with their backs to her. Upon closer inspection, weren't they the original owner's stepmother and stepsister? Yitan didn't want to meet the 2 of them at this time, so he turned around and left the grocery store. Yi Shezhen was trying to persuade Chen Huihua to buy some glutinous rice cake, but Chen Huihua didn't have her food coupons, so she coaxed Yi Shezhen to come back later to buy it. Yi Shezhen refused to comply and pouted, refusing to leave. The salesperson at the cake counter was impatient and frowned and said, are you going to buy it or not? If not, get out of the way. People still need to buy. After saying that, he rolled his eyes and looked at Chen Huihua. Going out to buy things without food coupons, you must be kidding. Look at that little girl before, she bought things without blinking an eye. TSK, I don't know which prodigal child she is. Chen Huihua really didn't bring the food coupons, and after much persuasion and some promises, she persuaded Yi Xiaojun to leave the grocery store. Yitan left first. Thinking about what he had said to Auntie before about going to their hospital, he turned around, found a deserted place, put all the cakes and candies into the warehouse, and went to Fengtang Town People's Hospital. She was beaten, so there must be proof. Chapter 5: The First Check-in Point. When they arrived at the People's Hospital, before Yitan even entered the hospital, he saw a button appear in the air above the hospital gate. On the button were several large, glittering golden words, Fengtang Town People's Hospital Check-in Point. Wow! Yitan's eyes widened. The system finally responded. However, she blinked. Although there were not many people in the hospital, there were still people coming and going. She couldn't stretch out her hand to sign in front of so many people. It would look so weird if someone saw it. What if she was reported for some superstitious behavior? That would not be worth it. She silently repeated the confirmation words in her mind, not knowing whether it would work or not. As soon as this thought came to mind, Yitan saw that the button disappeared, and then a message came into his mind, ding. Successfully signed in at Fengtang Town People's Hospital and received a medicine box. Then, she saw a small box in the system warehouse with a red cross on it. Yitan opened the small box and took a look. Wow! The small box is filled with various medicines commonly used in this era. Things like analgin for reducing fever and relieving pain, hawthorn pills for treating indigestion, licorice tablets for treating cough, mercurochrome, and even a few tubes of Jingwanhong ointment. You know, this Jingwan red leaf sandalwood was called a miracle medicine in the 1970s. It can not only treat burns and scalds, but also treat baby's diaper rash, and even frostbite, bed sores, sunburn, etc. It is simply a universal ointment. In addition to these, there was a white porcelain bottle in the corner of the small medicine box. There was no label on the bottle. Although he was curious, Yitan could not check it because he was still at the hospital gate, so he decided to wait until the evening. It's really unexpected that this universe check-in system is quite smart. It can also give check-in items based on the era she is in. Suddenly, Yitan is looking forward to what good things can be signed out at other check-in points. However, Yitan was a little confused. The hospital could sign out medicines, but why was there no movement at the grocery store? Shouldn't it be able to sign out some food? Was there any restriction? Or did she not notice it? No, she will go for a good look tomorrow. After putting the small box into the drawer of the warehouse cabinet, Yitan walked towards the hospital. The sign-in process was very short. In the eyes of passers-by, she just stopped and stood for a short while, which would not attract any attention at all. After entering the hospital lobby, Yitan reported her name directly at the registration desk. She was the child of an employee and her name was on record at the hospital. It only cost 5 cents to make an appointment. After that, the hospital would settle all the medical expenses directly with the machinery factory, and any expenses that needed to be paid would be deducted directly from Yi Liqing's salary. Where do you feel uncomfortable? There were not many people in the hospital in the afternoon, and Yitan's turn was soon heard. The doctor who examined Yitan was a female doctor in her 30s. I want to have a full-body checkup. Yitan pursed his lips and lowered his eyes slightly, with a hint of grievance and timidity in his tone. Seeing Yitan's timid look, the female doctor couldn't help but lower her voice and asked softly, "Tell me about the situation. I have a headache and my body aches." Yitan looked at the female doctor cautiously and rolled up his sleeves carefully. Because they were worried that Yitan's injuries would be seen by others, Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua both required Yitan to wear long sleeves and long pants all year round. Hiss. Seeing the bruises on Yitan's arm, the female doctor gasped, "Were you beaten?" "Family," Yitan said in a low voice. The female doctor was stunned. It was the first time she had seen a girl being beaten like this by her family. But since this was someone else's family affair, she couldn't say anything. She just said, "I'll write you a prescription. Go get checked first." "Yeah." Yitan nodded. She knew that in this era, the criminal law was not yet perfect, and it was normal for parents to beat and scold their children. The police generally would not intervene unless it was very serious. She did not expect to be able to deal with Yi Ching and Chen Huihua with this incident. Now she just needed the hospital to issue her a certificate. After a thorough examination, the female doctor looked at Yi Tan's medical examination list and her hands began to tremble with anger. This was too harsh a beating. Not only did he have bruises all over his body, he also had marks from needle pricks, was severely malnourished, and there was a big bump on the back of his head. Actually, this girl is lucky. If the injury on the back of her head was more serious, it would probably have cost her life. The female doctor prescribed medicine for Yi Tan, gave her a certificate of injury examination, and also gave her a note for nutritional supplements. With this note, she could go to the grocery store and buy a can of malted milk and half a pound of brown sugar without a ticket. Finally, the female doctor reminded Yi Tan, "Little girl, this is not a good thing. If they beat you again next time, you should go to the street office and ask the street people to help you. If that doesn't work, you can go to the union, understand?" The female doctor felt very sympathetic towards Yi Tan's situation, but this was all she could say as a reminder. Well, thank you. Yi Tan was naturally grateful to those who were kind-hearted. After collecting the medical certificate, the note and the prescribed medicine, Yi Tan left the hospital. It was the time when all the factories were getting off work, so it was not convenient for her to go to Director Kong's house at this time as it was dinner time. It would be somewhat impolite to go there at dinner time, but she did not want to go back to the Lin family, so she went to the state-owned restaurant. As expected, the state-owned hotel did not have any sign for a check-in point. He ordered a bowl of braised pork noodles, a big bowl full of noodles, topped with 4 or 5 pieces of braised pork, a few vegetarian meatballs, and a lot of vegetables. It only cost him 25 cents plus 3 taels of food coupons, which made Yi Tan exclaim at how cheap prices were nowadays. If this bowl of noodles was placed in later times, it would cost at least 10 or 20 yuan. I don't know if it's because traveling across time consumes too much energy, or because I'm bound to the universe sign and system, but Yi Tan felt that she got hungry very quickly today. She had obviously eaten a lot in the afternoon, but it wasn't long before she finished a big bowl of noodles, and her stomach wasn't even full. It's just magical. After eating and drinking, Yi Tan looked at the sky outside, then got up and went towards Director Kong's house, not knowing that the Yi family was in chaos at this time. Chapter 6: The money is gone. Chen Huihua took a leave in the afternoon and took Yi Shezhen to buy clothes. After coming out of the store, she let Yi Shezhen go home first and went back to work in the textile factory. After Yi Shezhen returned home, she did not notice anything unusual at home until Chen Huihua came home from get off work and was ready to cook. Only then did she realize that there was so much less food in the kitchen. "Shezhen, have you prepared the meal this afternoon?" Chen Huihua saw at a glance that half of the bacon was missing, several eggs were missing, the rice had been touched, and even the oil in the oil bottle was less. Her first reaction was to ask Yi Shezhen, thinking that her daughter was being diligent. As for Yi Tan, she had never thought about it. After all, how could a timid person like her dare to touch her meat, oil and eggs? Even if she had 10 guts, she wouldn't dare. However, Chen Huihua looked around for a while. Where did she put the cooked rice? Although she felt a little distressed that so much meat, oil and eggs were used up at once, their family lived a comfortable life, so it was nothing for her daughter to waste a little. After hearing Chen Huihua's words, Yi Shezhen was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Mom, I didn't cook in the afternoon." "You didn't cook?" After hearing Yi Shezhen's answer, Chen Huihua was stunned for a moment, and then reflexively ran to the vegetable garden in the yard. After counting, she found that there were fewer tomatoes and beans as well. Suddenly, a surge of anger surged into Chen Huihua's heart. The things missing from the kitchen and the vegetables picked from the vegetable garden were obviously cooked by her family. If there was a thief, who had nothing better to do than to run to someone else's house and cook a meal, then he is also a thief, a domestic thief. Thinking of this, Chen Huihua rushed to the utility room next to the kitchen. As soon as she opened the door, before she could see clearly what was inside, she cursed in a low voice, "Yi Tan, you damn girl, why am I not dying of greed? Are you going to eat up our family?" Halfway through her words, Chen Huihua realized that there was no one in the utility room, and that damn girl Yi Tan was not there. Suddenly, Chen Huihua felt like she had punched cotton. The anger in her heart was neither going up nor down. She was so angry that she kicked the door of the utility room hard. The door was already a little dilapidated, and after Chen Huihua's kick, a big crack appeared in it. Hearing the noise in the yard, Yi Xiaojun hurried out and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Chen Huihua told Yi Xiaojun about the missing items. When Yi Xiaojun heard this, she was immediately furious and said, "That burden has gotten so bold that she actually dared to move things from the kitchen privately. Mom, when that damn girl comes back, you have to give her a good lesson." Don't worry. Their mother and daughter did not speak loudly, mainly because the yards in this alley were next to each other, and if they spoke louder, the neighbors in the adjacent yards could faintly hear them, so Chen Huihua had always beaten Yi Tan with her mouth blocked. Not long after, Yi Liqing also came back. Chen Huihua hurried forward and told Yi Liqing about the lack of food in the kitchen at home. Yi Liqing frowned when he heard this. "That girl hasn't come back yet." "That's right," Chen Huihua said. When Xiaojun came back, she was not there. It was time for dinner, but she was nowhere to be seen. "I don't know where she went." Hearing Chen Huihua talking about his own daughter like this, Yi Liqing pretended not to hear it and just said, "Okay, let's not wait for her. She'll be hungry if she doesn't come back. Let's eat first and talk to her when she comes back." To talk to her properly, naturally, means to deal with Yi Tan. "Okay." Chen Huihua agreed with a smile. She was exhausted after get off work today. Usually Yi Tan prepared meals and she just had to sit down and eat. But today, she had to work all day and cook for the whole family. She was so tired. She would definitely teach that damn girl a lesson when she got back. She actually dared to run away. After the meal was served, Yi Xiaobao ran home sweating profusely, obviously having had enough fun outside. As soon as he came back, he pestered Chen Huihua for new clothes. Chen Huihua smiled and helped her son wipe the sweat off his face and showed him the new clothes. Then the family of four happily ate dinner together. After dinner, Yi Xiaojun said to Chen Huihua in a coquettish manner, "Mom, give me the food coupons and money, and I will go buy glutinous rice cakes by myself tomorrow, okay?" When Yi Xiaobao heard about the glutinous rice cake, his eyes lit up immediately and he said hurriedly, "I want to eat it, too. I want to eat it, too. Mom, buy some glutinous rice cake." "Okay, okay, okay." Chen Huihua doted on the pair of children and said immediately, "Wait, I'll go get the money for you." As he spoke, he went into the house. It was hot in the summer, so the Yi family always ate in the yard. Yi Liqing didn't say anything about this. He had long since handed over the family's financial power to Chen Huihua, and he didn't ask any questions. As long as his living standard did not decline, that was enough. But not long after, Chen Huihua cried out in surprise, "Damn it, there's been a thief." When the other three heard this, they rushed into the room and saw Chen Huihua sitting on the edge of the bed. On the bed was an open iron box, which was empty. Hearing the footsteps of the three people coming in, Chen Huihua turned around and said to Yi Liqing, "Old Yi, all our money and notes were stolen. Damn it, there is not a penny left for us." Seeing the empty iron box, Yi Liqing's head was buzzing, but he still had some reason and asked hurriedly, "How much money is in this iron box?" Chen Huihua's eyes twinkled, and she said, "More than 1,000. Upon hearing this, Yi Liqing glared at Chen Huihua fiercely, "Why did you leave so much money outside? Didn't I tell you to just leave a few dozen or 100? Now look what happened. More than 1,000 yuan has been stolen by the thief." As soon as Yi Liqing finished speaking, Yi Xiaojun pouted and said, "Maybe it's a thief in the house." "That's right," Chen Huihua said immediately after hearing what Yi Xiaojun said. "Old Yi, if there really was a thief who came to our house to steal money, it's impossible for him to steal the money and then go to the kitchen to cook a meal. Besides, there are no signs of rummaging in this room. It's possible that the money was stolen by the thief." "You mean?" Yi Liqing thought of Yi Tan, but he couldn't believe it. Although he didn't like Yi Tan, that damn girl was always cowardly. How could she steal money? Besides, the room was locked and she couldn't open it. Anyway, Yi Liqing didn't quite believe it. Who else could it be? Chen Huihua said to Yi Liqing angrily, "It's none other than your good daughter Yi Tan. I was wondering why she was nowhere to be seen today. It turns out she had a big meal at home and stole the money and ran away. No, old Yi, we must call the police and catch that bitch. We can't let her steal our money for nothing. Damn girl, she's usually quiet, so it turns out she's waiting here." At this moment, Chen Huihua was certain that the money was stolen by Yi Tan. No way. Yi Liqing was still a little hesitant. Dad, I think it was Yitan. Yi Shezhen was furious. She could have gone to buy glutinous rice cake tomorrow, but now she has no money or tickets. She doesn't know if her parents will agree to let her go. She must have known that you signed her up for a place in the countryside, and she holds a grudge against you, so she stole the money and ran away. Otherwise, where is she now? Chapter 7 Visit to Director Kong. As for Yitan Ren, he was naturally at Director Kong's house. After having dinner at the state-owned restaurant, Yitan found a secluded place, took a pound of glutinous rice noodles and a pound of fruit candy from the system warehouse, and went to Director Kong's house. I originally wanted to get the glutinous rice cake, but then I thought it would be troublesome if Yi Ching and his wife found out, so I decided to get the glutinous rice noodles, which is safer. At this time, Director Kong had just finished his meal at home. When he heard the knock on the door, Director Kong's wife Zhao Hong opened the door. She was not familiar with Yitan, so she smiled and asked, "Little girl, who are you looking for?" Although Yitan is already 16 years old, long-term malnutrition has not only made her pale and thin, but also made her not very tall, only about 1.5 meters tall, looking like a girl of 13 or 14 years old. Yitan smiled and asked, "Excuse me, is this Director Kong's home?" When Kong Changhao heard that the person was looking for him, he also came to the gate, looked at Yitan carefully, and said uncertainly, "You are Yitan, right?" "Director Kong, it's me," Yitan said hurriedly. "Yitan, come in quickly, come in quickly," Kong Changhao said hurriedly. When Zhao Hong heard that it was Yitan, her attitude immediately became friendly. "It's Yitan, come in quickly, have you eaten? If not, I'll make you a bowl of noodles." Having said that, he kindly pulled Yitan into their house. Yitan said hurriedly, "Auntie, I've eaten, please stop busying yourself, I just came to talk to Director Kong about something." As he said that, he handed the glutinous rice sticks and fruit candies in his hand to Zhao Hong. "Auntie, this is my first visit to your house, and I don't know what you like, so I brought some glutinous rice sticks and candies." "You are so polite, kid. Why are you so polite?" Seeing the cakes handed over by Yitan, Zhao Hong couldn't refuse, so she accepted them. Her tone became gentler. She put the cakes in her hand on the table and made a cup of sugar water for Yitan. "Come, drink some water." "Thank you, Auntie." Yitan took the water politely and thanked her. "Yitan, are you not having a good time at home?" Kong Changhao couldn't help but frown when he looked at Yitan. The child seemed to be different from what he knew. Kong Changhao had a very good relationship with the former director of the textile factory. Before the former director was transferred, he once asked him to take good care of Lin Shexiang. However, unexpectedly, Lin Shexiang unfortunately died while trying to protect collective property. With his help, the factory retained Lin Shexiang's job, bought a new house for the Yi family, and gave Yitan an extra job. Naturally, Kong Changhao also paid more attention to Yitan. But Kong Changhao has always been very busy. In addition to the work of the labor and personnel department, he is also responsible for some other things. When he saw that Yi Ching had remarried, he told Yitan to come to him if she needed his help with anything. But Yitan never came to see him. He was not familiar with Yi Ching, so it was not easy for him to visit him rashly. He just asked about the Yi family indirectly. When he learned that Yi Ching and his later wife treated Yitan well, he felt relieved. But who would have thought that today? It seems that it is not the case at all. The 16-year-old girl is pale and thin, and looks malnourished. The Yi family has two working families. At that time, Yi Ching's wife took over Lin Shexiang's job. Yitan pursed his lips and shook his head gently when he heard this. "Director Kong, I came here today just for this matter." Kong Changhao was a little annoyed. He had been negligent over the years. He had promised the old factory director, but ended up not taking good care of Lin Shexiang. Now he couldn't even take good care of Lin Shexiang's daughter. He felt upset and shouldn't have believed what others said. "Yitan, don't call me Director Kong anymore. I used to be a colleague of your mother. Just call me Uncle Kong." Kong Changhao said, "Just tell me what's the matter. Uncle Kong will definitely make the decision for you." Kong Changhao felt that Yitan must have been abused by Yi Ching and his wife at home, and he must help the child vent his anger. "Okay, then I'll call you Uncle Kong." Yitan said, "Uncle Kong, I came to you today to ask you if my job quota can be sold." Zhao Hong also knew something about Yitan, so after hearing what Yitan said, Zhao Hong was immediately surprised and said, "Yitan, you are 16 this year, you should be able to go to work. It's not easy to get a job now, especially a regular job. Don't be confused. Yes. Kong Changhao said, Yitan, you should have graduated from high school this year, so you can join the factory. Come to the factory in 2 days and I'll have someone handle the formalities for you. Yitan shook his head. Uncle Kong, Auntie, I graduated from junior high school this year. Because I didn't have time to study and my academic performance was not good, I failed to go to high school. Moreover, my father has already registered a quota for me to go to the countryside, so I can't use that job. What? Kong Changhao stood up immediately after hearing this. Is your dad crazy? You obviously have a class to attend. Why did he sign you up for a place in the countryside? Yitan didn't intend to help Yi Lai-ching hide it, so he said directly, it was so that my stepmother's daughter could go to work for me. She thought I was in the way, so she sent me to the countryside. Yi Lai-ching is such a bastard. Kong Changhao was so angry that he walked around a few times and said to Yitan, come on, I'll go home with you. We must make this matter clear. They are bullying me. Uncle Kong. Yitan said hurriedly, you also know that once you apply for a place to go to the countryside, it cannot be changed, so I will definitely go to the countryside. Zhao Hong also hurriedly said, yes, Lao Kong, Yitan is right, don't be impulsive, listen to what Yitan has to say. Zhao Hong was a careful person. After listening to what Yitan said and thinking about the fact that Yitan came here alone, she knew that the kid probably already had an idea in his mind. Kong Changhao was really angry just now. After listening to Zhao Hong's words, he calmed down his anger and said to Yitan, good boy, tell me your thoughts first. Uncle Kong, I plan to sell this job. Yitan said, this is what my mother exchanged her life for me. I can't let it fall into those people's hands no matter what. Yitan rolled up the sleeve of one arm and said with a choked voice, over the years, they beat me and scolded me at every turn. I did all their housework and often didn't have enough to eat. Seeing the bruises on Yitan's arm, Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong were shocked. Zhao Hong was a soft-hearted person. She and her husband had never had children. She felt sorry for Yitan's frail appearance. Now, seeing the wound on her arm, her eyes suddenly turned red. She gently pulled Yitan's hand, her tone unable to conceal her anger. How could they have the heart to do this to me? Chapter 8 Selling Work. Child, does it hurt? Come into their house, I'll get some medicine to apply on you. Zhao Hong took Yitan's hand and was about to go into the inner room. Yitan hurriedly shook his head and said, Auntie, no need. I went to see the doctor today and he has prescribed some medicine for me. Even if I prescribe medicine, there are places you can't apply it to. Zhao Hong only looked at the scars on Yitan's arm, and she knew in her heart that those injuries might not be just as simple as those on the arm. Yitan thought about it and realized that at least he couldn't heal the wound on his back, so he said to Zhao Hong gratefully, then I'll trouble you, Auntie. What's the trouble? Just call me Aunt Zhao from now on. Zhao Hong pulled Yitan to the inner room, and told Kong Changhao, Old Kong, go and boil 2 eggs for Xiao Tan. Okay. Kong Changhao nodded quickly and walked towards the kitchen. Aunt Zhao, no need. Yitan quickly refused. Zhao Hong said, it's just 2 eggs. No need to be polite to Aunt Zhao. When she was helping Yitan apply the medicine, she saw that Yitan's body was covered with bruises and purple scars, as well as clearly discernible needle marks. This made Zhao Hong furious. These 2 people are beasts, right? How could they beat you like this? Are they still human? She and Kong Changhao have been married for almost 20 years, but they have no children. As a result, the family that has a child does not cherish it. Even after marrying a second wife, he has never been so cruel to the children of his ex-wife. Suddenly, Zhao Hong's impression of Yi Lai-ching became extremely bad. When Zhao Hong saw the bulge on the back of Yitan's head, she was so angry that she could hardly speak. How is Yitan? Is his injury okay? When Zhao Hong and Yitan came out, Kong Changhao had already cooked the eggs. He put the eggs in front of Yitan and asked Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong angrily placed the diagnosis certificate that Yitan had issued in the hospital that afternoon in front of Kong Changhao. Look for yourself, that family is simply not human. Kong Changhao picked up the diagnosis certificate and read it. He was so angry that he slammed the table and said, this is too much. Kong Changhao slammed the table suddenly, which frightened Yitan. Zhao Hong glared at Kong Changhao and said, don't scare Xiao Tan. Oh. Kong Changhao was a little henpecked. After hearing what Zhao Hong said, he smiled at Yi Tan and said, "Don't be afraid, Yi Tan. I'm not talking to you." Yi Tan nodded quickly and said, "Uncle Kong, I know." Kong Changhao remembered what Yi Tan said just now about selling the job quota, so he said, "It's better to sell your job quota, so that those people won't take advantage of you and not appreciate your kindness." Kong Changhao began to think about the candidates. Yi Tan's job was specially reserved by the textile factory. Since Yi Ching even sent Yi Tan to the countryside in order to let his second wife's daughter take his place at work, he would certainly not let it go if he knew that Yi Tan had sold his job. He had to think about who could control Yi Ching, otherwise there would be trouble. While Kong Changhao was thinking about it, Zhao Hong said, "Xiao Tan, are you sure you want to sell this job quota?" "Yes, Aunt Zhao." Yi Tan said hurriedly, "I will definitely not let Yi Shezhen get this spot." Seeing that Yi Tan gave a definite answer, Zhao Hong said, "Xiao Tan, a nephew from my mother's side is looking for a job recently. If you think it's okay, I'll ask my eldest brother to buy your place. How about that?" Kong Changhao, who was standing by, heard this and immediately thought it was feasible. Zhao Hong's family was in the countryside and she had 3 brothers and 4 or 5 nephews. The one who was looking for a job was her eldest brother's eldest son. Moreover, the brothers in her family were very united, and if anyone provoked them, several men in the family would attack them together. Oh, how could he have forgotten about this? However, this was also a disguised way of giving benefits to his own people, and he felt a little embarrassed, so he said, "Yi Tan, your Aunt Zhao's nephew is quite suitable. Don't worry about the money, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Yi Tan said hurriedly, "Of course, Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao, I will definitely rest assured with you in charge." Seeing Yi Tan say this, Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong were very happy. What does this mean? It means that the child trusts them very much. So Zhao Hong hurriedly said to Yi Tan, "Xiao Tan, we will pay you 1,000 yuan for this job quota, and then prepare some national tickets for you, what do you think?" Nowadays, it costs about 700 to 800 yuan to buy a regular job. The monthly salary of a regular worker is about 25 yuan, and there are various tickets and rice. The investment can be recovered in about 2 years. Moreover, this job can be passed on to children. Even if Zhao Hong pays 1,000 yuan, it will not be a loss. It can be earned back in 3 years at most. Moreover, even though regular job quotas can be sold for 700 or 800 yuan nowadays, there are not many people who actually sell job quotas these days, so it can be said that there is a price but no demand. Yi Tan had just come here and was completely confused about the prices of goods in this era, not to mention the market price of jobs. However, she did not really care how much the job quota sold for. Anyway, no matter how much it sold for, she would make a pure profit, not to mention the more than 3,000 yuan she had looted from the Yi family. Even if you don't know the specific prices at that time, you know that a few $1,000s was considered rich in that era. Of course, in this era of bills, if you have money but no bills, you can't be rich even if you want to. So, when she heard Zhao Hong say that she could give her some bills that are valid nationwide, her eyes lit up immediately. Listen to Aunt Zhao. It's good to have nationally accepted tickets, so she can use them when she goes to Northeast China. Okay, then it's settled. Zhao Hong was even happier when she saw Yi Tan agreed. In this way, her nephew from her mother's side could also have a formal job. Yi Tan took the opportunity to talk about the source of the money for the cakes. "Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao, thank you for taking care of me. Apart from my grandparents, you are the best to me in this world. If my grandparents hadn't secretly given me some money over the years, I wouldn't even be able to afford notebooks and pens for school." Oh, poor child. Zhao Hong's eyes turned red again. Then the two of them agreed that Zhao Hong would go back to the countryside tomorrow to call people over, and ask Yi Tan to go directly to the labor and personnel department of the textile factory tomorrow afternoon to find Kong Changhao and hand over their work. This matter needs to be dealt with quickly, lest Yi Ching find out and cause further complications. As for if Yi Ching finds out after the handover, that doesn't matter. Her brothers and nephews from her mother's side are 7 or 8 grown men in total. Why would they be afraid of Yi Ching? After talking about work, Kong Changhao said to Yi Tan, "Yi Tan, you can't just let it go about your father and stepmother abusing you. So, tomorrow I'll find the union people at the machinery factory to help you solve the problem. No matter what, they can't treat you badly when you go to the countryside. Kong Changhao was unable to help Yi Tan with the previous incident, and he felt quite guilty about it, but since Yi Tan had to go to the countryside, he had to help Yi Tan get fair treatment no matter what. Thank you, Uncle Kong. Yi Tan sincerely thanked Kong Changhao for his help. In fact, to be honest, he had no relationship with the man, so it was understandable that he did not help. Between people, helping each other is a favor, not helping is a duty. Chapter 9. Collect some interest first. After staying at the Kong family for a while, seeing that it was getting dark, Yi Tan said goodbye to Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong and returned to the Yi family. When they arrived at the Yi family, the sun had already set completely. At this time, except for Yi Xiaobao who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, the other three members of the Yi family were almost angry like toads. With Chen Huihua and Yi Xiaozhen constantly fanning the flames, Yi Liqing became more and more suspicious of Yi Tan. Yes, there were no signs of rummaging in the house, so it must be a thief. Chen Huihua wanted to report to the police immediately, but was stopped by Yi Liqing. He thought that if the money and bills were really stolen by Yi Tan, he would be embarrassed to have a thief in his family. After all, Yi Tan was her biological daughter, so it would be better to wait and see if Yi Tan would come back in the evening. If she did, he would ask her to hand over the money and bills. If she really didn't come back, it would not be too late to report to the police. Yi Liqing felt that Yi Tan definitely had nowhere to go. Her household registration booklet was still at home, and she had no letter of introduction, so where could she go? So, when they heard the sound of the gate in the yard, the first reaction of the Yi family was that Yi Tan had really returned. Chen Huihua picked up the rag that had been prepared at hand and was the first to rush out of the house. Seeing Yi Tan who had just walked in through the courtyard gate, Chen Huihua's anger grew rapidly. This dead girl who was usually trampled under her feet had become so bold that she not only took the family's money, but also dared to eat meat and eggs. Who gave this dead girl the courage? You little bitch. Chen Huihua ran to Yi Tan in a few steps and cursed in a low voice, how dare you come back? You have never learned your lesson since you were a child. You actually stole money. I will beat you to death. As he said this, he was about to stuff the rag in his hand into Yi Tan's mouth. With more than 10 years of practical experience, Chen Huihua was very familiar with this action. It's a pity that this Yi Tan is not the same Yi Tan. Seeing Chen Huihua coming up to bet on his own, Yi Tan's eyes flashed with a hint of severity, and he decided to collect some interest today. Yi Tan tilted his head to avoid Chen Huihua's claws. Before Chen Huihua could react, he raised his right hand and punched Chen Huihua in the ribs. At the same time, Yi Tan cried out, Aunt Chen, don't hit me, it hurts, it hurts. The original owner refused to call Chen Huihua Mom. This was her last insistence, and it was naturally impossible for Yi Tan to recognize a thief as her mother. Ouch, you! Chen Huihua was caught off guard and was hit by Yi Tan. She felt a sharp pain in her ribs, and she almost cried because of the pain. This damn girl actually dared to resist. Chen Huihua reacted belatedly and was so angry that she didn't even bother to cover Yi Tan's mouth. She raised her hand and slapped Yi Tan in the face. How could Yi Tan be slapped by her? Although this body was very thin, she had eaten a full meal today. In addition, the inertia of thinking formed from her martial arts training in her previous life made her easily avoid Chen Huihua's slap, and then secretly poked Chen Huihua's body twice. Ouch! Chen Huihua felt that these two hits were more painful than before. She couldn't help but bend down in pain and no longer cared about Yi Tan. It must be painful. Yi Tan had specially learned the acupuncture points of the human body. She was very good at hitting the right place that hurts the most without leaving any marks. Seeing Chen Huihua bent over in pain, Yi Tan rolled his eyes and shouted, Aunt Chen, I was wrong, please stop hitting me, ouch. While shouting, he ran towards Yi Liqing. Yi Liqing was also stunned by Yi Tan's actions today. When he saw Yi Tan running towards him, he didn't react for a moment and habitually said to Yi Tan, you are too ignorant, hurry up and apologize to your Aunt Chen. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes. This scumbag father was not a good guy either. He had beaten the original owner with a feather duster many times. Humph, he couldn't let him off easily. Yi Tan shouted, Dad, please save me, please, I don't want to be beaten to death. As he spoke, he fiercely poked the acupuncture points on Yi Liqing's body in front of his shocked gaze. Immediately, Yi Liqing bent like a shrimp like Chen Huihua. After dealing with Yi Liqing, Yi Tan looked at Yi Xiaozhen and Yi Xiaobao fiercely. Although it was dark at this time, the moonlight was very good tonight. The moonlight shining into the yard allowed Yi Xiaojun to clearly see the hostility in Yi Tan's eyes. Yi Tan, you. Yi Xiaojun was frightened by Yi Tan's cruelty, and Yi Xiaobao was so scared that he hid behind Yi Xiaojun. Just when Yi Tan was about to teach Yi Xiaojun a lesson in the same way, footsteps and some voices were faintly heard in the alley. Yi Xiaojun was lucky today. Yi Tan ruffled her hair and pinched her thigh hard. Immediately, tears flowed out. With her messy hair, she looked like a poor, abused girl. Then, she turned around and ran towards the gate of the yard. Chen Huihua was so focused on the pain in her body that she didn't notice that the gate was still open. People were already gathering outside. When she saw Yi Tan running towards her, she was so angry. She didn't handle this little bitch today, but she was beaten by her. How could she tolerate this? Chen Huihua's absolute authority for many years was challenged, and now he just wanted to re-establish his authority. Immediately, Chen Huihua rushed towards Yi Tan without thinking, holding the rag in her hand. She was determined to give this little bitch a good beating today for daring to resist. Eh? Why is this little bitch crying so hard and looking like she did before? Chen Huihua felt a little confused, but her determination to deal with Yi Tan made her ignore it. But before Chen Huihua could get close to Yi Tan, she heard a man's voice at the door shouting angrily, "Stop!" Chapter 10, A Lot of Information. The one who angrily scolded Chen Huihua was Kong Changhao. After Yi Tan left Kong's house, Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong felt worried, so they came towards Yi's house. If nothing happened, they would just take a walk after dinner, but if something really happened, they would help Yi Tan. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the alley, the couple heard Yi Tan's crying and shouting. Because they were far away, they couldn't hear it clearly, but they knew he was being beaten again. The couple was so anxious that they rushed to the place where the noise came from. Unexpectedly, many people opened their doors and followed them along their way. When they arrived at the gate of Yi's house, a large group of people were following them. Hearing their voice behind her, Chen Huihua suddenly regained her senses. Oh no, she forgot to close the yard door. But she was not panicked. She didn't run into this little bitch today. Instead, she was beaten several times by the little bitch and her body was still in pain. Chen Huihua turned around and looked towards the gate. She was really shocked by the sight of so many people. However, she immediately calmed down and made a helpless expression. It was late at night, and Yi Tan was disobedient and beat me and her father. I am so sorry for disturbing you all. Chen Huihua, you said that Yi Tan hit you. The one who spoke was Aunt He. Without waiting for Kong Changhao to continue speaking, she squeezed to the front, looked at Chen Huihua, and then at Yi Tan. Oh my, she heard Yi Tan's cry for help just now with great clarity. She was a little skeptical about what Yi Tan said in the afternoon. Although she had talked about it with her old sisters, the authenticity of the question was still questionable. But now, Chen Huihua is dressed cleanly and neatly, holding a rag in her hand, while the little girl Yi Tan stands aside with messy hair and tears on her face. She looks so pitiful, weak and helpless, which makes people feel distressed. No matter how you look at it, Chen Huihua doesn't look like she was beaten. Excuse me for making a fool of yourself. Yi Liqing also hurried over. Enduring the pain, Yi Tan is a child who has been spoiled to the point of being unruly. He even beats adults. I'm sorry to disturb you all. Everyone go back first. We will definitely discipline the child well. Where did she hit you? Kong Changhao asked, suppressing his anger. Hey, Director Kong. Director Kong, why are you here? Chen Huihua felt that the voice was not right. She looked carefully and saw that this was Director Kong from the Labor and Personnel Department of their factory. Why did he come to her house? Kong Changhao glanced at Chen Huihua. Since he was paying attention to Yi Tan, he naturally knew Chen Huihua. He used to think that Chen Huihua was nice to Yi Tan and he had a good impression of her. But now, no matter how Kong Changhao looked at Chen Huihua, she looked like a vicious stepmother. Why am I here? Kong Changhao snorted. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known how you two abused Yi Tan. You are really good. You treated a child like this and forced him to cry for help. Zhao Hong looked at Yi Tan distressfully and waved at her. Child, come here. Chen Huihua's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't leave a bad impression on the factory leaders. She also wanted her daughter to work in the textile factory. To go through the formalities in the textile factory, she couldn't get around Director Kong. So, she smiled and said, Director Kong, you misunderstood. We have never beaten our child. If you don't believe me, ask the neighbors around, when did I beat her? If I beat a child, they would always hear the noise. I don't know what stimulated Yitan today. As soon as she came back, she beat me and her father and yelled for help. Oh, it's hard for me as a stepmother. I swear to God, she was telling the truth. She didn't beat Yitan tonight, but she was beaten by her. The neighbors who followed behind started whispering. They had also heard about Yitan being beaten in the afternoon. But when they thought about it, they really hadn't heard any noise before. Could it be that Yitan was lying? When Yitan heard Chen Huihua's words, she knew it was her turn. She wiped her tears, walked to Zhao Hong, rolled up her sleeves, and cried, I didn't hit Aunt Chen and my dad, they hit me. As soon as I came back today, they beat me without knowing why. Usually they blocked my mouth with a rag, so I couldn't shout. As he said this, he began to sob. Although she had seen the scars on Yitan's body, Zhao Hong still couldn't hide her anger. That's too much, it's really too much, look at what you have done to the child. Under the moonlight, the scars on Yitan's arm were clearly visible to everyone. Everyone gasped at the sight. It seemed that the rumors in the afternoon were true. The couple from the Yi family were too cruel. They blocked his mouth and beat him. How much hatred did they have? How much resentment did they have? Auntie looked at Chen Huihua in disbelief. Lai Ching wife, you are really cruel. You lied to me this afternoon and said Yitan was sleeping in at home. But then Yitan went to the hospital because of a headache. I think you guys beat her up. After hearing what Auntie said, Chen Huihua and Lai Ching felt a pang in their hearts again. What, that damn girl Yitan went to their hospital. Yitan continued to cry. At noon, Aunt Chen and my dad beat me to death in order to make me obey their orders. I hit the back of my head and passed out. When I woke up, no one was home. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I went to the hospital. This statement contains a lot of information. What's the matter? Do you want to follow their arrangements? Someone asked about it. Yi Lai Ching was panicking. He told Yitan about the educated youth going to the countryside. He couldn't let the neighbors know about it now, especially since the leaders of the labor and personnel department of the textile factory were still here. What if Yi Xiaojun was not allowed to enter the factory? Yi Lai Ching immediately said, well, family disgrace should not be made public, but since Yitan has spoken out, I can no longer hide it. We beat Yitan at noon, but it was not to make her obey orders, but because she stole money. She stole all the money that Aunt Shen and I had worked so hard to save. I don't have one. Yitan said with a look of grief and indignation, your room is usually locked, so I can only live in the utility room. I don't even have the key to your room door. Wow, this is another explosive piece of information. Everyone was in an uproar. They looked at the two neat main rooms of the Yi family, and then at the narrow utility room next to the kitchen. Those who were curious rushed over and looked inside. In the moonlight, they could clearly see the simple bed and half of the miscellaneous items in the utility room. Oh my, there is really someone living in this utility room. It's cold in the winter and hot in the summer. How can we live there? Everyone's eyes suddenly became complicated. Although the Yi family had many children, the main house was not small and could accommodate 3 more children. Yet, they let the ex-wife's children live in the utility room. TSK, it seems that the couple in the Yi family are not good people. Suddenly, everyone's attention was completely drawn to the two things of stealing money and Yitan living in the utility room. Chapter 11, Peel off a layer of skin first. Yitan also didn't want the matter of going to the countryside to be exposed at this time. After all, the job had not been sold yet. On this point, the father and daughter were surprisingly unanimous in their opinions. So, Yitan simply let Yi Lai Ching change the subject. Yitan's behavior today was so abnormal that Chen Huihua and Yi Lai Ching were very uncomfortable. Isn't this girl usually listless? Why was she so abnormal today? Could it be that the trip to the countryside and the beating at noon made this girl no longer want to endure it? Chen Huihua was secretly annoyed at Yitan's nonsense. Looking at the people gathered at the door of her house, she knew that if she didn't find a way to deal with today's incident, her good image would be ruined. So, Chen Huihua slapped her thigh, and this action just happened to pull the painful spot under her ribs where Yitan had hit her before. Suddenly, she, who had originally intended to howl, started to cry. Chen Huihua tried hard to endure the pain while complaining, hey, My husband Yi also said that family disgrace should not be made public, but since all of you are here today, if we don't make things clear, we will be wronged. Originally, Yitan lived with Xiaojun and Xiaobao, but she is a dishonest person. She steals Xiaojun and Xiaobao's things from time to time. Even the money we put in the house is often stolen by her. We had no choice but to let her live in the utility room. When no one is at home, we dare not leave the door open. But even with the door locked, she still stole the money. After hearing Chen Huihua's words, Yitan sneered in his heart. It was hard for this woman to make up such a long lie in such a short time. However, she was not a soft persimmon. I didn't, Aunt Chen, you can't slander me like this. Yitan's tears fell down in big drops, and her choked voice made her look more and more pitiful and helpless. Since I could walk, I have to work for the family. Later, all their housework was done by me, including washing clothes, cooking, sweeping the yard and tidying up the vegetable garden. I did it all. As he spoke, Yitan opened his hands so that everyone could see clearly. After so many years, my hands are full of calluses. Can you see if there are any on Yi Xiaojun's hands? When everyone looked at it, they realized that this was not the hand of a 16-year-old girl at all. The palm was full of calluses and it didn't look delicate at all. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense, it's not happening. Chen Huihua was shocked and said hurriedly. At the same time, she looked at Yitan. This girl was too abnormal today. That's right. You don't know. This girl is just lying. How could she do all the work alone? Yi Liqing also explained hurriedly, and at the same time stared at Yitan with a warning. Xiao Tan, you can't be ungrateful. Don't you think about who raised you? Everyone secretly curled their lips. This hand didn't look like it was made by just doing a little work. Yitan didn't care what Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua said. She just wanted to peel off the skin of these two guys today, so she continued to wipe her tears. I'm not talking nonsense, what I said is true. Not only do I have endless work to do, but I also don't have enough to eat every day. Look at the comparison between me and Yi Xiaojun. She is only 2 months older than me, but she is much taller and fatter than me. What's more, you guys beat me at every turn, and I have wounds all over my body. Yi Xiaojun didn't expect Yitan to drag her into this. She opened her mouth to scold Yitan, but then she remembered the hateful look in Yitan's eyes when he beat someone just now, and swallowed her words. Yitan spoke quickly and urgently, but every word was clear and everyone present could hear it clearly. At this moment, the way everyone looked at the Yi couple changed. Yi Liqing was furious and was about to hit Yitan. How can you talk nonsense, kid? Zhao Hong protected Yitan behind her. Why, you want to hit the child in front of us? We saw the wound on the child's arm clearly. Oh, no, no. Chen Huihua saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly said, it was this child who talked nonsense and made our old Yi angry. We didn't hit her. The injury on her arm was caused by her accidentally bumping into it. This child is not honest when sleeping and always falls off the bed. Chen Huihua was sure that Yitan would not dare to show her injuries in front of everyone. After all, there were so many men at the scene. Would she dare to take off her clothes? Would she still want to keep her reputation? As for the purple scars on her arms, it was completely reasonable to say that they were caused by bumps and bruises. Zhao Hong didn't expect Chen Huihua to be so shameless. She saw clearly the injuries on Yitan's body today. Zhao Hong was just about to explain for Yitan when she heard Yitan say, I went to the hospital today and not only did I see my head, I also had my injuries checked. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua's hearts sank. They knew that if Yitan really went to the hospital for a physical examination, then the scars on her body would definitely not be concealed. Thinking of this, the two of them were secretly furious, annoyed at Yitan's ignorance. Such a small matter had to be made known to everyone. When the neighbors saw the medical certificate that Yitan took out and the detailed description of Yitan's injuries, they were shocked. Hey, Yi Liqing, you are going too far. You treat Xiaoxiang's daughter like this. She is your biological daughter after all. How can you bear it? Don't forget how you and your current wife got your jobs, and how you got the house you live in now. An aunt who has been a neighbor of the Yi family for many years couldn't help but say to Yi Liqing. No matter how you look at it, this is too much. Yitan looks like a little maid of the Yi family, not a daughter of the Yi family. She is beaten and scolded at will, and not even given food. Even the landlords and rich people in the past were not so cruel. That's right. You two have gone too far. You live in the house that Yitan's mother bought with her life, and you abuse someone else's daughter. Have your consciences been eaten by dogs? For a while, all kinds of scolding sounds came one after another at the door of the Yi family. No. No. At this time, no matter what Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua said, it was useless. A medical examination certificate was enough to explain everything. Kong Changhao couldn't control Yi Liqing, but he still had a way to deal with Chen Huihua. He looked at Chen Huihua coldly and said, "Your job is to replace Yitan's biological mother, right?" Chen Huihua was shocked. "Director Kong, I didn't make any mistakes at work, you can't fire me." "I can't fire you." Kong Changhao snorted coldly. "However, your current job is a bit idle, you should change your position." Chen Huihua felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured down on her heart. Lin Xiaoxiang's previous job was in the warehouse of a textile factory. The work was easy and not tiring. Chen Huihua took over the shift and naturally also worked in the warehouse. But if she was asked to change jobs, wouldn't she have to go to the front line? She naturally knows how tiring it is to be on the front line. "Director Kong." Chen Huihua wanted to beg for mercy again. Kong Changhao was not moved at all. "Just wait for the transfer." Seeing that Kong Changhao had made up his mind, Chen Huihua immediately became even more angry with Yitan. If she didn't live well, this damn girl wouldn't live well either, so she shouted, "Yitan stole the money. More than 1,000 yuan of my family's money is gone. I'm going to report it to the police." Chapter 12. She was careless. Theft is a big deal, especially when so much money is lost. I will definitely report it to the police. Although it was already very late, people from the Public Security Bureau arrived soon and everyone stayed there to wait and see the results of the public security inspection. But after a thorough investigation, they found nothing unusual. Chen Huihua insisted that it was Yitan who stole the items and asked the police to arrest Yitan. Without evidence, of course, you can't just arrest people. From beginning to end, Yitan stayed beside Zhao Hong, with an expression of grievance and anger on her face. When Zhao Hong heard Chen Huihua asking the police to arrest Yitan, she angrily scolded, "Chen Huihua, you just don't like Yitan, right? It's not enough that you have been secretly torturing Yitan for these years, and now you want to destroy her reputation. How can you be so vicious?" Chen Huihua knew that she would definitely be transferred to the front line. She was certain that Kong Changhao would not fire her, so she became fearless. "It's her. There is no one else but her." The public security comrades said that there is no sign of outsiders coming in. Since there is no outside thief, it must be a domestic thief. Zhao Hong said angrily, "Yitan is not the only one in your family. There's no one else except her." Chen Huihua blurted out, "Xiaojun and Xiaobao don't like money to spend." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Huihua secretly said, "Bad thing." "Okay, Chen Huihua." Auntie had an expression of sudden enlightenment on her face. "So you have been acting in front of us neighbors for so many years, saying that you, as a stepmother, are good to your ex-wife's child, and that Yitan, this child, doesn't like to eat, and you are very considerate of the child. You are just putting on a show. Look, your own biological child has no shortage of money to spend. What does that mean? It means that Yitan, this child, is short of money to spend." Kong Changhao looked at Yi Liqing and said, "Yi Liqing, I remember that the textile factory gave Yitan 5 yuan and 10 kilograms of rice every month. Why are you greedy for even the 5 yuan for the child?" The neighbors around them also started whispering and pointing at Yi Liqing and his wife. The two public security comrades who came to the Yi family to investigate the case also heard everything about the Yi family. They looked down on Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua, especially Yi Liqing. As expected, if there is a stepmother, there must be a stepfather. Yi Liqing felt so sick that he almost died. He never expected that Yitan would behave so abnormally tonight. Not only did he attract the attention of the neighbors and the leaders of the textile factory, but he also exposed all the things. Tonight he completely lost all his dignity and face. Sure enough, this damn girl is his nemesis. But even though I feel sick, I still have to explain it, at least to save some face. Yi Liqing said quickly, "No, boss, you misunderstood. I didn't touch Yitan's money. I saved it all for my child. I wanted to give it to her after she got a job, but now the money has been stolen." At this time, a police officer asked Yi Liqing, "How much money did your family lose in total?" Yi Liqing didn't know, so he just looked at Chen Huihua. Chen Huihua's eyes flickered, and she said hurriedly, more than 1,000, and a lot of banknotes are missing too. More than 1,000. The police officer was stunned. If so much money was really lost, it would be a major case. Where is all the money? Where do you usually keep it? It is placed in an iron box on the bedside table. Chen Huihua hesitated for a moment, feeling that she seemed to have overlooked something, but she didn't remember it for a moment. Where is the iron box? Yi Liqing hurriedly said to Chen Huihua, "Go, bring the box to the public security comrades." Oh, oh. Chen Huihua responded quickly and took the iron box out of the house. The policeman took the iron box and looked at it carefully, then held it up and smiled at Chen Huihua. This box can hold more than 1,000 yuan, and there are banknotes. Now, Chen Huihua realized what she had overlooked. This small box simply could not hold so much money. The largest denomination of money nowadays is the Great Unity Note, which is 10 yuan. If there are more than 1,000 yuan, even if they are all Great Unity Notes, there will be more than 100 of them, plus various bills. What's more, everyone knows that the money that is usually placed outside cannot possibly be just for the Great Unity. Auntie said, "Chen Huihua, you are lying." I. Chen Huihua was a little flustered and said quickly, I may have remembered it wrongly. The police officer asked, how much money was lost? The police officer's eyes were sharp. Looking at the police officer's eyes, Chen Huihua's legs trembled a little. How could she dare to lie? She quickly told the truth, yes, it's more than 100 yuan, and some banknotes. The police officer looked at the iron box in his hand, nodded, and said, we will do our best to investigate this case. If you have any clues, please come and tell us at any time. Chen Huihua hurriedly said, Comrade Public Security, this money must have been stolen by Yitan. Don't talk nonsense if there is no evidence. The two police officers were very disdainful of Chen Huihua. The other police officer who had been silent said, we will find out the truth. Zhao Hong yelled at Chen Huihua, you are so despicable that you still don't forget to throw dirty water on Yitan. That's right, if he can lie about the amount of money he lost, how can he tell any truth? Someone in the crowd muttered in a low voice, but everyone heard it clearly. Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua were so angry that they became famous in the alley. Especially Yi Liqing, he glared at Chen Huihua angrily. She had clearly told him before that she lost more than 1,000 yuan, but now she said it was more than 100 yuan. He had a feeling that there seemed to be something wrong, so he planned to wait until there was no one around and ask Chen Huihua about it. Yi Tan, who had been standing next to Zhao Hong without saying a word, did not show anything on her face, but she was a little panicked inside. She was careless today and took the money to buy things at the grocery store. She didn't know if the police would find out. What should we do if we find out? Thinking of the consequence, Yi Tan's hands felt slightly cold. She was really careless. The police made a record and left. As the night deepened, the neighbors dispersed one after another. Zhao Hong was worried about Yitan and wanted Yitan to leave with her. Yitan disagreed. Anyway, Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua couldn't do anything to her now. So, Kong Changhao warned Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua again before leaving with Zhao Hong. Yitan originally thought that Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua would cause trouble for her, but Yi Liqing just glanced at her and pulled Chen Huihua back to their house. As for Yi Xiaozhen and Yi Xiaobao, they had already run back to their own rooms. Yitan curled her lips and went back to her storage room. She had to think carefully about how to deal with it if she was really found out tomorrow. Chapter 13, Dumpling. Yitan thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with any good solution, so she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Could it be that she would face the risk of being caught by the police as soon as she came through? Although those banknotes are now stored in the system warehouse, when she went to the grocery store to buy things, not to mention others, the two salesmen knew her. According to her original situation, the source of those banknotes was difficult to explain. In the end, Yitan thought so much that his head hurt and the back of his head was throbbing with pain. At this moment, she remembered that the wound on the back of her head had not yet healed completely, so she took out the medicine prescribed in the afternoon from the system space and planned to apply some of it. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the medicine box she got when she signed in at the hospital during the day. She remembered that there was a white porcelain bottle in the medicine box. During the day, because it was inconvenient, she had not yet seen what was in the porcelain bottle. Now she could take a look. Yitan stood up and locked the doors and windows of the utility room to make sure no one would suddenly break in. Then he took out the white porcelain bottle and pulled out the stopper. As soon as the cork was pulled out, a fresh fragrance wafted out. When Yitan smelled that fragrance, he suddenly felt refreshed, and even the pain in the back of his head seemed to be relieved a lot. Good stuff. Yitan looked at the white porcelain bottle with shining eyes. She took a look inside the bottle and found that it contained a golden pill. It was so golden that if it weren't for the fragrance emanating from the pill, Yitan would have thought it was a golden bean. This universe sign in system really shows the nature of a nouveau riche. However, the aroma of this pill was so tempting that Yitan couldn't help wanting to eat it, but she was worried about eating it by mistake. But then she thought about it and realized that she had bound herself to this sign in system when she came here, and it wouldn't kill the host in just one day. This pill should be a good thing. Yitan made up his mind and poured the pill into the palm of his hand. As soon as the pill touched Yitan's palm, a message flashed in her mind: a Jingyuan Hechi brain-boosting pill. It turned out to be a brain tonic pill, and it really worked for the disease. Yitan didn't hesitate this time. He raised his hand and threw the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and Yitan felt an indescribable breath immediately spreading to her limbs and bones, especially her head. A sense of clarity arose spontaneously, and the heaviness caused by the headache disappeared. Yitan felt that at this moment, she could definitely beat up a football team. I touched the back of my head again, the swelling was still there, but it didn't hurt anymore. As expected, every piece produced by the system is a top-quality one. Of course. Yitan was happy when suddenly a proud voice rang in her mind. Yitan was startled and shuddered violently. Who? Fortunately, she still had some sense and kept her voice low. I am your lovely Tongzi, host. The voice was soft and full of joy. I can finally talk to you. Fortunately, you are smart and took brain-boosting pills. When you talk to me, you don't have to speak out loud, you can just use your mind. What's going on? Yitan asked hurriedly. To be honest, she really didn't understand anything about this system. She was quite happy that a system suddenly appeared at this time. At least there was an instruction manual. Do you know that you are bound to the universe check-in system? Tongzi said hurriedly. Yitan hummed. Is it because I took that pill that you can communicate with me? Yes. Tongzi said, when I was released, I had an accident in the universe and almost ran out of energy. Fortunately, I was able to replenish my energy midway, and that's how I managed to land on your blue planet. I was bound to you by chance, but when I bound to you, you had just traveled through time and space. Although nothing happened on the surface, you also consumed your own energy because of traveling through time and space, which is what you on Blue Planet often call the body's vitality. Yitan suddenly realized, no wonder, I always feel that I eat very quickly today and I feel hungry soon. Yes. Tongzi said, because of these reasons, I can't communicate with you directly. The medicine box you signed in at the hospital is your novice gift package, which is tailored according to your own situation. It's a pity that I can't tell you to take that brain tonic pill quickly. Fortunately, you are smart, otherwise, I don't know when I can communicate with you. Yitan raised his eyebrows slightly. I have always been smart. You are smart but you still make mistakes. What will you do if the police find you tomorrow? Tongzi laughed. Yitan, no, that's too much. She shouldn't step on someone's weak spot right from the start. She is worried about this matter right now. If it happens again, she promises not to be stupid and will at least pretend. Etc. Yitan asked hurriedly, do you know everything I did today? Of course. Tongzi said proudly, how else would your warehouse appear? I deliberately opened the warehouse in advance for you to store your things, okay? Okay, of course, Tongzi, you are the best. After hearing what Tongzi said, Yitan's eyes suddenly lit up. So, if the police find me tomorrow, you have a way to help me solve it, right? You are the best, these must be a piece of cake for you. Tongzi was even more proud. Of course, although my energy is relatively low now, these are minor problems. I can solve them with a wave of my hand. Great, Tongzi, I'm counting on you this time. Just wait and see. Tongzi said proudly, and then fell silent. Yitan waited quietly. With the help of the system, she felt at ease. At the same time, she warned herself that she must think carefully before doing anything in the future and not leave any loopholes like this time. If Tongzi had not appeared, she might have been in real trouble. After a few minutes, Tongzi's voice sounded in Yitan's mind again, okay, it's done. The two salesmen will only say that you bought a pound of glutinous rice noodles and a pound of fruit candies. As for the money for the cakes, it was given by your grandparents. When you ask your grandparents, they will say that they gave you a total of about 1.8 yuan. You only need to take out 70 cents to prove it. As for the state-owned restaurant, no one will remember that you ate there. Okay, thank you Tongzi. Yitan said quickly, by the way, what's your name? I don't have a name yet. Tongzi's voice was still soft. Then I'll call you Tuanzi. Okay. Tuanzi's voice was full of excitement. I'll be called Tuanzi. That's great, I have a name now. Yitan felt that if Tuanzi had a physical body, it would be spinning around excitedly at this moment. Tuanzi was excited for a while, then said to Yitan, by the way, starting from tomorrow, you can sign in normally every day. It will be displayed if there is a suitable sign in location. The upper limit of sign in is 5 times a day. If the number of sign ins is not used up on the day, it can be accumulated to the next day. However, this number of sign ins is time limited. If it is not used for more than 1 month, it will disappear. What will be signed? Yitan asked. It depends on the person. Tuanzi said, besides, it's not limited to your blue star. I'm a cosmic sign in system, and I can still upgrade. I guarantee there won't be the most surprising thing, only more surprises. Wow. Yitan was amazed. This system is already very powerful now, so won't it be even more powerful in the future? This is simply robbery. No, it is a must-have for home and travel. Chapter 14 Questioning. Yitan was in a very good mood because he learned about Tuanzi's situation and solved the hidden danger for the next day. However, the atmosphere on Yilaiqing and Chen Huihua's side was very solemn. After returning to the room, Yilaiqing closed the door and said to Chen Huihua, what happened to the money? Didn't you say you lost more than 1,000? How come it became more than 100 now? It was not until the police told him that Yilaiqing realized something was wrong. Yes, how could such a small iron box hold more than 1,000 yuan? It was just that he didn't care about money on weekdays, so when Chen Huihua told him about it, he didn't notice anything wrong. I just remembered it wrong. Chen Huihua stammered, oh gee, you know that sometimes my memory is not very good. What about the rest of the money? Yilaiqing frowned and asked, where did you put it? Well, I saved it. Chen Huihua was panicking and sounded guilty when she spoke. Yilaiqing was suspicious, where is the banknote? Find it and show it to me. How much money did you save? Although he didn't care about money, Yilaiqing had a calculation in his mind. He silently calculated and said, after all these years, our family can save at least 2,000 or 3,000. No way, there are so many. Chen Huihua quickly avoided Yilaiqing's eyes. How many are there? Just over 1,000. Okay, what about the memorial? Let me take a look. Seeing Chen Huihua's performance, Yilaiqing became even more suspicious and insisted on seeing the memorial. Old Yi, it's getting late. Anyway, the memorial will not be lost. It will be the same if we wait until tomorrow. You'd better find it out and let me see it. Old Yi, Yilaiqing narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Huihua. Huihua, tell me the truth, do you have any memorial? Yes. Chen Huihua said hurriedly. If you have it, bring it to me for a look. But Huihua, why haven't you shown me the memorial? Or is there something fishy going on? If the memorial and the money are lost together, we should tell the police immediately and ask them to help investigate. Chen Huihua was shocked when she heard what Yilaiqing said. How could she dare to call the police? The petition was well kept by her. If she called the police, wouldn't that be a false alarm? The letter is here with me. Chen Huihua hurried to get it. Yilaiqing reached out to take the letter, but Chen Huihua quickly retracted his hand. Old Yi, there is something I need to tell you first. My nephew from my mother's side is getting married, so I borrowed some money from my eldest brother. How much did you borrow? At once. Before Chen Huihua could finish her words, Yilaiqing snatched the document and opened it. He immediately flew into a rage. How much did you borrow? How come there is only a little over 100 yuan left on the document? I borrowed 1,500. Yilaiqing's expression was too scary. Although Yilaiqing didn't care and rarely lost his temper when Chen Huihua abused Yitan, Chen Huihua was still very scared if Yilaiqing lost his temper, "Old Yi, listen to me, my nephew is getting married, and my eldest brother from my mother's family is renovating his house. They need money right now. We just happen to have enough money at home, and we don't have any major use for it recently. I thought of giving my eldest brother from my mother's family some emergency help first." Chen Huihua never thought that after she withdrew money for her elder brother yesterday and had not yet put the note back, it was discovered by Yi Liqing today. "Emergency?" Yi Liqing sneered. "Chen Huihua, you are really amazing. You used the entire Yi family's assets to help your eldest brother in an emergency. What's going on? Do you want to empty the Yi family? If I don't ask, will this money just go away like this?" "No, no." Chen Huihua said hurriedly. "Old Yi, listen to me. Listen to what you said." Yi Liqing's eyes were about to spit fire. "Listen to you, how do you take care of your mother's family?" "Chen Huihua, although I don't care about money, it doesn't mean that I'm confused. You often give money to your mother's family to buy things for them, and I just pretend not to see it and turn a blind eye. Just now I told you that there is still a surplus of 2,000 or 3,000, which is also the money you have helped your mother's family for these years. In the end, you are so good, you are really good, using our Yi family's assets to fill the hole of your Chen family. You go back to your mother's family tomorrow and get this money back for me. Old Yi, don't worry. My elder brother said that he will definitely pay back the money, but it will take some time." Chen Huihua was so anxious that her hands and feet were cold. "Besides, I just gave the money to my elder brother yesterday, and today he ran back to ask for it. How can I ask him to do that? Old Yi, for the sake of our marriage for so many years, please be tolerant for a few days. I promise that my elder brother will definitely pay back the money, okay?" Yi Liqing looked at Chen Huihua steadily, and after a while he said, "Okay, I'll trust you this time. 3 months, just 3 months. If you still don't pay it back after 3 months, I'll report it to the police, and you and your brother can go and explain it to them later." Okay. Chen Huihua breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yi Liqing relax. At the same time, she was even more angry towards Yi Tan. That money was definitely stolen by Yi Tan. If that dead girl hadn't caused this incident, how could Yi Liqing know so quickly that she had borrowed money from her eldest brother from her mother's family? Damn girl. When the police find evidence tomorrow, she will make sure that damn girl spend the rest of her life in jail. That night, some people in the Yi family tossed and turned in bed, some had nightmares, and of course, some had good dreams. The one who had a good dream last night was naturally Yi Tan. Perhaps it was because she had taken the Jingyuan Hechi brain pill the night before. When she woke up in the morning, Yi Tan felt refreshed. Seeing that other people in the family had not gotten up yet, she got up quickly, got herself ready, and went into the kitchen to make herself a breakfast: a pot of sweet potato and cornmeal porridge, 2 boiled eggs, a smashed cucumber, and a plate of shredded pickles. She had a big appetite, and she ate the whole pot of porridge clean. When the other 4 people got up, Yi Tan had just finished washing the dishes from their meal. Chen Huihua smelled the aroma of the remaining food in the kitchen and was so angry that she wanted to jump up and down. "Yi Tan, what do you mean?" Chapter 15, Furious Chen Huihua. "Can't you see what I mean?" Yi Tan raised his eyebrows evilly at Chen Huihua, whispered, and then cried loudly again, "Aunt Chen, I'm sorry, I'm really too hungry, so I just took a bite first. Please forgive me, I didn't eat last night, and my stomach is really hungry. Aunt Chen, I was wrong, please don't pinch me." Since she had a falling out with Yi Liqing's family last night, she no longer hid it. If she were to be like the original owner, submissive to Yi Liqing's family, she would be suffocated to death. Anyway, who doesn't know how to save face? As long as she is still the poor little abused girl in front of others, it will be fine. Tuanzi enjoyed Yi Tan's performance with great interest, and was amazed in his heart. He had no idea that its host was also such an acting genius. Chen Huihua was simply stunned by Yi Tan's cowardly behavior, especially when she saw Yi Tan still grinning at her. In addition, she was skinned by Yi Tan in front of the neighbors last night, and Yi Liqing threatened and scolded her last night. The string of reason in Chen Huihua's head was immediately broken. She yelled at Yi Tan like a madman, "You bitch, I will beat you to death. If I don't beat you to death today, I will not be named Chen." It was time for everyone to have breakfast. Yi Tan's shout had been heard clearly by many of the neighbors. Coupled with Chen Huihua's yelling and cursing, many people curled their lips. It turned out that Chen Huihua was a pretentious person in the past, but now that her skin had been exposed, she no longer pretended. Oh, what a pitiful girl Yitan is! Many people felt sympathetic towards Yitan, and became even more disdainful of Yi Liqing and his wife. Chen Huihua grabbed a rolling pin and hit Yitan. However, who was Yitan? How could she be hit by Chen Huihua? She dodged a few times and easily avoided Chen Huihua's fancy punches and kicks. On the contrary, Chen Huihua used too much force and almost sprained his waist. You little damn girl, you dare to hide! Chen Huihua was so mad at Yitan's provocative expression that she didn't even bother to cover up. Her voice was so loud that half of the alley could hear it clearly. Yitan dodged easily while making faces at Chen Huihua, crying loudly, "Aunt Chen, it hurts so much, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Don't block my mouth, I will listen to you in the future, if you don't let me eat, I won't eat." When Yi Shezhen saw Chen Huihua chasing and beating Yitan with a rolling pin, she thought of how she was scared by Yitan last night and the nightmare she had at night, and she felt a surge of anger rising in her heart. She was caught off guard last night, and today her mother had a weapon in her hand, and if she stepped forward to help, she didn't believe that the mother and daughter could not beat Yitan. Yi Shezhen immediately stepped forward to help Chen Huihua. Seeing that Yi Shezhen was looking for trouble, Yitan was not going to let her go. He turned around deftly and let the rolling pin in Chen Huihua's hand fall on Yi Shezhen. Yi Shezhen screamed in pain, "Ouch, Mom, why did you hit me?" Chen Huihua became even angrier when she saw that she had accidentally injured her own daughter. She waved the rolling pin in her hand vigorously, but it did not hit Yitan once. Instead, Yi Shezhen was accidentally injured several times. Yi Shezhen cried out for her parents because of the pain. Yitan was not to be outdone and cried even louder than Yi Shezhen. But Yi Xiaobao was a person who didn't know anything. When he saw Yitan and the other two making a fuss in the yard, he joined in the fun and clapped his hands to cheer them on. "Mom, beat this bitch to death." Yi Xiaobao had heard the words, "bitch girl," many times and knew that they were referring to Yitan. However, his parents and sister usually warned him not to speak loudly, so he was obedient. But today, seeing how lively the yard was, he had already forgotten those words and just wanted to join in the fun. For a moment, the whole Yi family yard was in chaos. Yi Liqing, who was listening in the house, thought it was outrageous, so he rushed out and shouted at several people, "Have you had enough of the noise? Stop it now. No, I must beat this bitch to death today." Chen Huihua was really furious. She glared at Yitan hatefully, wishing she could pull out Yitan's tendons and skin him alive to relieve her hatred. When Yitan saw Yi Liqing coming out, she knew that today's good show had to end, so she ruffled her hair and pretended to cry as she ran towards the gate. "Aunt Chen, I was wrong. I won't eat anymore. Please stop hitting me. It hurts." As he spoke, Yitan opened the gate and ran out, pinching his arm hard and forcing a few tears to fall. So, several neighbors who were attracted by the fuss of the Yi family saw Yitan with disheveled hair wiping tears and rushing out of the yard, running out of the alley. Chen Huihua even chased him out with a rolling pin in his hand, cursing. "Oh, Chen Huihua, you are using such a thick rolling pin, do you want to beat someone to death?" A neighbor exclaimed when he saw the rolling pin in Chen Huihua's hand. "Chen Huihua, you are so cruel. Look at how Yitan has been abused by you and your wife. It turns out that a stepmother is a stepmother, and no one is good at it." What happened last night completely shattered the filters that the neighbors had for Yi Liqing and his wife. They were still in shock after an entire night. It was surprising to see them say something nice about Chen Huihua when they saw the huge rolling pin in her hand. No, it's that damn girl who pissed me off." Chen Huihua was stunned when she saw so many people coming out. In the time it took her to be stunned, Yitan had already run far away. Look at what you said. You scolded Xiao Tan in front of us and said she was angry with you. Don't you see how fierce you are? How dare she, a woman with no mother or father, make you angry? You still want to fool us like before." An old lady who looked down on Chen Huihua's behavior said to Chen Huihua with contempt. At this time, Yi Liqing hurried out. Just when he heard these words, he felt very uncomfortable. However, it was not easy to offend so many neighbors, so he smiled and said, "Oh, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. My Yitan just had some misunderstandings with Huihua. It's nothing." As he said this, he smiled at everyone and pulled Chen Huihua back home. The neighbors who were watching secretly curled their lips and pretended that they were still being fooled by the couple like before. Looking at the alley entrance again, Yitan had already run away. The neighbors' sympathy for Yitan reached a new level. The child was so pitiful that he couldn't even have breakfast. Yitan, who was sympathized by his neighbors, was standing next to the state-owned restaurant at this time. He had a depressed expression on his face, but he was very happy in his heart. She learned her lesson. Feng Litan was too small, so it would be better for her to put on her vest first to avoid arousing suspicion. But you can feel secretly happy. Looking at the big golden button at the entrance of the state-owned hotel, if it weren't for the wrong time and place, she would have wanted to laugh 3 times and sing a song about good times. The large golden characters, check-in point of Feng Litan state-owned hotel, are bright and dazzling. They are not the words of a vulgar nouveau riche at all. They are clearly a house full of wealth and splendor. Sign in. Yitan repeated this sentence silently in his mind. Ding! Successfully signed in at Fengtang Town state-owned restaurant and received 10 large meat buns with thin skin and large fillings, and a large meat bun tutorial. Chapter 16 Hu Han-san, I'm back again. There is even a tutorial. Yitan was a little surprised. Her cooking skills were actually okay, but not that great. They were just edible, at the level of ordinary home cooking. Since this tutorial was produced by the system, it should be good. Yitan felt a little excited. Host, you can look forward to it. At this time, Tuan's voice rang in Yitan's mind. As long as the system can give you the tutorials and skills, there will be no second chance. That's great. Yitan said happily, I'll take a good look at it when I have time. Okay, let's go to the next check-in point. Ding! I signed in successfully at the Fengtang Town grocery store and received a gift package of grocery items. Ding! Successfully signed in at the People's Bank of Fengtang Town and received 10 yuan in cash. After wandering around Fengtang Town for a while, Yitan signed in at 2 check-in points in a row. Both were quite affordable, especially the 10 yuan cash at the bank, which made Yitan's eyes light up. 10 yuan a day, 300 yuan a month, that's more than 3,000 yuan a year. You don't have to do anything else, just signing in at the bank every day can make you a millionaire. You have to know that in this era, a millionaire is considered a wealthy person. I will buy a few houses in Beijing when I have the chance. On the one hand, I can keep them for appreciation in value, and on the other hand, I can collect rent. Wouldn't it be possible for her to live a good life as a landlady in the future? Oh my, it makes me happy just thinking about it. Host, don't get too excited. We're just getting started. Yes. Tuan's words pulled Yitan back from her excitement. Now that she had a system, she had to look at the long term. So she went to the next check-in point. Regarding the next sign-in point, Yitan plans to go to the scrap collection station to see if he can sign out anything. Yitan was quite familiar with the scrap collection station based on the original owner's memory, because Chen Huihua always sent her to the scrap collection station to get some waste newspapers to paste on the walls or for burning. She only had to give the aunt guarding the gate a penny for a large pile of waste newspapers, which was very cost-effective. However, Yitan did not plan to go into the scrap collection station in Fengtang Town. After all these years of being washed away, there was nothing left in there. Even if there were some good things, they would not be hers. There is no shortage of people with vision in every era. She did not think that she could pick up any bargains in 1975. Girl, are you here to look for waste newspapers today? The auntie who was guarding the waste collection station was obviously familiar with Yitan. When she saw her coming over, she smiled and said, some books and newspapers were just delivered this morning. You came at the right time. When Yitan heard this, her eyes lit up. It would be better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. She didn't expect to find any famous calligraphy or paintings, but she could look for high school textbooks or something like that. You know, the college entrance examination will be resumed in 2 years. The original owner graduated from junior high school, so she has no shortage of junior high school textbooks, but she has no high school textbooks. Although her academic performance was good in her previous life, she is not familiar with the textbooks of this era. No matter what, she has to find a complete set and review it well to prepare for the college entrance examination. That's great, auntie. I was just looking for some old newspapers or something. Go in, there are not many people inside. The middle-aged woman said to Yitan with a smile. Oh, okay, thank you, auntie. While thanking the old lady, Yitan confirmed the sign in button with his mind. Yes, this scrap collection station also has a check-in point. Ding! I signed in successfully at the Fengtang Town Waste Collection Station and received a pair of jadeite Imperial concubine bracelets. When this voice sounded in Yitan's mind, it was almost like heavenly music. She couldn't help but jump twice and quickly walked into the scrap collection station. The auntie sitting at the door looked at Yitan's cheerful steps, smiled and shook her head, sighing, "It's good to be young." Jade bracelet. Yitan held a few pieces of waste newspaper in his hand, but his eyes couldn't help but glance into the system warehouse. So beautiful. So beautiful. So beautiful. God knows how much she loves jade, but it's a pity that in her previous life she was a moonlighter working from 9 to 5 and had no spare money to buy herself any jade jewelry. Unexpectedly, after traveling through time and space to this era of material scarcity, she could easily own the jade jewelry that was out of reach in her previous life. Taking a deep breath, Yitan suppressed the excitement in his heart and remained calm. Tuanzi said, "This is just the beginning. After rummaging through a pile of waste for a long time, I found that waste is waste, always in pieces. Not to mention famous calligraphy and paintings, there was not even a trace of textbooks. There were only some waste newspapers and some fragmented pages that had been torn into pieces and whose original appearance could not be recognized at all. Even the words on those fragments were smudged by water stains." While searching, Yitan's eyes fell on a piece of scrap paper, on which he could faintly make out 3 words, Men Tang Yin. When Yitan saw those 3 words, his heart skipped a beat. Most of Tang Yin's paintings had simple signatures, with only 4 words, Woman Tang Yin. If this fragment was real, it would be such a pity. Yitan looked at the pile of waste around him again. There might really be some torn authentic masterpieces here. However, even if these fragments were really masterpieces of famous artists, or torn pages of valuable books, they would have no value at all. These scraps of paper thrown into the scrap collection station are like a microcosm of this era, revealing sadness and heartache in the midst of displacement. After calming down, Yitan at least knew that he came in to get some newspapers, so he randomly picked a pile of newspapers, paid a cent to the gatekeeper, and then found an empty corner and put the pile of newspapers into the system warehouse. Of course, it was still piled on the ground. No matter whether it is money or waste newspapers, they are all treated the same in the system warehouse. She looked at the sun and it was almost noon. She was a poor girl who was being abused. She had no money to eat out in the state-owned restaurant, so she had to go home to eat. Continuing to pretend to be aggrieved, Yitan walked into the alley. Amid the pitying words and gazes of the neighbors, he whispered a few words to them one by one and returned to the Yi family's yard. At this time, the Yi family's meal had just been served. Without Yitan, their hard worker, Chen Huihua had to cook by herself, and Yi Shezhen could not be relied on. But just as they were about to start eating, the courtyard gate was opened. The family looked back and saw Yitan coming in with a look of being bullied. As soon as Yitan closed the courtyard gate, his expression changed immediately and he smiled provocatively at Yi Liqing's family. "I, Hu Hansan, am back again." Chapter 17. Chen Huihua was transferred. Chen Huihua looked at Yitan, especially at Yitan's smug and annoying look. She couldn't help but feel angry. Not long after she arrived at the class this morning, she was notified that she would be transferred to the front line to work as a textile worker, and at the apprentice level. Her salary had also been adjusted, and it was only 1 or 2 yuan more than a temporary worker. She was so angry that she wanted to talk to her leader, but the leader said that this was a decision made at a unified meeting of the factory and she had 2 choices, either go to the front line or find a transfer herself. Upon hearing what her leader said, Chen Huihua had no choice but to give up and went to her new position with frustration. If she had the ability to transfer to another unit, why would she have deliberately taken over Lin Xiaoxiang's job? Throughout the whole morning, Chen Huihua's anger accumulated more and more. When she came back angrily at noon, Yitan was not at home. She had no choice but to hold back her anger and prepare lunch. As a result, Yitan came back now. Chen Huihua couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up and rushed to Yitan, "You broom." However, before Chen Huihua could finish her words, Yi Liqing grabbed Chen Huihua's arm and said, "Huihua, let's talk it over. Old Yi, don't try to persuade me." Chen Huihua was about to break free from Yi Liqing's grip. "This damn girl caused me to be transferred to another position. Not only will I be exhausted in the future, but my salary has also been reduced. I will never let this damn girl go today. Anyway, the relationship has been torn apart, and the neighbors around know everything they should know. Chen Huihua simply gave up and said, Yi Tan, if you have the guts, stop pretending to be pitiful. Yi Tan was so angry that he made a face at Chen Huihua, and continued to act like a drama queen. He turned around and knocked over the broom, and then kicked over the bucket in the yard with his leg. Aunt Chen, I don't dare to do it again. Please don't hit me. Dad, please save me, I am your own daughter. Yi Tan's performance really opened the eyes of Yi Liqing's family. If it weren't for the sneer and provocation on Yi Tan's face at this time, they would really think that Yi Tan was beaten badly just by hearing the sound. Obviously, the people outside the yard also thought so, but when they saw the gate of the Yi family's yard was closed, they all sighed and shook their heads. If this girl from the old Yi family can't stand up on her own, no matter how much help others give, it will be in vain. Old Yi. Chen Huihua felt like she could explode on the spot. Look, this is your good daughter. This is going to piss me off to death. Yi Liqing was also furious, but now, he knew that the most important thing was to appease Yi Tan. Okay, stop talking and sit down. But Chen Huihua was unwilling to give in. When Yi Liqing glared at her, she thought of the 1,500 yuan she had lent to her eldest brother from her mother's family. She had to hold her anger and sit down. She glared at Yi Tan fiercely, as if she wanted to dig out a few pieces of flesh from Yi Tan. Yi Tan was not afraid of Chen Huihua's eyes. Chen Huihua now was just a tiger with its teeth pulled out. No, in front of her, Chen Huihua could not even be called a tiger. At most, he was a hyena with its teeth pulled out. After getting a big bowl of rice from the kitchen, Yi Tan moved a stool and sat down at the table. This time, Yi Shezhen did not do what she did in the morning, but timidly moved the stool further away from Yi Tan. Yi Xiaobao wanted to continue calling Yi Tan a bitch, but was scared by Yi Tan's look. No one picked up their chopsticks, but Yi Tan didn't care. She just picked up the food and started eating. After taking a bite, Yi Tan couldn't help but frown slightly. Chen Huihua's cooking skills were really not good. The food was very unpalatable with little oil and salt. However, she also knew that this was how it was in this era, and it was fine as long as she had something to eat for now. So, their whole family watched Yi Tan eat and drink without any care, and soon, half of the dishes on the table were gone. You? Chen Huihua gritted her teeth. What do you mean? Yi Tan ate more than half of the family's dishes by herself, so what was left for others to eat? Eat. Yi Tan raised his eyebrows while eating and said, Don't say I'm stealing your food. I'm letting you eat it. As he spoke, the dishes on the table became less. If you don't eat now, the food will be gone. Immediately, the Yi family members didn't say anything and started eating quickly. This damn girl has been really evil these past 2 days. After dinner, Yi Liqing planned to have a good chat with Yi Tan, Xiao Tan. Before Yi Liqing could finish his next words, Yi Tan sneered, Xiao Tan? That's really strange. This is the first time you've called me by my name like that since I was a child. In the past, all we did was call her by her full name, or call her a dead girl or an unfilial daughter. Yi Liqing choked for a moment, automatically ignored the question, and continued, You have been making a fuss these past 2 days, haven't you let out your anger? Dad knows that I signed up for you to go to the countryside, and you feel bad. I understand that you are making a fuss, but isn't there a limit? Look, you made such a fuss last night, and you made another fuss this morning. Even your Aunt Qian's job has been transferred because of this, and she is more tired at work and her salary has been reduced. Can you let out the anger in your heart? Chen Huihua was listening at the side and felt sick in her heart. It turned out that after all the trouble caused by that damn girl Yi Tan, she was the only one who suffered in the end. Yi Tan sneered, You mean, you can just cover up the suffering I've endured for the past 10 years with just a few words? Xiao Tan, no matter what, your Aunt Qian and I raised you. You have to know that you were only 3 years old when your mother left. We raised you from the age of 3 to this age. Even if we have no credit, we have at least worked hard. Yi Liqing said earnestly. Yi Tan was too lazy to discuss this issue with Yi Liqing. He could tell from what Yi Liqing said that he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. At most, he felt that he had some rebelliousness because of going to the countryside. As for the previous 10 years, it was all natural in his opinion. I'm too lazy to tell you anything else. Since I am destined to go to the countryside, you have to prepare my luggage, money, and all kinds of quilts, cotton-padded clothes, mattresses and other things I need for the trip to the northeast. Yitan said in a cold voice. When Chen Huihua heard that Yitan was asking for money, she immediately exploded. How could the family have any money now? Even the more than 100 yuan they used for daily living had been stolen by this damn girl in front of them. Yitan, don't play dumb. Don't you know where the money in the family went? Do you have any money in the family now? What a joke! How would I know if your family has money now? In all these years, have you ever given me a penny other than asking me to buy things? Everything I eat, wear and use, which one wasn't given to me by you because you had left it over. Now you have the nerve to ask me where the money went. How dare you? Yitan didn't give in to Chen Huihua at all. Yitan, let's be frank and honest. You must admit that it was you who stole the money in the house. Chen Huihua said firmly. Chen Huihua, you need to provide evidence when you speak. If you say I stole money, you need to produce evidence. Otherwise, I will ask the police to help me seek justice. Okay, then let's see what the police find out today. Yitan, remember, if you steal money from our family, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. Hearing Yitan calling her name directly, Chen Huihua wanted to beat Yitan up like she did before, but she couldn't. She looked at Yitan with sparks in her eyes. Okay, then we'll see. Chapter 18 Handover. The conversation at noon naturally ended on an unpleasant note. Yitan ignored those people and went straight back to his own storage room. When Chen Huihua was cleaning up the dishes, she was so angry that she was throwing things around. It was only after Yi Liqing yelled at her that she reluctantly stopped. By the afternoon, everyone went to work or school, and only Yitan and Yi Shezhen were left at home. Yitan looked at Yi Shezhen's closed door, sneered, and walked out. She had made an appointment with Zhao Hong. In the afternoon, Zhao Hong would bring her eldest brother and nephew to the textile factory to meet her. She handed over the work directly to Zhao Hong's nephew to avoid any further complications. It just so happens that there is still one sign in opportunity left today, and Yitan also plans to go to the textile factory to see what he can sign. Xiaotan. Yitan had just walked to the gate of the textile factory, and before he had time to look at the golden button hanging in the air at the gate of the textile factory, he saw Zhao Hong waving at him in front of him. There were two men standing beside her, one was in his 40s or 50s and looked very honest, while the other was probably in his early 20s, with a dark complexion, and was quite similar to the man in his 40s or 50s. Aunt Zhao, I'm sorry, I'm late. Yitan hurriedly ran 2 steps forward and said. It's not too late, we just arrived. Zhao Hong patted Yitan's hand and asked with concern, after we left last night, your father and stepmother didn't make things difficult for you, right? No. Yitan pursed his lips and sighed slightly. Don't worry, Aunt Zhao, even if you make things difficult for me, I won't be the same as before. I have figured it out now. No matter how I try to please them, they won't like me. I don't have to swallow my anger anymore. She will eventually return to her original personality, and telling people this will help lay some foundation for future changes so that others don't feel it's abrupt. Yes, that's how it should be. Thinking of Chen Huihua's arrogance yesterday, Zhao Hong got angry. You are grown up now, you should learn to stand up for yourself. After going to the countryside, learn to be more powerful and not too easygoing, so that others will think twice before bullying you. Yitan didn't expect Zhao Hong to teach her this way, but it was exactly what she wanted, so she nodded and said, Aunt Zhao, I understand what you mean. I will change. I will never let anyone bully me again. Yes, that's right. Zhao Hong nodded and smiled. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell Aunt Zhao, don't keep it to yourself. Well, thank you Aunt Zhao. At this time, Zhao Hong remembered that she hadn't introduced the people to each other yet, so she pointed at the 2 men beside her and said to Yitan, this is my eldest brother and my nephew. Then he said to the 2 men, this is the girl I told you about. Her name is Yitan. When they were at home, Zhao Hong's elder brother and nephew already knew that the job was sold to them by a young girl. After hearing what Zhao Hong said, they naturally understood. However, it was not appropriate to talk about the sale of jobs in front of the door, and both of them were not good at talking, so they smiled at Yitan. Let's go. Let's go in quickly while there are few people here. Zhao Hong said. The 3 of them entered the textile factory and went to Kong Changhao's office. The job quota reserved for Yitan had always been on the list in the textile factory. If Yitan came to work, He only needed to report to the Labor and Personnel Department. Now that Yi Tan has sold his job, he needs to resign first before Zhao Hong's nephew can start working. Because Kong Changhao was the director of the Labor and Personnel Department, the process was very fast and the work was completed in less than an hour. Because all the workers in the factory were at work in the afternoon, no one except the people in the Labor and Personnel Department knew that Yi Tan had handed over his work to someone else. After their work was done, Zhao Hong took Yi Tan and her eldest brother and nephew back home. When they got home, Zhao Hong took out 1,000 yuan and an envelope full of bills and gave them to Yi Tan. Xiao Tan, keep this 1,000 yuan well, but don't let your father and stepmother see it. Sew a pocket on your underwear and hide the money in it, so you will be safe when you go to the countryside. Zhao Hong warned sincerely. Okay, I understand, Aunt Zhao. Yi Tan nodded obediently, and then she could just throw these directly into the system warehouse. Zhao Hong showed Yi Tan the banknotes again. I have prepared some national bills for you, meat coupons, grain coupons, cloth coupons, and a few tails of oil coupons. When you go to the countryside, you will definitely need everything. Take these first, and ask your Uncle Kong to save some cotton for you later. Yi Tan didn't expect Zhao Hong to give him so many bills, and hurriedly said, Aunt Zhao, these are enough, don't let Uncle Kong work too hard. Now you need cotton tickets to buy cotton. Even though Kong Changhao is the director of the textile factory, he can't buy as much cotton as he wants. Don't worry about these. Let your Uncle Kong take care of the preparations. Yes, yes. Zhao Hong's elder brother Zhao Xing also said hurriedly, you have helped us so much, otherwise my son Juzi would not know when he can find a job. Thank you so much. Zhao Xing was a simple and honest man, and he kept thanking Yi Tan with a smile. Zhao Juzi was sitting nearby, scratching his head and laughing. Originally, Zhao Hong wanted to keep Yi Tan at home for dinner, but Yi Tan did not agree. Food was tight at that time. Besides, she still had to go home to vent her anger on the couple. Now Yi Tan really wants to know what kind of expression Yi Liqing will have when he takes Yi Xiaojun to report to the factory and finds out that her job has been sold. But it's a pity that she will be going to the countryside in a few days, so I'm afraid I won't be able to see her anymore. When he returned to the Yi family, Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua had not finished get-off work yet. Yi Tan went straight into the kitchen, cut a piece of bacon, fried a vegetable, fried an egg, and heated up a steamed bun made of 2 grains of flour left over from lunch. He then started eating right in the kitchen. By the time Yi Xiaojun heard the noise and ran to the kitchen, Yi Tan had almost finished eating. Seeing the 1 or 2 slices of bacon left on the plate, Yi Xiaojun stamped her feet in anger. Yi Tan, you are going too far. You are eating alone before our parents come back. Yi Tan threw a piece of bacon into his mouth and sneered at Yi Xiaojun. Is it your business? Chapter 19 Taking Inventory of Property. Yi Xiaojun looked at Yi Tan and wanted to argue with her, but when she thought of the loss she suffered this morning, she felt a little scared. She could only glare at Yi Tan and went back to her room. Never mind, her parents were there anyway, so she didn't want to get into trouble with Yi Tan. So, when Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua returned home, what greeted them was a cold stove and a pitiful small piece of bacon left on the beam. When Chen Huihua saw that there was a lot less bacon, she was about to get angry, but was stopped by Yi Liqing. He had a feeling that as long as Chen Huihua started yelling, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. In short, that damn girl Yi Tan always had a way to make them suffer in silence. He didn't know why that damn girl had been so difficult to deal with these past 2 days. Moreover, someone from the trade union came to him today and said that they had heard about his family affairs and asked him to be fair and be nicer to his own daughter. This made Yi Liqing feel very pressured and he was even more unwilling to let Chen Huihua make a fuss about it. Anyway, in a few days, that damn girl would go to the countryside and might not come back. He just had to endure it for a few days. Yi Liqing even secretly hoped that the police would arrest Yi Tan. Of course, he couldn't say this idea out loud. No matter what, Yi Tan was his own daughter. Okay, let's cook. Yi Liqing was also a little annoyed. By the way, Xiaojun is idle at home now and has nothing to do, so let her cook at home, so that you don't have to go home to cook after a tiring day. Xiaojun just graduated a few days ago. She finally has a few days off. She will go to work in a few days. How dare you order her around? Chen Huihua felt sorry for her daughter and didn't want Yi Xiaojun to be too tired. Okay, I'll just come back and cook every day from now on. Then it's up to you. Yi Liqing didn't care. As long as he could have a meal when he got home from get off work, it was fine. Chen Huihua changed her clothes and prepared to go to the kitchen to cook, muttering quietly, I don't know how the police are investigating. I hope that Yitan will be arrested by the police and spend the rest of her life in jail. Anyway, Chen Huihua now hopes that Yitan will disappear from her sight as soon as possible. She really doesn't want to see this dead girl at all. She has been really hurt by her in the past 2 days. At this time, Yitan was happily in his utility room, counting his belongings. When she came out of the textile factory today, she signed in at the check-in point and got a wooden box. When she opened the box, she found that it was full of cloth, all of which were very suitable for this era. Cotton, dacron, serge, and even some cloth she couldn't name. Tuanzi said with a smile, Host, these pieces of cloth are from Fanading and Jiangxiao, but they are very high-end fabrics in this era. Fanding, where are the officers? It was the first time that Yitan heard these two names. Yes, yes. Tuanzi said happily, it is said that these two kinds of fabrics are very rare in this era. You need some connections to get them. So rare. That's natural. Yitan looked at the pieces of fabric carefully and placed them at the bottom of the wooden box. Such rare fabrics meant that she would not be able to use them to make clothes for at least the next 1 or 2 years. After all, in her current situation, she could not get these fabrics. After putting the fabrics away, Yitan took stock of the other things. The more than 3,100 yuan collected from Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua's houses, as well as some local bills, had to be spent quickly before leaving Fengtang town to avoid waste. After all, there was a time limit. The 1,000 yuan earned from selling work in the past few days and those national bills can be kept for now. They will be useful when I go to the northeast in the future. And the $10 I got from signing in at the bank today. By this calculation, she is already an invisible rich woman, with about 4,100 yuan in her hands, and a lot of bills. In addition to these, there was the pair of jade bracelets she had signed out from the scrap collection station, and 10 large meat buns and a meat bun tutorial she had signed out from a state-owned restaurant. This system warehouse had a fresh keeping function. The steaming hot meat buns were still hot when they were put in, and Yitan was extremely satisfied with this function of the warehouse. In addition to these, there was also a large gift package of grocery items signed out from the grocery store. When Yitan opened it, his eyes lit up immediately. There was white sugar, brown sugar, milk powder, malted milk, canned yellow peaches, white rabbit milk candy, and fermented rice cake. In addition to these, there were actually some condiments. Basically, all the oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and even a packet of MSG were available. He put the fermented rice cake and other pastries he had bought from the grocery store together with the big grocery gift package. Yitan stroked his chin and began to think about how to get more out of Yi Liqing and his wife. Anyway, as long as they are unhappy, she will be happy. Chen Huihua in the kitchen prepared the meal, and without calling Yitan, the family of Fr sat in the yard and started eating. Yi Xiaozhen did not forget to complain, Mom, Yitan ate alone in the afternoon and ate a lot of bacon. When Yi Xiaozhen mentioned meat, Yi Xiaobao looked at the table and saw 3 plates of vegetarian dishes. He immediately said, Mom, I want to eat meat. I want to eat bacon. Yi Liqing said irritably, What are you eating? Eat. No, I just want to eat meat. Yi Xiaobao sat on the chair, swinging his arms and kicking his legs, and acted coquettishly to Chen Huihua, Mom, cook meat for me. What meat? Yitan ate it all. Yi Xiaozhen said with a snort. That damn girl. When Yi Xiaobao heard that all the meat had been eaten by Yitan, he immediately shouted in anger. Before Yi Xiaobao could finish shouting, Yitan suddenly came out of the utility room and glared at Yi Xiaobao, tried to curse again. Perhaps it was because Yitan's eyes were too terrifying. Yi Xiaobao was frightened and immediately hid in Chen Huihua's arms. He couldn't understand why this little girl, who could be bullied at any time, was so terrifying in the past 2 days. For a moment, the yard became quiet. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. We are from the Fengtang Town Public Security Bureau, please open the door. Chapter 20 Police Visit. From the Public Security Bureau. Chen Huihua's eyes suddenly lit up. She felt that the police had come to arrest Yitan. She immediately got up and opened the door. Before she could see who was at the door, she asked, Comrade Public Security, are you here to arrest Yitan? Oh, Chen Huihua, how much do you hate this girl Yitan? You wish the police would arrest Yitan. Yitan is so unlucky to have a stepmother like you. Auntie stood behind the police and said with a pout. She was so blind before that she actually thought Chen Huihua was a good person. She only knew how to put on a show and act like a hypocrite. She was really contemptible. Chen Huihua then saw clearly that there were 7 or 8 neighbors following the 2 policemen. Her face suddenly turned dark. She was so angry with Yitan that she didn't keep her composure. No, she was just mad at Yitan just now, and she was just saying that in anger. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Yi Liqing cursed in his heart, secretly annoyed at Chen Huihua's carelessness, but he still had to come out to smooth things over for Chen Huihua. Among the neighbors who followed, someone laughed. Oh, you are angry with Yitan again. Why are you angry? Is it because Yitan didn't listen to you and told you about the beating you guys gave her? Are you too embarrassed? Yes, now that we know your true colors, you are angry with that girl Yitan, right? Several neighbors were talking at the same time, making Yi Liqing and his wife blush. The 2 police officers who came to the Yi family did not stop them. They waited until the neighbors had finished talking before saying, okay, stop talking. We are here to understand the situation today. Chen Huihua was furious. Why didn't you say it earlier? You just stood there and watched the joke. These people had already said everything before you asked them to say less. You said everything you needed to say, okay? Yi Liqing hurriedly pulled Chen Huihua back, then smiled and said to the 2 police officers, Comrade police officers, what do you want to know? Please come in and sit down first. The 2 policemen entered the yard. Just as Chen Huihua was about to close the gate, one of them said, don't close the gate yet, in case something gets unclear later. That's right. We have to keep an eye on you too so that you don't make nonsense about what the public security comrades did in the future. We can also help the public security comrades clarify the matter. This time, even Yi Liqing's face turned dark. Doesn't this mean that the couple are clearly talking nonsense? Oh, your family of 4 can eat. Auntie saw 4 pairs of bowls and chopsticks on the table in the yard. She knew Yitan had nothing to do with it, and her sense of justice suddenly burst out. You don't let Yitan eat breakfast, and you don't let Yitan eat dinner. What? Yitan is made of iron, and he doesn't need to eat and just needs to work, right? As soon as Auntie finished speaking, she saw Yitan standing at the door of the utility room. She hurriedly called Yitan to her side and asked with concern, Xiao Tan, have you had dinner? Yitan shook his head. Auntie, I'm not hungry. How can I not be hungry? Before Auntie finished her words, Yi Xiaojun shouted, she cooked and ate alone this afternoon, and she almost finished all our bacon. After hearing what Yi Xiaojun said, Yitan didn't say anything, but just lowered his head slightly. In the eyes of the neighbors, this meant that Yitan was bullied by Yi Xiaojun and dared not speak. Auntie laughed and said, Xiaojun, don't lie so much. Xiao Tan is 2 months older than you. Look at how fat you are. Then look at Xiao Tan. Do you think we are blind? Can't we tell who is full and who is not? Yi Xiaojun was speechless. Chen Huihua hurriedly pulled Yi Xiaojun behind her and signaled her with her eyes not to speak anymore. No matter what they said now, they were afraid that the neighbors would not believe it. Seeing this, Yi Liqing hurriedly changed the subject. If he continued to say these words, he would lose face completely. Comrade Public Security, what do you want to know today? I will tell you what I know. Also, do you have any clues about the thief who stole our house? Chen Huihua secretly glared at Yitan fiercely, but did not dare to yell at the police to arrest Yitan. There were 2 police officers who came to the Yi family today, 1 male and 1 female. The male police officer had been to the Yi family the day before. After hearing what Yi Liqing said, the male police officer said to Yi Liqing, we came here today to find Yitan to learn about the situation. When Chen Huihua heard this, she was immediately shocked. Well, I'll tell you, the money was stolen by Yitan, otherwise why would the public security comrades come here to understand the situation? After saying that, Chen Huihua glared at Yitan and said, Yitan, it turns out that you took the money. The female police officer frowned and said to Chen Huihua, what are you doing? What are you doing? We are here to understand the situation. We can only make a conclusion after we understand the actual situation. That's right. Auntie protected Yitan and started to scold Chen Huihua. The police didn't say anything, but you just opened your mouth to accuse him. How can you be so arrogant? Yi Liqing glared at Chen Huihua again and said to the 2 police officers, comrades, if you want to know the situation, just ask. He then said to Yitan, "Answer whatever the police ask you, and don't lie." Yitan lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Someone in the neighborhood who was watching laughed out loud. "Yi Lai-ching, you even told Yitan not to lie, but you don't even think about how many years you two have been lying to each other." Yi Lai-ching almost gritted his teeth when he heard this. He was really talking about something that was irrelevant. The female police officer ignored Yi Lai-ching and looked at Yitan with a friendly expression. She smiled at Yitan and said, "Just call me Yitan, right?" Regarding the Yi family's affairs, the two police officers who came to the Yi family yesterday went back and told the general situation. They did not hide what Yi Lai-ching and his wife did. Now almost the entire Public Security Bureau knows that Yi Lai-ching and his wife privately abused Yitan. The female police officer felt very sympathetic towards Yitan. Yitan pursed his lips and nodded. "I'm just going to ask you some questions. Don't be afraid. Just tell us what you have to say. We won't wrongly accuse a good person. Okay, go ahead and ask." Yitan continued to pretend to be a little timid. "Did you go grocery shopping yesterday?" Yitan nodded. Seeing this, Chen Huihua was like she had discovered a new world, and hurriedly said, "Comrade Public Security, look, this is the evidence. She didn't have any money on her, and I didn't ask her to buy seasonings. She couldn't have gone to the grocery store to buy things. The money she used to buy things must have been stolen from home. Anyway, in the eyes of the neighbors, she is now a vicious stepmother, and Chen Huihua is too lazy to pretend anymore. She just wants Yitan to be arrested and put in jail as soon as possible. This has almost become her obsession." After hearing Chen Huihua's words, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It was a good thing that Chen Huihua had the nerve to say that. Chapter 21 Search. The female police officer ignored Chen Huihua and continued to ask Yitan, "What did you buy at the grocery store?" "1 pound of glutinous rice sticks and 1 pound of fruit candy." The female police officer nodded, and it was consistent with their investigation. "You bought glutinous rice sticks and fruit candies. Where did you get the money?" Chen Huihua questioned Yitan. Yi Xiaobao's eyes lit up when he heard the word candy, and he stretched out his paw towards Yitan. "I want to eat glutinous rice sticks and fruit candy. Give them to me quickly, you little bitch, you don't deserve to eat these." Yi Xiaobao spoke so quickly that Yi Shezhen beside him didn't have time to cover his mouth. As a result, a group of neighbors started to ridicule Yi Lai-ching and his wife, which made Yi Lai-ching so angry that his liver ached. Yitan whispered to the female police officer, "The money I used to buy things was given by my grandparents. I saved it secretly over the years. I didn't dare let my father and Aunt Shen know, otherwise they would have taken it away." After hearing Yitan's words, everyone felt even more sympathetic towards her, and even more disdainful and angry towards Yi Lai-ching and his wife. And this was exactly what Yitan wanted. She occupied the original owner's body and understood how she had lived over the years. Although she disagreed with the original owner's cowardice, she also sympathized with her experiences over the years. She skinned Yi Lai-ching and his wife in front of everyone, which could be regarded as seeking some justice for the original owner, although it was very likely that the poor girl would no longer be able to see it. At this moment, no matter how stupid Chen Huihua was, she didn't dare to scold Yitan for secretly saving money, otherwise she would be drowned by the neighbor's spit, although it was almost drowned now. But in her heart, Chen Huihua cursed her parents-in-law, thinking that they had nothing better to do than to give money to Yitan. You know, the old couple have no ability to work now, and they rely on Yi Lai-ching to give them living expenses every month to make a living. But in the end, old Yi gave them pension money, and then secretly gave it to Yitan. He is simply betraying his own people. "Comrade Public Security, I didn't steal any money," Yitan said, and took out 70 or 80 cents from his pocket, and said to the female police officer, "These few cents are all I have left. If you don't believe me, you can search the room where I live." The female police officer patted Yitan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we won't wrongly accuse you. We will go to your grandparents to verify the situation you described." After that, the female police officer showed Yi Lai-ching a search warrant and said, "Based on the clues you provided, we need to search your home. Here is the search warrant." "Oh, okay." Yi Lai-ching nodded. He was actually a little confused now. His parents liked Lin Xiaoxiang very much, otherwise they would not have gone to the Lin family to propose marriage and helped him marry Lin Xiaoxiang. Naturally, they loved Yitan as well. After Lin Xiaoxiang died, they also told him to treat Yitan well. But because the old couple were in poor health, they had never come to the town, and it was always the family that went back to the village to visit them. He had always kept Yitan's situation at home a secret, and had warned Yitan not to tell the old couple. But now if the police went to verify the money issue, the old couple would definitely know what was going on with Yitan at home. His father's beatings were very painful, and Yi Liqing felt a little scared when he thought about it. The neighbors did not leave, but crowded at the gate of the courtyard waiting for the results of the search by the two police officers. Yitan was naturally not worried. Her money and bills were now in the system warehouse. No matter how hard the two police officers searched, they could not find them. Naturally, the two police officers did not find anything in the utility room, but the simplicity of the utility room made the two police officers couldn't help but look at Yi Liqing a few times, which made Yi Liqing blush. After searching the utility room, the two police officers planned to search the other two rooms. "No, aren't we only searching the utility room?" Seeing two police officers about to enter her and Yi Xiaobao's house, Yi Xiaozhen said hurriedly and in a panic. The female police officer looked at Yi Xiaozhen, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. "Since we have a search warrant, we must search the entire house." But didn't it mean that Yitan was the one who stole the money? Why did they search our room? Yi Xiaozhen pointed at Yitan and said. She was very panicked and her face was anxious. "When did we say that it was Yitan who stole the money?" The female police officer said in a serious tone, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence. I am a girl, how can you search my room casually?" Yi Xiaozhen said hurriedly. Auntie sneered, "Xiaozhen, Xiaotan is also a girl. Didn't we search her room just now? Why can we search Yitan's but not yours? Could it be that you stole the money and you are scared?" "I didn't steal the money," Yi Xiaozhen said angrily to Auntie. Auntie sneered, "Then why don't you want to let the police search it? Wouldn't they know if there's any theft?" Yi Xiaozhen was about to say something, but was stopped by Yi Liqing. "Shut up and don't delay the public security comrades." "Mom." Yi Xiaozhen was a little scared. Of course there was money in her room. Although she didn't steal it, she couldn't explain it clearly. After all, she had saved it for a long time. Chen Huaihua was a little surprised by Yi Xiaozhen's reaction, while Yi Liqing frowned and murmured something in his heart. Yi Xiaozhen's reaction made everyone suspicious. After a search, the two police officers found money in Yi Xiaozhen and Yi Xiaobao's room. "Although I don't have a ticket, I still have more than $100. It was found from Yi Xiaozhen." Everyone was shocked. This was not a small amount of money. Did Yi Xiaozhen steal this money? Everyone looked at Yi Xiaozhen with some contempt. She lived such a good life, but she still stole money. It was obvious that she was not a clean person. It seemed that they had to be more careful in the future. Even Yitan was a little surprised. She never thought that Yi Xiaozhen had secretly hidden so much money. Of course she knew that the money was not stolen by Yi Xiaozhen, but it was more obvious that Yi Liqing and Chen Huaihua had no idea about the money hidden by Yi Xiaozhen. It was clear just by looking at their reactions. "This money is mine. I didn't steal my parents' money," Yi Xiaozhen explained in a panic. Especially when she saw the look in the eyes of the female police officer, she became even more flustered and her voice trembled. "Then please explain to us where this money came from." The female police officer's voice became more serious. Every time I ask my mom for money to buy something, I always ask for more. Plus the New Year's money I've received over the years, I've saved this much anyway. I really didn't steal my parents' money. This money is mine." Yi Xiaozhen was almost crying. Finally, the two police officers and Chen Huaihua checked again and cleared Yi Xiaozhen's suspicion. But even so, there was still no clue about the theft of the money. Finally, the two policemen asked the neighbors some routine questions and then left. As soon as the police left, the neighbors dispersed one by one. After what happened today, Yi Liqing and Chen Huaihua's reputation became even worse. Yi Liqing was so angry that he almost fell backwards. Of course, in the end, Yi Xiaozhen could not get back the more than 100 yuan. It was directly confiscated by Yi Liqing. Now that the family has no money, naturally the money has to be used by the family. Even if Yi Xiaozhen is unwilling, there is nothing she can do. Chen Huaihua smashed pots and pans and cursed Yitan, but Yitan pretended not to hear. She had to start making some small changes in the next 2 days to let everyone see that she had more awareness of resistance. Therefore, Chen Huaihua's madness was enough to serve as a catalyst for her change. After watching the fuss of the father and daughter fighting over the money, Yitan sneered and curled her lips, then returned to her own utility room. She had to conserve her energy as she would be going to the countryside in a few days, so she had to think carefully about what kind of trouble she could make in the next 2 days. Chapter 22 Help Yi Shezhen Register. Early the next morning, Yitan made himself a pot of bacon and vegetable porridge and ate all the bacon hanging on the beams, leaving no one for others. When Chen Huihua got up, she saw the empty beams and almost fainted with anger. Her hands were shaking as she pointed at Yitan, but she could do nothing except curse Yitan in private. If she ran outside and said that Yitan had eaten all the bacon, she would definitely be criticized for lying and framing Yitan. Chen Huihua couldn't understand why everything turned out so different in just 2 days. Facing the angry gazes of her family, Yitan excitedly left the house. She had made up her mind that she couldn't go to the countryside alone, so she had to bring someone else with her. Yi Shezhen wouldn't have a job anyway, so why not go together? Nowadays, although there is a regulation that each family must have at least one quota to go to the countryside, if they are willing to apply for more, it is naturally allowed. Little girl, what do you need to do? An old lady from the neighborhood committee asked as soon as I arrived at the neighborhood committee. I want to apply for a place to go to the countryside. Yitan said hurriedly. She roughly knew that the registration form for educated youth going to the countryside had to be filled out at the neighborhood committee, but she was not clear about the specific operation. So when she saw the aunt from the neighborhood committee asking her, she hurriedly said, You are here to sign up for the educated youth going to the countryside." Hearing Yitan say this, the neighborhood committee lady immediately said happily, "Little girl, you are very conscious. Come on, I'll give you a form, please fill it out." Having said that, he led Yitan to the office. "Oh, it's not me, it's my sister. I have filled out the registration form. My sister wants to go to the countryside with me." Yitan said hurriedly, "But she is not free today, so she asked me to help register for her. Can I register for her?" Yitan referred to Yi Shezhen as her sister, as she felt this was more reasonable. "Is that so?" The lady was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, "In principle, you cannot register on behalf of others." Yitan looked around and found that she and the aunt from the neighborhood committee were the only 2 people in the office, so she took out a handful of white rabbit milk candies from her pocket, about 5 or 6 of them. "Auntie, please help me. My sister really can't make it today. I'm afraid that if I sign up late, we won't be able to go to the countryside together. We want to have someone to accompany us on the road." When the neighborhood committee aunt saw the white rabbit candy, her eyes lit up immediately. White rabbit candy is hard to buy nowadays, it is in limited supply and not easily available. Thinking of her grandson's favorite white rabbit candy, she looked around and smiled and whispered to Yitan, "Although proxy registration is not allowed in principle, as long as the person registering is a close relative of yours and knows the other party's situation, we can still handle it on a case-by-case basis. However, I am just being accommodating because I see that you 2 girls have a deep relationship with each other. Don't tell anyone, otherwise, I won't help you." Yitan smiled and said, "Of course, I won't tell anyone. Just pretend it never happened. Thank you for your help, Auntie. That's good." The neighborhood committee lady took the candies with a smile, put them in her pocket, and handed the registration form to Yitan. "Fill it out. I'll help you register as soon as possible after you fill it out." "Okay." Yitan quickly filled out Yi Shezhen's information, handed the registration form to the auntie from the neighborhood committee, and left the neighborhood committee. She registered Yi Shezhen for a farm in the northwest. Life there was hard, so let Yi Shezhen go to the northwest for some transformation. Having successfully signed up Yi Shezhen for the countryside assignment, Yitan was in a very good mood. He went to several places to sign in. He signed out 10 yuan at the bank, 30 large meat dumplings at the state-owned restaurant, 2 porks at the grocery store, and a jade and gold necklace at the scrap collection station. For the last sign-in opportunity, Yitan went to the hospital, and this sign-in point gave him a big surprise. He actually signed out a herbal encyclopedia. Yitan was already interested in things related to traditional Chinese medicine, and he was immediately delighted when he saw this herbal illustration book. With this illustration book, it would be much easier to find herbs in the future. "Little girl, it's you. Is your head feeling better? Does it still hurt?" Yitan was feeling overjoyed when she suddenly heard someone talking to her. She looked closely and saw that it was the female doctor who had treated her the day before yesterday. Yitan smiled and said, "It's much better now. The medicine is very effective. It doesn't hurt anymore. The female doctor looked at the bump on the back of Yitan's head and saw that it had indeed improved a lot, so she nodded and said, "That's good. Remember to apply the medicine on time. Only when the bumps are all gone will it be considered completely healed, understand?" "Okay, I'll pay attention." Yitan was extremely grateful that he used the system's medicine and still retained the appearance of the bag, otherwise it would have been exposed today. Tuanzi was extremely proud. "Host, the system's products must be top-notch." "Yitan, I'm saying you're fat, and you're panting?" "Tuanzi, host, Tuanzi is not fat." While talking to the female doctor, Yitan secretly teased Tuanzi, "Are you sure Tuanzi is not fat?" "Tuanzi." The female doctor said a few words to Yitan and then hurried away. Before leaving, she reminded Yitan to come to her if she had any problems. Yitan gratefully agreed. Although she would leave Fengtang town soon and would not come to see this female doctor again, she was still grateful in her heart. It is true that most people of this generation are simple and enthusiastic. For lunch, Yitan did not return to the Yi family's house to eat. Instead, she found an empty corner and let Tuanzi watch her. She ate a big meat bun and 5 meat dumplings and was full. When Yitan returned to the Yi family's house, Yi Shezhen was the only one left at home. When she saw Yitan coming back, she glared at her fiercely and quickly closed her door. She didn't dare to provoke Yitan now. Who knew when this guy would go crazy again? There was no one at home at the moment. If Yitan really wanted to beat her, no one would save her. The kitchen was clean and empty. Rice, flour, eggs, oil, salt, seasonings and so on had all been put away. Yitan raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw this. Did he want to starve her to death? Turning around to look at Yi Shezhen's closed door, Yitan rolled his eyes, then gave a sly smile and walked towards Yi Shezhen's room. Chapter 23. Things have to be done step by step. Please collect and recommend. What are you doing here? This is my room. Yi Shezhen didn't expect Yitan to suddenly open the door and walk in. She said in a timid tone, "I didn't provoke you today. Get out now." "You didn't provoke me." Yitan leaned against the door frame and sneered, "You instigated my father to send me to the countryside in northeast China so that you could take my job. Do you think you didn't provoke me?" Yi Shezhen thought about Yitan's change, which started when she learned about the going to the countryside from her the day before yesterday. She regretted that she spoke too quickly. Why did she tell this damn girl about the going to the countryside so quickly? As a result, this damn girl actually knew how to resist. I didn't instigate you. It was Dad who decided to let you go to the countryside." Yi Shezhen felt a little guilty when she said this. In fact, under normal circumstances, the quota for going to the countryside should be hers. After all, Yitan had a job quota for a formal worker, and Yi Xiaobao was young and still in school. However, Yi Shezhen had long heard that working in the countryside was extremely hard. Not only did she have to do farm work, but there was nothing in those villages and life was extremely difficult. So, she begged Qian Huaihua to say that she did not want to go to the countryside. As a result, Yitan became the one who went to the countryside. "You know whether you instigated or not." Yitan sneered and looked at Yi Shezhen provocatively. Yi Shezhen felt something was wrong. "Yitan, you." Before Yi Shezhen finished her words, Yitan ran to the yard and cried loudly, "Yi Shezhen, you are too much. In order to avoid going to the countryside, you actually instigated Dad to apply for a place for me to go to the countryside. You can go to work in my place." Yitan's voice was very sharp and could be heard in almost half of the alley. The weather was hot now and many people were sitting in the alley to enjoy the cool air. Yitan's shout was heard clearly by everyone. Auntie ran over and knocked on the Yi family's door. "Xiao Tan, what's wrong? What's wrong? What happened?" Yitan walked forward, opened the gate, and cried to Aunt He, "Aunt He, I can't live like this anymore. My dad and his family signed me up to go to the countryside so that Yi Shezhen could take my place at work. I will be going there in a few days." "What?" Auntie couldn't believe it. "Is it true?" "No way." Auntie knew about Yitan's job, but Yitan's biological mother paid for it with her life. No matter how shameless Yi Liqing and Chen Huaihua are, they can't be so despicable. "It's true." Yitan cried, pointing at Yi Shezhen, who ran out of the house in a rage, and said, "Yi Shezhen said it herself. If she hadn't said it, I wouldn't have known it." At this time, people in the alley gathered in twos and threes, and someone said, "Oh my god, if we sign up, we can't withdraw. Even if there is a job quota, it will be useless. It will only be given to others." That's right. Chen Huihua really had a good plan. She sent her stepdaughter to the countryside and let her biological daughter take over her stepdaughter's job and enjoy a good life in the city. Oh my, this person is so mean. As the saying goes, you can never know a person's heart by his appearance. We were all deceived by Yi Liqing and his wife before, and we actually thought they were nice people. I can pretend. I've been pretending for so many years. Yi Shezhen is so shameless, stealing someone else's job so blatantly. How shameless. After what happened in the past 2 days, the neighbors around them got to know Yi Liqing and his wife again. When they heard about Yi Tan going to the countryside, they began to look down on Yi Shezhen. Faced with the neighbors pointing and talking, Yi Shezhen was confused and didn't know what to say for a moment. She had always been well protected by Chen Huihua and had never experienced any trouble. At this time, she was a little at a loss. Who is Yi Tan? She was beaten by the society in modern times. She wiped her tears and said to everyone, "Now my going to the countryside is a foregone conclusion, and I accept it. It was my own father who signed me up. But I hope that all the aunties and sisters can help me to get justice. If I were alone, my father and others would definitely ignore me." Yi Tan's frail and pitiful appearance immediately aroused the sympathy of the neighbors. Someone immediately said, "Yi Tan, don't worry. This matter is too abominable. We will definitely help you get justice." Yes, yes. Many people agreed. Auntie asked Yi Tan, "Xiao Tan, what are your plans?" Yi Tan wiped her tears and said, "I thought, since I'm going to the countryside, my family must prepare some money and notes for me, and also some luggage for the northeast. They can't let me go to the countryside without anything." After hearing what Yi Tan said, Auntie clapped her hands and said, "Yes, Yi Tan, you are right to think so. You have suffered so much unfair treatment, you should have stood up long ago. If you had stood up earlier, you would not have been bullied so badly by this family. However, it is not too late now. If you go to the countryside and leave this family, you may be able to live a better life. Don't worry, we will definitely help you get back what you deserve. Thank you very much, ladies and aunts." Yi Tan bowed deeply to the neighbors to express his gratitude. "We've been neighbors for so many years, it's what we should do, it's what we should do." Everyone was filled with a sense of justice. Yi Shezhen stared at Yi Tan in amazement. After a few words, everyone rushed to help her. She was immediately angry and said, "Yi Tan, you are just pretending. Why didn't you tell everyone that you beat up your parents? You are just saying that we bullied you. You are too much. You caused my mother's salary to be reduced." Auntie glanced at Yi Shezhen and said, "Shezhen, please speak with conscience. Look at Xiaotan's physique. Can he bully your whole family? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by everyone? Also, why did your mother's salary get reduced? Did you think we were all blind last night?" Yi Tan didn't let Yi Shezhen continue talking, and hurriedly said, "I want to talk to my dad about this matter tonight. Can you ladies help me say a few words then? Things have to be done step by step." Yi Tan was certain that Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua would definitely not be willing to give her money. After all, the only money left in the family was Yi Shezhen's 100 yuan. Moreover, she shouldn't be too aggressive at the beginning. After all, it doesn't match the original owner's temperament, otherwise her character will be ruined. When things get to the end, there will definitely be leaders from the factory who will step forward, and Uncle Kong must have already given notice. Adding these neighbors, Yi Tan guaranteed that Yi Liqing and his wife would feel heartache when they thought of her in the future. Chapter 24. Please collect and recommend. There is no need to wait until later. Yi Liqing and Chen Huihua felt a pain in their hearts tonight. As soon as he got home from get off work, Yi Tan made a fuss about the matter. The couple then realized that in the afternoon, the neighbors had already known that they had signed up Yi Tan to go to the countryside. Yi Liqing looked at Yi Tan angrily, unable to suppress the rage in his heart. "Yi Tan, how far do you want to go? You will only be happy if you break up this family, right? Yi Liqing, you mean that Yi Tan should just be bullied by you quietly, right?" The aunts and sisters who had made an appointment with Yi Tan in the afternoon were filled with a sense of justice. They prepared dinner early and ate it. As soon as Yi Tan started to make a fuss, they rushed over and surrounded the Yi family's yard. Yi Tan pursed her lips, her stubborn look was a little shivering. She vividly portrayed the image of a weak yet strong girl, Dad, I really can't stand it anymore. I have been working like a cow and a horse in this family for more than 10 years, serving your family like a maid, but in the end, not only did you take my job away, you also drove me to the countryside, and even planned to give me nothing. If this is the case, how can I survive? I heard that it is very cold in the northeast. If I don't have money or food and cotton clothes and quilts, I will either freeze to death or starve to death if I go there. Dad, tell me, do you just want to kill me? Yi Tan, stop talking nonsense. Yi Liqing was furious. If these words were to get out, he would be arrested and beaten. Being a maid serving others or wanting to take his own daughter's life, any one of them would be enough to make him suffer. Yi Tan, you have no conscience. We raised you to this age, and in the end you turned out to be an ungrateful wolf. Qian Huaihua also learned to be smart. She stopped yelling and wiped her tears and pretended to be aggrieved. Yi Tan cried even more aggrieved than Qian Huaihua. Aunt Qian, if you really say so, then let's calculate how much I ate and drank from you. This house was exchanged by my mother's life, and you took over my mother's job. I also get a subsidy of 5 yuan and 36 kilograms of rice every month, but what have I eaten all these years? I have not had enough to eat since I can remember, but I do all the housework. Moreover, I have never had any pocket money, and the clothes I wear are all left over by Yi Shezhen. The only thing I spend money on throughout the year is the school tuition, 2 yuan a semester, a total of 4 yuan a year. As for the notebooks I use for school, I bought them all with the money given by my grandparents. Yi Tan recounted everything that the original owner had experienced, from childhood to adulthood, including food, clothing, housing and transportation, without leaving out a single detail. This was the first time that the neighbors who were watching knew what kind of life Yi Tan was leading in this family. They had previously thought that Yi Tan was having a hard time, but they did not expect that the actual situation was even worse than they had imagined. Suddenly, everyone's anger was aroused, and they accused Yi Liqing and his wife of being inhumane. Some even shouted that they would report them and have them paraded through the streets. Such behavior is simply like being a landlord behind closed doors. Yi Liqing felt pain all over his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. No matter how he and Qian Huaihua explained, the crowd refused to listen. For a moment, the crowd was very excited and scolded the two of them. Even Yi Liqing's wishful thinking of closing the gate of the courtyard was a delusion. Everyone blocked the gate tightly. Yi Tan, what do you want? Seeing that things were getting out of control, Yi Liqing was really afraid of being dragged away and criticized, so he simply asked Yi Tan directly if this matter was caused by Yi Tan. Yi Liqing felt that he could not even give Yi Tan an ounce of fatherly love. Yi Tan was standing next to Aunt He. When he heard Yi Liqing asking him, he looked up at him. Auntie was afraid that Yi Tan would be scared, so she encouraged him, Xiao Tan, just tell me, don't be afraid, we neighbors will support you. Yes, Yi Tan, just say it directly. If your father doesn't agree, we won't do it. Others also said hurriedly. Yi Liqing gritted his teeth after hearing these words. Yi Tan looked encouraged and said to Yi Liqing, Dad, I'm not an aggressive person. Yi Liqing, you are just being too aggressive. Can you please open your eyes and take a look? You are almost killing me. Yi Tan continued, I agree to go to the countryside. I will be an educated youth, but I can't go to the northeast without anything. First of all, you have to prepare some money and food coupons for me, at least so that I won't starve there. In addition, you have to prepare some cotton-padded clothes and quilts for me, as well as some daily necessities. That's all. As for the rest, I won't force you. After hearing what Yi Tan said, Qian Huaihua almost gasped. This is already a lot. Why don't you say move the entire Yi family to the northeast? Besides, where is the money at home now? How can I afford such old things? Do I have to stick them with my nose? No. Qian Huaihua didn't care about pretending to be wronged anymore, and jumped up and down and said loudly, there is no money at home. As soon as Qian Huaihua finished speaking, someone mocked her, Qian Huaihua, stop crying poor. Your family still has no money? Not to mention your salary, what about Yi Tan's mother's compensation, and the 5 yuan that Yi Tan has received from the textile factory every month over the years? All of these should add up to more than 1,000 yuan. Don't tell me that 50 or 60 yuan a month is not enough for you too. What do you care? Qian Huaihua simply started to complain, anyway, my family has no money. I have no money at all. Qian Huaihua, don't go too far. All of a sudden, Chen Huihua started quarreling with the neighbors. Just as the argument was getting heated, someone said, "Hey, make way, someone is coming from the machinery factory." Yi Liqing was stunned when he heard this. Why were there people coming from the machinery factory? He looked at the crowd angrily. Needless to say, there must be someone with good intentions who reported this matter to the machinery factory. But he was also a little puzzled. Why did they come here after get off work? When he saw the person coming, Yi Liqing quickly put on a smile and said, "Secretary Zhang, why are you here?" The person who came was Zhang, the secretary of the machinery factory labor union. Zhang looked at Yi Liqing and said, "Old Yi, I came here today to give you a notice." Notice? Yi Liqing suddenly had a bad feeling and asked, "Secretary Zhang, what is the notice?" Secretary Zhang looked at Yitan who was standing beside him and said, "I heard that your Yitan is going to the countryside, right?" "Yes." Yi Liqing could not deny this matter and cursed the nosy person again in his heart. What did his Yitan's going to the countryside have to do with the factory? Why did he even bother to find the factory manager? It's like this. In the afternoon, the leader received news that Yitan was going to the countryside, and you were not going to give him a penny, right? Asked Secretary Zhang. Chapter 25 Deduction of money. Please recommend and collect. No. Yi Liqing denied it quickly. We must prepare something for Yitan, but as you know, Director Zhang, my house was just robbed, and now we don't have enough money, so we have to discuss the details. Discuss? Secretary Zhang asked, how long will it take? If I'm not mistaken, your Yitan will have to leave in 2 days. By the time you guys have finished the discussion, will there be enough time to prepare the things? Well, it will be very soon, very soon. Yi Liqing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Secretary Zhang even knew the specific date when Yitan would go to the countryside. Okay, stop making trouble. Secretary Zhang didn't want to say more to Yi Liqing. He was very disdainful of what Yi Liqing did. Besides, it was time to get off work, and he wanted to go home for dinner. So, he took out a document and handed it to Yi Liqing. The leader has made a decision. Since your family is short of money now, we will use your salary to pay for it. The leader said that he will give Yitan 200 yuan and some useful bills. These bills will be deducted from your salary every month. What? Yi Liqing was shocked when he heard that. Chen Huihua was not happy about it and immediately shouted, "No, my husband Ji and I only make a few dollars a month. Why should I give Yitan 200 yuan? Can she spend it all?" Secretary Zhang glanced at Chen Huihua and said, "This is a matter of our machinery factory and it was decided by the leadership. If you have any objections, you can go to the leadership to reflect it." How could Yi Liqing dare to go to his leader? What happened in the past 2 days made him look very embarrassed. From time to time, people in the factory asked him if he really abused his own daughter. Some people were even more direct and said that he was a heartless person. Today, Secretary Zhang came here, which must be the leader's intention. If he went to his leader, wouldn't that make himself uncomfortable? So Yi Liqing hurriedly stopped Chen Huihua and said to Secretary Zhang, "Okay, I'll listen to the leader. Anyway, he still has money privately, and even Chen Huihua doesn't know about it." When Officer Zhang saw that Yi Liqing agreed, he said, "Okay, then just sign the document." Yi Liqing sighed inwardly and had to sign the document. With just these 3 words, 200 yuan and so many banknotes were gone. When the neighbors around saw this, they couldn't help but applaud. When Officer Zhang saw Yi Liqing had signed, he took out a large envelope, turned around and said to Yitan, "This is the advance payment from the machinery factory to you. Keep it well and don't let anyone else take it away, understand?" It was self-evident who this other person was. Another neighbor was even more straightforward. "Yes, Yitan, you must keep it well and don't let your father and stepmother coax it away." Hearing what that person said, everyone burst into laughter. Yi Liqing laughed so hard that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He became even more annoyed with Yitan. It was all because of this dead girl that he was so embarrassed today. Yitan took the big envelope and said to Secretary Zhang sincerely, "Thank you, I will keep it well." Chen Huihua looked at the big envelope in Yitan's hand and felt so distressed that she almost fainted. This was all their family's money. Their family's money. But no matter how heartbroken she was, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't beat Yitan, and the document had already been signed. Besides, she couldn't go to the machinery factory to make a scene, as even if she did, nothing would come of it. But what Chen Huihua didn't expect was that there was something even more painful for her. Secretary Zhang had just given the money and the bill to Yitan, and before he left, another person came. Chen Huihua was stunned. Secretary Li. The person who came was Li, the director of the textile factory. Li looked at Chen Huihua without a smile on his face. He just said to Yi Liqing in a businesslike manner, "I am here to inform you about the textile factory's payment of child support to Yitan." Yi Liqing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said to Li with a smile, "My son Yitan is 16 this year, and he will be going to the countryside soon. Should we stop paying the child support?" "It's not just a matter of stopping," Director Li said with a serious face. "Our factory has learned that most of the child support that the factory gave to Yitan was not used on Yitan, so our factory will take back the money that you misappropriated." "What?" Chen Huihua almost jumped up. "We have no money, our family has no money." "That's easy." Officer Li glanced at Chen Huihua and said, "From now on, just deduct it from your salary every month." "Why?" Chen Huihua shouted, "I'm not her mother, why do you deduct my salary?" Director Li sneered, "Just because you took Yitan's child support but abused her, and because your job is to take over Yitan's biological mother's job, the leader said that if you don't agree, you can find a transfer. If you are transferred out of the textile factory, our factory will have no control over you." Chen Huihua. Seeing Chen Huihua being humiliated, Auntie said with relief, "You deserve it. You have bad intentions. Look at what you two have done to a good child. Aren't you afraid that Xiexian will come to you in the middle of the night?" Yitan stayed by Auntie's side and wiped away her tears at the right time, which made people feel even more sympathetic towards her. Tuanzi watched the show the whole time and did not forget to comment, "Host, did you learn some kind of acting in your previous life? You're good." Yitan was a little proud in her heart. "I used to say one thing to one person and another thing to another person. This little scene is nothing." Secretary Li continued, "The textile factory has been paying your family 5 yuan and 10 kilograms of rice a month since Yitan was 3 years old. This year, Yitan is 16 years old, so we'll calculate it based on 13 years, which is a total of 780 yuan and 1,560 kilograms of rice. Considering that Yitan didn't have enough to eat in your Yi family for more than a decade, but fortunately she didn't starve to death, we'll let the 1,500 kilograms of rice go." After deducting Yitan's tuition and some basic living expenses, the factory has decided to take back a total of 500 yuan. After saying that, without paying any attention to Chen Huihua's red face, he turned to look at Yitan, and immediately put on a smiling face, which immediately formed a sharp contrast with the cold face he had just given Chen Huihua. "Yitan, right. Come to the textile factory tomorrow. Your mother sacrificed her life to protect collective property, so this time you go to the countryside. The factory decided to prepare some useful things for you. You can go directly to Director Kong tomorrow morning." "Okay, thank you Director Li." Yitan hurriedly thanked him with a smile. Secretary Li looked at Yitan's pale and thin face and was even more disdainful of Yi Liqing and his wife. After explaining things to Yitan, he left with Secretary Zhang from the machinery factory. Seeing that the problem was solved, the neighbors who came to support Yitan dispersed one by one. Yitan hurriedly thanked them one by one and then closed the gate. After closing the gate, Yitan turned around and saw Chen Huihua staring at her with angry eyes. Chapter 26 Bang. Please recommend and collect. Yitan, you bitch. Chen Huihua's heart was bleeding, forgetting that she couldn't beat Yitan now. She stared at the envelope in Yitan's hand and rushed over. "This is my family's money, give it to me." There was no way Yitan would let Chen Huihua succeed, and Tuanzi suddenly reminded him, "Host, there is someone peeping at you from the left side of your courtyard wall." "Aunt Chen, this is the money I need to go to the countryside. I can't give it to you," Yitan said stubbornly, and hurriedly dodged to the side, leaving Chen Huihua empty-handed. Chen Huihua pounced too hard and missed. She only heard a sudden crack from her lower back and immediately felt that her waist could not move. "Lao Yi, Xiaozhen, hurry, help me up, ouch. My waist hurts." After she finished speaking, her eyes rolled and she immediately shouted, "Yitan, you dare to push me? Even if I'm not your mother, I'm still your elder. You are simply unfilial." Yi Xiaozhen immediately started crying and went forward to support Chen Huihua. Mom, how are you? We have to go to the hospital. You must have fallen hard." But before Chen Huihua could say anything, she heard someone on the left wall chuckle, "Chen Huihua, I finally saw how you bullied Yitan. It was you who wanted to rob Yitan's money, and he just dodged for a moment. You sprained your waist, but you still blamed Yitan for pushing you. Do you have any shame? And Xiaojun, why don't you learn from your mistakes? Yi Xiaojun's face immediately turned red with shame. She ignored her mother and turned around and ran into their house. Yi Xiaobao stared at his sister as she entered the house and followed her in. He was really scared by the big scene just now. Chen Huihua never thought that her neighbor would actually climb over the wall to watch the fun. You know, the wall between the courtyards is 2 meters high, and it's not a rural earthen wall. Who would climb over the wall for no reason? But today, someone happened to climb over the wall to see what was going on in her house. You! Songdali, why are you climbing over my wall for no reason? Chen Huihua no longer had Yi Xiaojun's support, so she held her waist and glared at Songdali angrily. If you want me to care, I'm willing to do that. What's your business? Songdali laughed. I'm standing by the wall of my house, and I haven't entered your yard. You're meddling too much. You! Chen Huihua raised her finger and pointed at Song Dahua to scold him, but ended up stretching her waist again. Ouch. Har har, you deserve it. Songdali clapped her hands and laughed. She now looked down on Chen Huihua. That's enough. Yi Liqing felt that he had lost all his face today, and yelled at Chen Huihua, go back to their house. After that, Yi Liqing said to Songdali, okay, we won't touch Yitan's money, so don't watch it. Songdali curled her lips and said, luckily I was watching just now, otherwise Xiao Tan would have been slandered by you again. You two are really amazing, each one is worse than the other. Yi Liqing. He couldn't say anything else, so he just ignored Chen Huihua and hurried into their house. Once inside, he called out to Chen Huihua, come in quickly, what are you waiting for? Chen Huihua glared at Songdali, then glared at Yitan fiercely, then limped into their house, holding her waist. When Songdali saw Chen Huihua also entered the house, she smiled and said to Yitan, don't be afraid, Xiao Tan, I will always keep an eye on you and make sure that couple won't bully you again. Yitan smiled at Songdali obediently, thank you, Aunt Song. Well, it's my duty. I trusted your stepmother too much before and didn't notice that you suffered so much injustice. Songdali didn't know Lin Xiaoxiang, so naturally she wouldn't pay special attention to the Yi family's movements, but she still had to say some nice words. Yitan smiled and said, thanks to you today, otherwise I would be in so much trouble again. Before Songdali could say anything, Chen Huihua shouted in the room, Yitan, since you got so much money, you won't have a share of the family's meals in the future. If you want to eat, go find a discount yourself. Since she has lost both her face and her money, she doesn't care about dignity anymore. Song Dahua shouted into the room, Chen Huihua, even Ju Paopi is not as cruel as you. Chen Huihua didn't say anything. She had already made up her mind that Yitan, that damn girl, would never think of eating a single bite of food in her family again. Before Yitan went to the countryside, she would not leave a single grain of rice in the kitchen. Auntie Song, thank you today. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll go to the countryside in 2 or 3 days. I can make do. Yitan showed tolerance at the right time. After all, she was the one who got all the benefits. Okay, good boy, if that doesn't work, come to Auntie's house to eat. No need, I can figure it out myself. Song Dahua thought that Yitan had money and tickets in his hands now, so he didn't need to worry, so he smiled and said, okay, if you need any help, just tell me. Good. Yitan returned to the utility room, closed the door, and opened the large envelope given by the machinery factory. He took it out and saw that in addition to the 20 Great Unity tickets, there were also a lot of tickets. The food coupons were all national food coupons and could be used in the Northeast. Seeing these banknotes, Yitan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Tuanzi, I made a small fortune again. Host, your mouth is about to split to your ears. Tuanzi also smiled. He was having a great time today. Even when he saw the deflated expressions on the two guys' faces, he felt refreshed. If that poor little girl saw it, she would be happy. Yitan sighed and thought of the original owner. That poor girl had never had a good life in her short life. Because of the time travel, she believed in past and present lives, so she hoped that the original owner could be born into a good family in the next life, have a wonderful life, have both parents, be happy and healthy, and make up for the shortcomings of this life. Yes, I will. Sensing Yitan's depressed mood, Tuanzi said hurriedly. I hope so. As he was talking, Yitan felt his stomach rumbling and he remembered that he had not had dinner yet, so he took out 2 pieces of fermented rice cake from the system warehouse and ate them. The fermented rice cake had no taste, but he was not worried about being found out by the Yi family. The next morning, Yitan ate 2 pieces of fermented rice cake for breakfast, and then slowly went to the textile factory. In fact, she knew very well in her heart that it must be Kong Changhao who contributed to the fact that the textile factory was able to send someone to solve the issue of her support fund and prepare things for her to go to the countryside. She decided to find a chance to send something to Kong Changhao after arriving in the northeast to express her gratitude. This time, Kong Changhao really helped her a lot. Without his help, many things would definitely not have gone so smoothly. Chapter 27 Leaving. Please collect and recommend. Uncle Kong. Yitan came to the textile factory. Kong Changhao was waiting for Yitan in the office. Yitan called him politely and sat opposite him. Kong Changhao asked with concern, "Yitan, your father and the others are not making things difficult for you anymore, right?" Yitan shook his head and thanked him. "Thank you so much, Uncle Kong. You helped me a lot this time." Kong Changhao waved his hand and said, "Don't be polite to me. Your mother was my colleague back then. I should take care of you." As he spoke, Kong Changhao took out a large envelope from the drawer. Tuanzi shouted, "Host, this is another banknote. You are going to make a small fortune again." Kong Changhao said to Yitan, "This is the child support that the factory has collected from you. It's a total of 500 yuan. Take it. In addition, there are some tickets in it. You should prepare some things you will need for the trip to the northeast. I don't think your father will care about anything. Oh, by the way, it's very cold in the northeast. Remember to bring a quilt from home. If your father and others disagree, come to me." "Okay, I got it, thank you Uncle Kong." Kong Changhao smiled, then stood up and said to Yitan, "Let's go. I'll take you to the warehouse." Go to the warehouse." Yitan opened her eyes wide. Wow, this couldn't be what she thought. Sure enough, Kong Changhao smiled and said, "You know what our factory does. Although we can't sell you qualified cloth, there are some defective products in the warehouse. You can still buy some. Although they are defective, there are no major problems. It's just that the pattern or some places are a little dirty. Don't be disgusted." Yitan shook his head wildly. No, thank you Uncle Kong, I was just thinking of getting some cloth to make some clothes." The clothes she was wearing were all left over by Yi Shezhen, and they actually didn't fit her well. "Then let's go over there now. There are not too many defective cloths piled up in the warehouse. After all, although these cloths have some shortcomings, they do not require cloth coupons and are cheap, so they can be said to be hot commodities." Yitan took a rough look and didn't ask for too much. There was still a large box in her system warehouse. Besides, she was alone and was relying on Kong Changhao for a favor. If she took too much at once, it would inevitably give people the impression that she was taking advantage of others. So, in the end, Yitan asked for 6 meters of dark blue cotton cloth and 4 meters of dacron, which was just enough to make 2 sets of clothes and 2 shirts, and he spent a total of $6. Kong Changhao, who was standing by, looked at it and nodded secretly, and his impression of Yitan became better. After leaving the textile factory, Yitan used up her 5 sign-in opportunities as usual and went straight to the grocery store and the state-owned restaurant. She had to use all the local food coupons in her hand before leaving, otherwise they would be wasted. During the remaining 2 days, Yitan mainly signed in, packed up, and prepared food for the journey. In addition, she also bought some cakes and fruit candies and gave them to the families who had helped her. She gave each family half a pound of cakes and a pound of fruit candies, which made everyone praise Yitan's thoughtfulness even more. Under pressure from the factory and everyone, Yi Liqing finally gave her a thin quilt and refused to give her anything more. Yitan didn't care. He packed all his things and went to the bus station early in the morning on August 24th. There was no train station in Fengtang town, so if he wanted to take a train, he had to go to the city. It takes 2 hours by car from Fengtang town to the city, and the train leaves at 11 o'clock in the morning. When Yitan went out, the whole Yi family was very quiet, and no one came out to see her off. Yitan didn't care at all. Before leaving the Yi family, Yitan looked back at the yard, and then at the room of Yi Liqing and his wife. In fact, she had some doubts in her heart. After Lin Xiaoxiang's accident, the Lin family was soon broken up, and even Lin Xiaoxiang's brother disappeared without a trace. Yitan didn't know what had happened back then, but this situation was obviously not normal. She had a hunch that there was something wrong. If she had a chance, she would definitely investigate what happened back then. Since she had taken over the original owner's body, all she could do was to seek some justice for the original owner to the best of her ability. Yitan arrived at the bus station and had just bought the ticket when he saw Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong rushing over. "Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao, why are you here?" Yitan was a little surprised. Zhao Hong touched Yitan's hair lovingly and said, "Your Uncle Kong and I are here to see you off." Zhao Hong handed Yitan a bag and said, "Here are some food I made for you. Take it with you on the road. Don't save money when you are out. You have to take care of yourself, okay?" "Yeah." Yitan's nose felt a little sour. Zhao Hong really cared for her as an elder. "Also, when you go out, keep your money and bills safe. Don't show them to outsiders easily, and don't tell strangers too much about yourself. After all, you don't know them, so as to avoid them having bad intentions." Zhao Hong thought for a moment and reminded. The little girl had never been far away, so she was a little worried. "If anything happens, call your Uncle Kong." "Yes." Kong Changhao handed Yitan a note. "Here is my office phone number. Contact me if you have any questions." "Okay, thank you Uncle Kong." Yitan took the note and put it away carefully, but actually put it into the system warehouse. Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong gave Yitan a few more words of advice. The car was about to leave, so Yitan hurriedly said goodbye to the two and got on the car. Many people were going to the city. Yitan found a seat by the window. Seeing that Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong had not left yet, he waved to them and said, "Uncle Kong, Aunt Zhao, you should go back soon. I will call you to let you know I am safe when I get there. Okay, be careful on the road. We'll wait for your call." Zhao Hong also waved at Yitan. The car started. Looking at the two people getting farther and farther away, Yitan withdrew her gaze and took a deep breath. She was both nervous and excited about the upcoming life in the countryside. "Host, maybe we can sign some good things in the northeast." Sensing Yitan's emotions, Tuanzi said hurriedly. "Yeah, that's what you said. Northeast China." Although she had been there once or twice in her previous life, she had never been to a rural area in northeast China. This time she could really experience it, especially the three treasures of northeast China. "I hope she has better luck. Taosan Village, Luan Commune, Yinqiu County, I don't know what kind of place it is." Chapter 28, Getting to Know Each Other. Cars in this era drove very slowly, and the roads were not as smooth as those in later generations. Their whole journey was bumpy, which made Yitan, who wanted to take the opportunity to catch up on some sleep, very alert. When the car arrived in Qingshui City 2 hours later, Yitan felt that her butt was almost broken into 8 pieces. Putting the packed quilt on her back and holding a bag in one hand, Yitan walked towards the railway station in Qingshui City. Although Yitan's bag looked big, there were actually not many things in it. Most of them were thrown into the system warehouse by her. This bag was just for show so that when the time comes, she would not arouse suspicion when taking things out of the bag. The bus station and the railway station are not far away, and only take about 10 minutes to get there. When Yitan arrived at the waiting room of the train station, he saw many young people carrying luggage. Most of them had someone to see them off. Their whole waiting room was buzzing with noise. Some were reluctant to say goodbye, and some were wiping away tears. Only Yitan was alone, sitting in the corner, looking at these scenes with quite emotion. "You are also an educated youth who went to the countryside, right?" Just as Yitan was watching the world around her, she was startled by a voice next to her. When she turned around, she saw a girl with a round face and round eyes, looking at her with sparkling eyes. "Yeah." Yitan nodded and asked, "You too?" "Yes." The round-faced girl nodded quickly. "I'm taking the 11 o'clock train, how about you?" "Me too." "Oh, that's great. We can take the same train." "You are also going to the northeast, right?" the round-faced girl asked hurriedly. "Yes. I'm going to Taosan Village in Luan Commune, Yinqiu County. What about you?" Yitan raised his eyebrows slightly. "The same place, I am going to Taosan Village too." The round-faced girl clapped her hands happily. "Great, we are from the same place. My name is Wen Jing, what's your name?" "Yitan." "Yitan, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Wen Jing, and we will be friends from now on." Wen Jing smiled and stretched out a hand towards Yi Tan. Yi Tan smiled. She had a good first impression of Wen Jing, so she also extended her hand and shook hands with Wen Jing. Nice to meet you. Xiao Jing, why are you here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Just as Yi Tan finished speaking, a girl with an oval face came over and spoke to Wen Jing with a hint of complaint in her tone. Cousin. Wen Jing was quite surprised. You are going to Northeast China too? Yes. The girl with the oval face nodded and said, my mother said that I can still take care of you when I go to the Northeast. You don't know anything and are easy to be deceived. Some people look poor and like to stare at people like you. As she spoke, the girl with the oval face took a special glance at Yi Tan. Yi Tan couldn't help but laugh. This person was quite interesting. With just one sentence, he belittled both her and Wen Jing. She hadn't made new clothes yet, and the clothes she wore were the original owners. Because they were all picked up from Yi Xiaojin's unwanted clothes, they looked very old and didn't fit her well. Wen Jing and the girl with an oval face were obviously both from Qingshui City. People from the city naturally dressed better, and her clothes looked a bit country bumpkin compared to theirs. Cousin, why do you say that? Wen Jing obviously noticed her cousin's actions and became unhappy. Besides, how come I don't understand anything? Oh, I just said that. Why are you still taking it so seriously? The quiet cousin hurriedly said with a smile, I'm going to take care of you. Why are you still unwilling? Cousin, if you want to go to the countryside, just go there. Don't talk about whether you will take care of me or not. Since I can go to the countryside, I can naturally take care of myself. Please don't say these things in the future, so as not to cause misunderstandings. Wen Jing's face was a little cold when she spoke, but she felt quite majestic. Okay, I won't say anything more, okay. The quiet cousin said, and looked around, hey, where are my aunt and uncle? I didn't ask them to come. Wen Jing said, and then said to Yi Tan, this is my cousin Han Lulu. Yi Tan nodded, and heard Han Lulu frown and say, hey, why don't you let your aunt and uncle come to see you off? She wanted to show off by relying on her aunt and uncle, and cry poor to her aunt, maybe she could get some money. But, no one came. Who could she ask for money? I'm so old now, how can I act like a child? If they wanted to come, I would stop them. Wen Jing said calmly. You, really, what can I say about you? Han Lulu was obviously a little dissatisfied, but it was difficult to say more. She could only complain and sat down, and began to look at Yi Tan. You are not from Qingshui City, right? I'm from Tan. Oh, no wonder. A poor look. Han Lulu didn't think much of Yi Tan, so she pulled Wen Jing aside to talk about this and that, trying to find out how much money and things Wen Jing's family gave her when she went to the countryside. She then sighed and said that her family was in financial difficulty and she couldn't bring much with her this time. Yi Tan didn't say anything, just watched Wen Jing's performance coldly. Wen Jing was obviously not stupid. She said what she should say and didn't say a word that she shouldn't say. But Han Lulu was very anxious. She didn't bring any money with her when she went to the countryside this time. Her mother said that all the money in the family belonged to her eldest and second brothers. Anyway, she was with Wen Jing, so if she needed anything, she could just ask Wen Jing for it. Wen Jing used to be very easy to deceive, but I don't know what happened recently. She has been indifferent to me and she is not as generous as before when I ask her for things. It is even more so today. Her mouth is as tight as a gourd with a sword mouth. I really don't know what evil has possessed this girl. Why has she changed so much? There were many educated youth on this train to the northeast, and they were basically concentrated in 2 carriages. Wen Jing and Yi Tan happened to be in the same carriage, and their seats were next to each other. After a while, Han Lulu also changed seats with someone and sat next to Wen Jing. Wen Jing, I want to sit with you. Han Lulu said to Wen Jing affectionately. Oh, whatever you say. Wen Jing said indifferently. Hey, Yi Tan, why don't you give the window seat to Xiao Jing? Han Lulu felt that Yi Tan must be trying to curry favor with Wen Jing. Maybe Yi Tan knew the situation at Wen Jing's home and that's why he deliberately got close to Wen Jing. So, she spoke rudely to Yi Tan, thinking that since he wanted to curry favor with Wen Jing, he should also be more respectful to her. Cousin, don't talk like that. Wen Jing didn't like Han Lulu's tone. Xiao Jing, I'm helping you. Unnecessary. You. Han Lulu glared at Yi Tan angrily. Yi Tan had no time to pay attention to Han Lulu, because she found that a line of large golden words appeared in front of her, check-in point for the Educated Youth Carriage. Chapter 29, Educated Youth Gift Pack, please collect and recommend. There is actually such a check-in point. Yitan said it was very strange and she signed in without thinking. To be honest, she hadn't used her sign-in opportunities today even once. Ding! You have successfully signed into the Educated Youth Carriage and received a gift pack. As the sound of successful sign-in sounded in Yitan's mind, a large package immediately appeared in the system warehouse. It was extremely large, larger than the quilt bag Yitan brought and the other 2 bags combined. Such a big gift package! Yitan exclaimed in his mind. Tuan's tone was very proud. Host, here are all the supplies you need for going to the countryside. Am I very considerate? Thoughtful, very thoughtful. Yitan said with sparkling eyes. At this time, Wenjing saw that Yitan's eyes were shining, so she asked curiously, Yitan, what happy thing did you think of? I'm very happy thinking about going to the countryside. Yitan said to Wenjing with a smile. Han Lulu on the side couldn't help but curl her lips. Everyone knows how hard it is to go to the countryside. How can you be happy? What a joke. But she could see that Yitan was just trying to curry favor with Xiao Jing. Look, when she asked a question just now, Yitan pretended not to hear, but as soon as Xiao Jing asked, he answered immediately. TSK, who can't see her little thoughts. Wenjing also smiled and said, I heard that it snows a lot in the northeast in winter. I have never seen snow before, but I finally got to see it this time. Qingshui City is in the south, and there is no snow in winter. Basically, people here have never seen what snow looks like. Yitan nodded and smiled. She had seen snow before, but she couldn't say it. She just smiled and said, You didn't go to the countryside in northeast China just to see snow, did you? Yes. Wenjing nodded. My parents didn't agree at first, but I insisted on going, so they had no choice but to agree. Han Lulu on the side secretly curled her lips. Her cousin was just willful, otherwise she would not have been sent to the countryside in northeast China by her parents. This carriage was filled with educated youth, who were in their teens, at the prime of their youth. People of this age were mostly simple and honest, and not wary of each other. So, in the entire carriage, people who knew each other and those who didn't were all chatting with each other. For a moment, the carriage was bustling with activity. Yitan and Wenjing were sitting in a 3-person seat. In addition to her, Wenjing and Han Lulu, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The girl didn't say anything at first, just listened to what Yitan and the others were saying. When she heard Wenjing talking about the snow in the northeast, she smiled and said, The snow in the northeast is very heavy in winter. It is said that people have to hide indoors in winter because it is so cold outside that they can't even go out. Wenjing looked surprised. It's so cold. I heard it was, but I've never been there either. The girl said, I can experience it this time. After chatting about a topic, the atmosphere became lively, and the girl smiled and said, I am going to Luan Commune in Yanqiu County, are you going to the same? She just listened to what the 3 people said and knew that Han Lulu and Wenjing were cousins. Han Lulu took a look at the other person's clothes and smiled. Yes, we are going to Luan Commune, we are going to Taosan village, what about you? What a coincidence, I'm also going to Taosan County. My name is Song Fei. Yitan and the others exchanged names with Song Fei. Coincidentally, the other 2 boys sitting with them were also going to Taosan village. One was called Li Qingji and the other was called Hu Xiaoqiu. Yitan thought that perhaps this was a deliberate arrangement by the Youth League office, to arrange the seats of people going to the same place together so that everyone could get familiar with each other first. Song Fei is a lively person who loves to laugh. She is the talkative one among all the people. She often tells some interesting stories from her childhood, making everyone laugh. With Song Fei taking the lead, several people talked about their interesting childhood stories with a smile. Yitan obediently became a smiling spectator. It was really that the original owner's childhood was too miserable, and there was nothing interesting to talk about. However, she herself had a lot of interesting stories in her childhood, but she was afraid that if she told them out, it would scare these innocent children in front of her again, and that would be her fault. Therefore, it is most appropriate for her to be a spectator. Yitan wanted to be a quiet bystander, but someone didn't want her to have that wish. Han Lulu brought the topic to Yitan. By the way, Yitan, we are all talking so much, but you haven't said anything. What interesting things did you have when you were a kid? Tell us about it and let's chat about it. Yitan glanced at Han Lulu and said with a smile, "Does fighting count?" "Fight?" Han Lulu was stunned for a moment, and asked stupidly, "With whom? Who else could it be?" "Someone who provokes me." Yitan curved his lips and said, "I always do things with my hands, not with my mouth." Han Lulu was a little unconvinced. She looked at Yitan's frail appearance and thought he didn't look like someone who could fight. So she laughed and said, "Just brag." Yitan shrugged, "I can't help it if you don't believe me. If you want to know if I'm bragging, you can provoke me and see if I'll beat you up." Han Lulu. Wen Jing pursed her lips to hold back her laughter and quietly gave Yitan a thumbs up. Yitan raised his eyebrows slightly at Wen Jing. Li Qingji felt that the atmosphere between Yitan and Han Lulu was a little tense, so he hurriedly tried to find a topic with a smile, and everyone quickly moved on from the topic. Han Lulu found herself in an awkward position in front of Yitan, so she did not take the initiative to provoke Yitan again, but she hated Yitan even more in her heart. Soon it was noon and everyone took out the food they brought from home and started eating. Yitan opened the bag that Zhao Hong had given her and looked inside. There was a large aluminum lunchbox, 2 bottles of pickled vegetables fried with diced meat, and a bag of steamed buns made of 2-grain flour wrapped in oil paper. Half of the aluminum lunchbox was filled with scrambled eggs with chopped green onions, and the other half was filled with braised pork stewed with potatoes. There was also a handkerchief bag in the bag. When Yitan opened it, he saw $5 and some national food coupons inside. There was also a note attached. It was written by Zhao Hong, saying that the weather was hot and the dishes she brought for her would not last long, so she should eat them up as soon as possible and not be too frugal afterwards. She should use the money and coupons to go to the dining car for some hot meals. Looking at the words on the note, Yitan's eyes became sore, and he felt even more grateful to Kong Changhao and Zhao Hong. "Oh, Yitan, your dishes are so delicious." Yitan was touched, but Han Lulu didn't learn her lesson and said something sarcastic, "Your family is so poor, how can you afford such delicious food?" Chapter 30 Slap Please collect and recommend. Han Lulu was so jealous that she brought a box of pickles and some whole grain steamed buns. Her mother said that money was tight at home, so she could only prepare these for her. If she didn't have enough to eat, she would go to find Wen Jing. Although the food she brought was very simple, she considered herself a city dweller and naturally looked down on people like Yitan who came from a small town. Especially since Yitan was wearing old clothes that didn't fit her well and even had 1 or 2 small patches on some places. If her family was well off, they would never let her dress like this. However, when she saw the food Yitan brought out, she felt unbalanced. How could a country bumpkin bring out such good food? Not to mention the braised pork in the aluminum lunchbox, even the pickles in the 2 bottles were fried with diced meat. The diced meat was very big, she saw it clearly. Feeling unbalanced, she couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks about Yitan, shouting loudly that Yitan was poor, and half of the carriage could hear her clearly. Yitan was so angry that she almost laughed. Why didn't this person learn his lesson? She had already told her that if she was provoked, she would just take action instead of saying anything. But this person actually asked for a beating. In this case, it would be unfair to her if she didn't beat him up. Han Lulu was coveting the food that Yitan brought out. Wen Jing happened to go to the toilet, so she moved closer to Yitan. The food smelled delicious, so it was naturally convenient for Yitan. With a pop sound, the scene was silent. Song Fei and a few others also looked down upon Han Lulu's way of doing things. Since she brought food, it meant that she had the ability to do so. But look at what Han Lulu said, isn't this really irritating? But no one expected that Yitan would do what he said, and the slap landed hard on Han Lulu's face. Han Lulu was confused. It took him a long time to react and he screamed, "Yitan, why did you hit me?" The commotion here attracted the attention of people who were quietly eating lunch. This place suddenly became the focus of the entire carriage. Yitan sneered, "Why would I hit you? Don't you know? I've said it before, don't provoke me. I can only use my hands instead of my mouth. Since you don't believe me and insist on provoking me, then I'll demonstrate it to you." "You? What do you mean by you? What I eat is none of your business. Why do you need to make a fuss here? It's really embarrassing." Yitan looked at Han Lulu and said, "If you mess with me again, I will beat you up. If you don't believe me, just try it." "You?" Han Lulu covered her face and wanted to fight with Yitan, but she was a little scared. Yitan had slapped her without holding back, and half of her face was still numb. If the other party was really like she said and had been beating people since he was a child, then she would definitely not be able to beat Yitan. A man of insight is a wise man. She didn't want to step forward and get beaten again. What happened? At this time, when Jing came back from the bathroom and saw Yitan and Han Lulu confronting each other, so she asked in confusion. Yitan raised his eyebrows. There is a dog barking, I will beat the dog. Yitan, don't go too far. Han Lulu said angrily. Yitan raised his lips and said, if you don't accept it, let's fight. She had disliked Han Lulu for a long time and had been mocking her openly and covertly since they met. The fact that she could endure it until now was already a sign of her magnanimity. After all, this was not Fengtang Town and no one knew what she was like originally. She just needed to be herself. Han Lulu looked at Yitan angrily. What the hell? She doubted that she could beat Yitan and she didn't want to be beaten. One slap in the face would be enough to embarrass her. I don't want to argue with you. Han Lulu felt it was too embarrassing to be beaten in public, so she simply ran away without eating. When Jing was confused, So Songfei told her everything that happened, and then said at the end, your cousin ran away, do you want to go see her? When Jing waved her hand, no need, she will be back in a while. Songfei also noticed that when Jing seemed to dislike her cousin Han Lulu, so she didn't say anything. As for the dispute between Li Qingji and Hu Xiaoqiu, they didn't want to get involved, so they all remained silent. After when Jing sat down, she quietly gave Yitan another thumbs up and whispered, well done. She had wanted to beat Han Lulu for a long time, but because of their relationship and for her mother's sake, she didn't break up with Han Lulu. Otherwise, based on what she accidentally overheard that time, she would have wanted to beat Han Lulu up. Thinking about how good she had been to Han Lulu in the past, she felt that she was simply the biggest fool in the world. Wow, your food smells so good. Smelling the aroma of Yitan's food, when Jing hurriedly took out the food she brought with her. It was also a big aluminum lunchbox, filled with a lot of dishes, both meat and vegetables, as well as steamed buns made from 2-grain flour. Yitan smiled and picked up 2 pieces of braised pork and a piece of scrambled egg for Wen Jing, and gave her some diced pork and pickled vegetables. This is what my aunt made for me, try it and see if it tastes good. As he spoke, he also picked up some food for Song Fei. Wen Jing did not reject Yitan's kindness, and also picked up some of her own dishes for Yitan. This is what my mother prepared for me. My mother's cooking is delicious. You should try it too. Good. Song Fei smiled. Her family was well off and the food she brought was also very good, so she picked some for Yitan and Wen Jing. The 3 girls shared their meals with each other and suddenly felt closer. In that era, all trains were green-skinned. It took 4 days and 3 nights to get from Qingshui City to Harbin, where Yanqiu County was located. Because the seats were hard, after a few days, Yitan felt that she was about to become stiff. To be honest, she had never taken a train for such a long time in her previous life, and this was the first time ever. After spending a few days together, Yitan and Song Fei became familiar with each other. Speaking of which, among these people, Yitan is the youngest. Wen Jing is 3 months older than her and is also 16 years old. Song Fei and Han Lulu are both 17 years old, while Li Qingji and Hu Xiaoqiu are both 18 years old. Ever since the first day Yitan gave Han Lulu a solid slap in the face, Han Lulu never dared to do anything in front of Yitan again. She has been very quiet these past few days, but she still annoys Wen Jing from time to time. On the morning of the 4th day, the train finally pulled into the Harbin railway station. Yitan breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. Sitting in a hard seat for such a long time was simply torture. After carrying their luggage out of the train station, Yitan and his companions searched for a long time and finally found a bus to Yanqiu County. In addition to the 6 of them, there were many educated youth on this bus. After all, there were several brigades in Yanqiu County. Yitan and his friends got on the bus early, so they were lucky and got seats. Those who got on the bus later were not so lucky. The entire aisle of the bus was packed with people, and they were squeezed against each other. It was simply a real-life version of a can of sardines. The conductor closed the door only when the people behind could no longer squeeze into the car. The driver stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away. What Yitan didn't expect was that the road from Harbin to Yanqiu County was not as good as the road from Fengtang Town to Qingshui City. It was so bumpy that people almost flew. Chapter 31 Don't try to blackmail people, please collect and recommend. Ouch. Yitan and his friends were sitting in the back. When the car passed a dirt pit, Wen Jing held the back of the seat in front of her tightly with one hand and held Yitan with the other hand. It's shaking me to death. Yitan was also shaken pretty hard. Just as he was about to speak, a large bag on the luggage rack of the car suddenly tilted and fell down. If it hit anyone, it would have hit Wen Jing. Be careful. A boy standing next to Wen Jing's seat quickly stretched out a hand and grabbed the big bag. Wen Jing quickly looked up and recognized that the big bag belonged to Hanlulu. It was not light, and if it really hit her, it would definitely make her cry. Thank you. Wen Jing hurriedly thanked the boy. The boy smiled and shook his head, stuffed the big bag back into the luggage rack, and pressed it hard to prevent it from falling off again. Hanlulu, who was watching, couldn't help but say, "Hey, be careful, that's my luggage. If it's damaged, you have to pay for it." The boy glanced at Hanlulu and said nothing. The boy was quite handsome. Hanlulu wanted to scold him at first, but when she saw the boy's face, she immediately shut up. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly, and her face turned red. However, because the car was too crowded and bumpy, and the smell in the car was unpleasant, no one noticed that Hanlulu was acting strangely. It takes a long time to get from Harbin to Yansho County. It took nearly 4 hours to get to Yansho County. When we got off the bus, everyone's legs were numb. Damn it. No. Yitan, Wen Jing and Song Fei all ignored their image and sat on their quilts after getting off the car, rubbing their legs. This car is too bumpy. The two boys, Li Qingji and Hu Xiaoqiu, were too embarrassed to say their legs were numb, but they kept moving their legs and feet. After rubbing her legs for a while, Song Fei looked around and asked curiously, "Hey, where's Hanlulu?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice of "ouch" came from behind the three of them. It was Hanlulu's voice. Yitan and the other two looked back and saw Hanlulu lying at a boy's feet. That boy was the one who had helped when Jing blocked the luggage before. The boy was obviously startled. He just felt something was hitting him and he dodged to the side without thinking. He never expected that the person hitting him was actually a girl. "Are you all right?" Hanlulu's legs were numb to begin with, and when she fell, she felt a sharp pain in her legs. She immediately looked up at the boy and said, "Something happened." Before the boy could say anything, a girl following him pulled him back and said, "What are you doing? You fell down by yourself. We all saw it clearly. Don't try to blackmail me." Hanlulu was furious. "Who wants to blackmail me? I fell down, can't you help me up?" The girl raised her eyebrows when she heard that, and stepped forward to pick up Hanlulu. "Okay, you're up." Hanlulu, who was picked up alive. Yitan and the other two who were watching. Yitan was a little excited. "Oh my god, this girl is so fierce." When Jing held her forehead with her hand, feeling so embarrassed. Hanlulu looked at the boy and saw that he had no intention of speaking to her. She immediately became angry and ignored the girl. She turned around and came to Yitan and the other two, complaining to Wen Jing, "Xiao Jing, why don't you help me?" Wen Jing said calmly, "I didn't expect you to fall next to the boy." Hanlulu. It took more than half an hour to walk from the bus station to Liyuan Commune. When the educated youth got off the bus, people from Liyuan Commune were already waiting at the bus station. After resting for a while, everyone followed the person who met them at the station to Liyuan Commune. There were more than 40 educated youth who came to Liyuan Commune this time. Except for Yitan and a few others who were going to Taosan village, the others were assigned to other villages in Liyuan Commune. At this time in Liyuan Commune, the team leaders of several villages gathered together to chat, and their words expressed their dissatisfaction with the educated youth in the village. Each of them could not do much work and was always in conflict with the villagers, causing complaints from the villagers. The team leaders were also very annoyed, but educated youth were sent over from time to time. The captain of Lingher village was named Duan. He had the worst temper. He said in a loud voice, "Tell me, these young people from the city, one after another, come to the village for no reason. They are more delicate than the other, and their backs and legs ache after doing a little work. The male educated youth are not even as good as the women in the village, not to mention the female educated youth. Not only do they not earn enough work points to get money throughout the year, but they are also living in poverty. We can't let them starve to death in the village without money. We have to borrow food from them at the end of the year. Well, we don't know when we can get it back." "That's right." Another captain from Kuishing village also said, don't talk about the educated youth from your village, the ones in our village are the same. The captains of several villages were talking to each other in a lively manner. Only Ju Chanju, the captain of Taosan village, remained silent. Captain Duan patted Ju Chanju on the shoulder and said, "Old Ju, what are you thinking about? You don't even say a word." "I'm thinking about where those educated youth who went to our village will live when they go back." Ju Chanju sighed and said. This time, their village had a total of 7 educated youth. The old educated youth in the village had returned to the city, or started a family. Now there are only 6 people left in the educated youth camp. The houses for the male educated youth are bigger, but the ones for the female educated youth are a bit small. If too many female educated youth come, the house will not be big enough. Captain Duan knew the situation in Taosan village. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about those who can't find a place to stay can stay in the villagers' homes for a while, and then you can hurry up and build a house? What do you think?" Ju Chanju thought about it and said, "This is the only way for now. Let's see how things go." Captain Duan smiled and said to Ju Chanju, "Among the captains of our villages, you are the best to the educated youth. Look, we came here with only an ox cart, and you drove a donkey cart in addition to the ox cart. The educated youth assigned to your village are so lucky. They don't have to walk to the village anymore." Ju Chanju smiled and said, "There's nothing we can do. Our village is the farthest out of the other villages. If we let these young people from the city walk to their village, I'm afraid they won't be able to get back until midnight." As soon as Ju Chanju finished speaking, several team leaders laughed. It was indeed true. Taosan village was indeed quite far away. While these people were talking, people from Luan commune brought the educated youth back. Looking at the listless educated youths who came in carrying their luggage, all the team leaders couldn't help but frown. Can you farm with just these people? Chapter 32 Going to Taosan village. Please collect and recommend. The commune official of Luan commune who brought the educated youth back said to the team leaders of several villages, "These are the educated youth who came to the countryside this time. You can each take your people back." As he spoke, he gave the list of educated youth assigned to each village to several team leaders. The team leaders all sighed in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do since the people were already here, they had to be taken back. "Come to my place if you come to Lingher village," said Captain Duan. Ju Chanju said, "Those who are going to Taosan village, come to me." When Yitan and the others heard what Ju Chanju said, they hurriedly took their luggage and walked towards Ju Chanju. What Yitan did not expect was that in addition to the 6 of them, there was another person, who was the one who had exchanged seats with Han Lulu before. When calling out his name, Yitan found out that this person was Xiao Wei. If this is the case, there will be 7 people going to Taosan village, 3 men and 4 women. Ju Chanju looked at the teenage boys and girls in front of him and sighed in his heart again that there were not enough accommodations for the female educated youth. "My last name is Ju, and I'm the team leader of Taosan village. You can just call me Captain Ju." Ju Chanju took the list given by the commune secretary, called out the names one by one, and then said to Yitan and the others, "Okay, it's getting late, we have to hurry back to the village, you all put your luggage on the ox cart, and then sit on the donkey cart." When Yitan and his companions heard that there was still a donkey cart to ride, they immediately felt lucky. They had taken a train for 4 days and 3 nights, sat in a car for several hours, and walked such a long distance carrying their luggage. They were already exhausted. "That's great. I'm so tired." Song Fei was thankful. She was even more thankful when she saw the educated youths who were assigned to other villages put their luggage on the ox carts and had to walk to the village. She felt that Captain Ju of Taosan village was really the best. He even thought of taking care of the educated youths who had just arrived. "Thank you, Captain Ju." Song Fei was very sweet-spoken and thanked Ju Chanju with a smile. Yitan and the others hurriedly put the luggage on the ox cart, and then asked, "Captain Ju, how long will it take to get to the village?" Ju Chanju looked at the sky and said, "It's already past noon. It will take more than 3 hours to get there. It will probably be evening when we reach the village. This is still fast. If we are delayed for a while longer, it might be dark by then." Yitan and the others were shocked when they heard this, it took so long. "Yes, so don't delay, put your luggage away and get on the cart quickly." Ju Chanju waved his hand and said to the young man driving the donkey cart, "Huzi, drive the cart more steadily later." Huzi said with a smile, "Uncle Ju, don't worry. Yitan and his companions did not dare to delay. After putting away their luggage, they hurriedly climbed onto the donkey cart. The donkey cart was pulling a bare board, so there was no place for them to hold onto. They could only hold onto the edge of the board tightly. The 4 girls sat closer to the front and the 3 boys sat closer to the back. Although it was a bit crowded, fortunately everyone could sit down. Zhu Changzhu greeted the captains of several other villages, then called Hu Zi and headed towards Taosan village. This was Yitan's first time riding a donkey cart. He felt a little curious and a little nervous. The road here was really not smooth, so she held onto the edge of the cart tightly, fearing that the cart would be thrown off if she was not careful. Wen Jing held on tighter. She sat next to Yitan and whispered to him, "Yitan, we are not going to be thrown back like this, are we?" Wen Jing was still frightened by the last bus ride, and this donkey cart was even worse. She really couldn't get used to it. Yitan smiled and said, "I guess so, but I feel very satisfied when I think about it. The educated youths from other villages are all going back." That's right. Wen Jing felt balanced after thinking about it. Song Fei smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen the scenery from a donkey cart." Yitan smiled and said, "That's right." The other 3 boys also joined the conversation with a smile, and for a moment, they ignored the bumps on the road. Only Han Lulu was full of complaints, thinking that she had come to the wrong place. She also blamed Wen Jing in her heart for not choosing a nearby place to go to the countryside, but instead running to such a remote place. Zhu Changzhu drove the ox cart behind the donkey cart. He had to make sure these educated youth got to Taosan village smoothly. Seeing these educated youth chatting and laughing, he felt a little comforted. After all, they were not the type to complain right from the start. So it looked good at this initial stage. As Yitan and the others were chatting, they began to ask Zhu Changzhu and Hu Zi about the situation in Taosan village. Zhu Changzhu then told them about the situation in Taosan village with a smile. Taosan village is a village to the north of Chili Town under Yanshou County, about 20 miles away from Chili Town. It is located at the foot of Taosu Mountain to the north of Chili Town. It is next to Taosu Mountain. Because it is close to the mountains are rich in resources and there are many small animals. Therefore, no one starved to death in Taosan village during the most difficult years. It can be said that it is fortunate. There are more than 30 households in the village now, and the village atmosphere is relatively decent. There are 1 or 2 unreliable ones, but because of Zhu Changzhu's majesty, they dare not cause any big trouble. Zhu Changzhu was fair. After explaining the situation in the village, he said to Yitan and the others, "Now that you have come to our Taosan village, you are our people. If there is anything you cannot solve, please tell me, don't guess on your own. Also, don't cause trouble. If anyone causes trouble for no reason, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yitan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Captain Zhu, we will definitely not cause any trouble." Zhu Changzhu nodded. After chatting for a while, Yitan could see that Zhu Changzhu was not the kind of person who liked to manipulate others. He began to have some good feelings towards him and began to look forward to the upcoming life in the countryside. Ouch! Suddenly, the wheel of the donkey cart hit a small stone, and the whole donkey cart shook. Han Lulu lost her grip and almost fell off. Suddenly, her anger reached its peak. She slapped the board and shouted, "What a lousy place this is!" Zhu Changzhu and Hu Zi couldn't help but frown after hearing this. No one would be happy to hear someone say that the place where they grew up was a shabby place. It was a pity that Han Lulu had no awareness of this at all and was still complaining. Wen Jing couldn't stand it any longer. "Cousin, could you please stop complaining? What's wrong with me just complaining a little?" Han Lulu still felt a little aggrieved. She almost fell off the donkey cart just now, and no one cared about her. This is the way it is. Just be patient. Everything will be fine once we reach the village. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Han Lulu, Zhu Changzhu still said this. Han Lulu curled her lips when she heard this and muttered in a low voice, "With this broken road, what's so good about the village?" Fortunately, she knew to lower her voice so that no one could hear clearly. She had just listened to what Captain Zhu said. The village is surrounded by mountains. Oh my god, will there be wild beasts? Is it safe? Chapter 33, 100 Years of Willow Jew. Please collect and recommend. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. After more than 3 hours, Zhu Changzhu and Yitan and his party finally returned to Taosan village in the evening. After returning to the village, Zhu Changzhu also breathed a sigh of relief. At the entrance of the village, there is an old willow tree with a crooked neck, which has been growing for who knows how many years. Its thick and gnarled trunk requires almost 3 or 4 people to hug it. The grey-brown trunk is full of grooves and gullies, telling of the vicissitudes of time. It has also become a place for children to climb up and play. Willow branches hang down from the treetops, forming a natural summer retreat. At this time, 2 or 3 children were lying on the trunk of the old willow tree and playing, and some old women in their 50s and 60s were sitting under the tree, busy with their work and chatting. The team leader is back. Seeing Zhu Changzhu and Hu Zi leading Yi Tan and a few others into the village, they all smiled and said, "Oh, these are the new educated youths in the village. Look at their tender faces. You can tell at a glance that they grew up spoiled in the city." The village women laughed, but many of them felt a little disdainful in their hearts. These young educated youth could not endure hardship. Just wait and see, in a few days, they would be complaining and clamoring to go home. They had become accustomed to it over the years. But there were also a few village women who were secretly watching Yi Tan and the others. In recent years, many of the educated youth who went to the countryside could not stand the hardship and finally got married in the village. They are living a good life now. Therefore, many families with children waiting to get married are keeping an eye on the educated youth who went to the countryside. "Hey, one of them is too skinny, is he even 15 years old? The other 3 look pretty good. I'm back," Zhu Changzhu said with a smile, pointing at Yi Tan and the others and said, "These are the new educated youths in our village." Yi Tan smiled faintly at the village women, but in fact, her attention was attracted by the big words on the big willow tree, "Check-in point at the old willow tree at the entrance of Taosan village." Another check-in point. During these days on the train, Yi Tan did not sign in except for signing for the educated youth gift package in the carriage. Over the past few days, he accumulated 19 sign-in points. When he got off the train in Harbin, he signed in at the train station and signed out a map of Harbin. Later, he signed in at the Yinshou County bus station and Luan Commune, respectively, and signed out a map of Yinshou County and 20 kilograms of cornmeal. Now, there are 16 sign-in opportunities left. This was the first time Yi Tan saw a check-in point on a plant. She didn't hesitate and clicked on the check-in directly. Drop. Successfully sign in at the old willow tree at the entrance of Taosan village and receive a drop of 100-year-old willow dew. Along with the sound of successful sign-in, a small white porcelain bottle appeared in the system warehouse, and it was obvious that it contained the drop of century-old willow dew. Yi Tan was surprised. What was this 100-year-old willow dew? Host, this is good stuff. Although you need to check its effects yourself, I can tell you for sure that this is definitely a good thing for you, Tuanzi said excitedly. I'll take a look in the evening. Yi Tan was very happy after hearing Tuanzi's words, but now was not the time to check, as he and Zhu Changzhu had to go to the educated youth site first. The educated youth center in Taosan village is located in the west of the village. Originally, an elderly widower from the village lived in the yard. After the old man passed away, the yard became empty. Later, when the educated youth went to the countryside, Zhu Changzhu gave the yard to them and turned it into a center for educated youth. However, because there was only an old man living in this yard, it was not very big, with only 2 rooms, one large and one small, plus a kitchen and a utility room. The male educated youth lived in the big room, and the female educated youth lived in the small room. There were still 6 old educated youth in the educated youth site, 3 men and 3 women. Now, Yi Tan and the other 7 have arrived. It's easy for the male educated youth, as 6 people can just live there. But there is not enough space for the female educated youth, as their house is smaller to begin with, and there is no way 7 people can fit in there. When they arrived at the educated youth point, the educated youth had already finished work and were cooking. When they saw Zhu Changzhu leading people into the yard, 2 educated youth came up to greet them with a smile. Captain Zhu. Zhu Changzhu nodded to the 2 educated youths and said, Liu Jiqing, Fang Jiqing, these are the new educated youths who arrived today. After that, Zhu Changzhu introduced Yi Tan and the others. Liu Jiqing and Fang Jiqing are the ones who have been in Taosan village the longest. If you have any questions in the future, you can tell them. Liu Wenliang smiled and said, welcome to join our big family. Fang Yuan also smiled and said a word of welcome, then said to Zhu Changzhu with some worry, Captain Zhu, you know that the place where we female educated youth live is small, and I'm afraid there is not enough room for us now. This room can only accommodate 6 people at most. It would be a stretch for 6 people, as there was only one big bunk bed. And since the girls were relatively thin, it would be difficult for them to turn over. As soon as Fang Yuan finished speaking, a male-educated youth not far away said, "Fang Yuan, don't even think about exchanging rooms with us male-educated youths. You can't live here, and we can't live there either." Liu Wenliang turned around and looked at the male-educated youth with some disapproval. "Zhao Cheng. Captain Zhu is still here. What will Captain Zhu think of their educated youth camp if we say this?" Zhao Cheng curled his lips and said nothing more. He had expressed his opinion anyway. The other educated youth looked at each other and didn't say anything either. Yi Tan and his companions did not expect that the youth education center would not have enough accommodation. Han Lulu frowned and said, "How come we have no place to stay after arriving here? You can't let us sleep in the open air, that won't do." Zhu Changzhu was just about to ask an educated youth to stay at a villager's house for a few days, and then move back after the educated youth camp built a small house, when he heard Yi Tan say, "Fang Jiqing, can someone live in that utility room?" Fang Yuan said, "The utility room does have some space, but there is no bed or window inside. It must be uncomfortable to live in there. Can I see what it looks like first?" Yi Tan thought. If the utility room was habitable, she would live there first. She had her own secrets, and it would be inconvenient to live in the same room with so many people. Anyway, she had been thinking about living alone when she had the chance. Okay. Fang Yuan nodded, and took Yi Tan and the others to see the utility room. Zhu Changzhu didn't say anything. The villagers in the village are short of houses now. With so many people in a family, it would be somewhat inconvenient to let a girl live with them. Fang Yuan opened the door of the utility room, and Yi Tan and the others looked inside. Firewood, baskets, buckets, shoulder poles and other things filled up half of the room, and there was a damp smell. Only 1/3 of the room was empty, and there was not enough space for even half a bed. If people wanted to live there, they had to move everything out. Wen Jing and Song Fei both came from well-off families, and had never lived in a room like this before, so they frowned. "Yi Tan, is this place livable?" Han Lulu's lips almost curled up to her ears. "Is this a house where people live?" Chapter 34, Temporarily Living in the Utility Room. Please collect and recommend. It's okay. Yi Tan ignored Han Lulu and smiled at Fang Yuan. "Then I'll live in the utility room. It's not cold these days anyway. I can tidy up the house and stay there for the time being." But Fang Yuan felt that this storage room was too simple. There was nothing in it. How could she live in it? Yi Tan said to Zhu Changzhu, "Captain Zhu, could you please help me find a bed board? I will set up a bed in this room for a few days, is that okay?" "Okay." Zhu Changzhu saw that Yi Tan had directly helped him solve a big problem, so he was unwilling. As for the bed board, Carpenter Liu in the village should have it at home. He could exchange it in the name of the village, which was quite cheap. Seeing that Yi Tan was going to live in the utility room, Han Lulu had obviously forgotten the slap she gave him a few days ago. She sneered and said, "No wonder a country boy can live in this house." Yi Tan glanced at Han Lulu when he heard that, which reminded Han Lulu of the slap in the face before. She immediately regretted her quick words and quickly took 2 steps back to prevent Yi Tan from hitting her. Wen Jing frowned and said, "Cousin, if you can't speak, don't speak. No one thinks you are dumb. What's wrong with me? I just said something." Han Lulu was angry that Wen Jing helped Yi Tan instead of herself. She turned around and left with her luggage, intending to find a good spot in the room first. As a result, she almost walked into the male-educated youth's room and was pointed out. Then she angrily went into the female-educated youth's room. Huzi came here with Zhu Changzhu. He was a little unhappy after hearing what Han Lulu said. "What's wrong with the countryside?" Zhu Changzhu said, "Okay, you still want to argue with a woman." After hearing this, Huzi pursed his lips and said nothing. Seeing that the accommodation problem had been solved, Zhu Changzhu said, "Then settle down quickly. In addition, I will send you some food later. This is the village's loan to you. Each person has 15 katis of sorghum flour and 15 katis of corn flour. Eat sparingly. It will last until the autumn harvest. After the autumn harvest, you have to return this food to the village." Yi Tan and others responded quickly. Zhu Changzhu said to Yi Tan again, "I'll have someone bring you a bed board and some bricks later. You can just make do with it for a few days." Thank you for your hard work. Yitan smiled and said, It's okay, Captain Zhu, you're too polite. Zhu Changju smiled and nodded to Yitan, then said to Fang Yuan and Liu Wenliang, You can also help Yitan clean up this utility room. Put the firewood and other things in the yard first and free up space in the utility room. Okay. Fang Yuan and Liu Wenliang both responded quickly. Seeing that he had given most of the instructions, Zhu Changju prepared to leave with Hu Zi, and would deliver rice and bedboards to the educated youth camp later. Just as he turned around, he remembered something and hurriedly said to Yitan and the others, Oh, by the way, you just arrived in the village, so you should take a rest for the next 2 days and then go to work with everyone else the day after tomorrow. Good. After Zhu Changju and Hu Zi left, Fang Yuan and Liu Wenliang smiled and said to Yitan and the others, You just arrived today, so come eat something with us first. After hearing what Fang Yuan and Liu Wenliang said, Yitan and the others had no time to speak, and Zhao Cheng, who was there before, said with some dissatisfaction, Everyone knows how much food they have. If we eat too much today, what will we do if we don't have enough food later? Liu Wenliang couldn't help but frown. Zhao Cheng, they just arrived, they have to eat, and besides, they just came to our educated youth site, we have to welcome them, didn't we do the same when you first came? Zhao Cheng didn't say anything after hearing this, but his face was still full of reluctance. Song Fei said, Everyone is short of food. There's no need to be like this. When Captain Zhu delivers our rice, we will give you more food based on how much we have eaten. Yitan and several others also agreed to this proposal. Han Lulu, who came out after packing half of her things, said, You are a bunch of idiots, you won't even take advantage of an opportunity, just one person disagrees, and the others remain silent, so you won't just agree to it. The educated youths took turns cooking. Because there were 7 new people today, the cooking time would be longer. Except for 3 people who stayed in the kitchen to cook, the others helped Yitan and his group to clean up, especially the utility room. Several male educated youths moved the firewood, farm tools and other things in the utility room out one by one, and then cleaned the utility room simply. The utility room was not very big, only about 5 or 6 square meters. Yitan thanked the male educated youth who helped him and took his luggage into the utility room. After a while, Zhu Changju came with people to deliver rice, a single bed and some earth bricks. Zhu Changju said to Yitan, Yi Jiqing, you stay here for now. When I'm not busy in a few days, I'll organize people to allocate a piece of land next to the Jiqing site and build another house. Yitan nodded, looked at the bedboard and saw that it was quite new, and asked, Captain Zhu, whose bedboard is this? I want to thank them later. Zhu Changju smiled and said, No need. This is made by Carpenter Liu in the village. He directly exchanged it for centimeters in the village. You can use it. After hearing Zhu Changju's words, Yitan's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there a carpenter in the village? Zhu Changju nodded. Yitan said hurriedly, Captain Zhu, you see there is nothing in my room. I want to ask Carpenter Liu to make some cabinets or something. I can exchange things for it. Nowadays, you can't just say you buy something, otherwise it would be speculation. You can only exchange things for something, which is allowed. Zhu Changju smiled and said, That's easy. Just come to my house tomorrow to find your aunt and let her take you there. As he spoke, he told Yitan the location of his home. Yitan wrote it down carefully, then smiled and thanked Zhu Changju. As they were talking, Hu Zi had already brought a few young men to help Yitan set up the bed. Seeing that only himself and Captain Zhu and a few other villagers were in the utility room, Yitan hurriedly borrowed the luggage and took out a bag of fruit candies from the system warehouse, and distributed a few to everyone. Thank you for today, these are my little thanks. Zhu Changju said hurriedly, How can this be possible? Yitan smiled and said, Why not? You guys are helping me so much, otherwise I can't build this bed by myself. Please accept it. Seeing Yitan's sincere gratitude, Zhu Changju smiled and said to Hu Zi and the other guys, Just accept it. Hu Zi and the others scratched their heads and said, Thank you. This fruit candy is a good thing. If you buy it in town, it costs 1 cent per piece. This person got several pieces, which is several dimes in total. Chapter 35 The Effects of Centennial Willow Dew. Please collect and recommend. Because there was only a bed in the utility room and nothing else, Yitan wiped the bedboard with a rag and took out a set of thin bedding from the system warehouse and spread it on it. The system was very considerate. In the gift package for educated youth that was signed out in the carriage, there were two sets of bedding, one thin and one thick. The thin set was just right for use at this time. As for the bedding from Fengtang Town, the cotton inside had long been hard as hell, and it was torn and old, so Yitan threw it directly into the corner of the system warehouse. As for the others, Yitan put them at the bedside first and would clean them up after he finished building the cabinets and other things. After cleaning their house, Yitan looked at the door of the utility room, took a lock from the system warehouse and hung it on the door. Since she lived in this room, she had to have privacy. After everything was packed up, Yitan went to the room where the female educated youth lived. At this time, Wen Jing and Song Fei were making their beds, and Han Lulu was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Yitan coming in, Wen Jing and Song Fei hurriedly asked Yitan to sit down, and Wen Jing said, "Yitan, I'm sorry to have wronged you." Wen Jing wanted to move into that house instead of Yitan, but she was a germaphobe. When she thought about their house filled with so much firewood, baskets, buckets, and other things, especially those baskets and buckets that she didn't know what they had been filled with, she felt numb all over and couldn't bring herself to say it. Yitan smiled and said, "It's nothing. Besides, it's just a temporary stay for a few days. It will pass if you hold on." Song Fei took out a handful of candies from her bag and gave a few to Yitan and Wen Jing respectively. "Take them and eat them slowly." After spending a few days together on the train, the friendship between the three girls has made great progress, so Yitan and Wen Jing didn't act pretentiously. They took it with a smile. Anyway, they would return the gifts later. Wen Jing and Song Fei brought a lot of things with them, so Yitan helped and they finished packing in no time. At this time, Fang Yuan also came in and said that it was time to eat. Han Lulu showed up during the meal. After some introductions, Yitan recognized several old educated youths at the educated youth site. The male educated youth were Liu Wenliang, Zhao Cheng and a guy named Ji Chunshen. Liu Wenliang looked like a nice guy, but Zhao Cheng was a haggler. Yitan didn't think that was a big problem. Food was scarce at that time, so it was normal to haggle. However, they couldn't be close friends. As for the guy named Ji Chunshen, except for saying a few words when introducing himself, he had been relatively silent, and Yitan couldn't tell anything at first. As for the female educated youth, in addition to Fang Yuan, there are two other female educated youth, named Du Xiaoyun and Wu Yuqian. They are also very kind to them and seem to be getting along well with each other. After the meal, everyone introduced themselves to each other. Liu Wenliang also talked about some things that educated youth should pay attention to when working in the village, and then everyone dispersed. Yitan and his friends had been driving for several days, and the old educated youth had also worked a day, so no one had the energy to chat. After returning to the utility room and closing the door, Yitan couldn't wait to check the century-old willow dew he had found at the old willow tree at the entrance of the village. Yitan took the white porcelain bottle out of the system warehouse, opened the stopper, and looked inside. The light bulb in the utility room was a little dim, and Yitan could not see clearly. He just vaguely saw that there seemed to be a drop of liquid suspended inside, which did not drip to the bottom of the bottle like ordinary liquid. "Host, you can pour out the 100-year-old willow dew and put it on the palm of your hand to check its effects," Tuanzi said hurriedly. Yitan was a little worried. Won't it be wasted? It was just one drop, and she was worried that it would stick to her palm after pouring it out, and what if it evaporated again? If that happened, it would be too much of a loss, and she would have signed in for nothing, and wasted the opportunity to sign in for nothing. "Host, don't worry, that won't happen," Tuanzi said. "Any spiritual liquid signed in by the system will have a layer of protection. As long as the host does not consume the spiritual liquid, that layer of protection will not disappear." Hearing Tuanzi say this, Yitan felt relieved. He tilted the bottle and poured the drop of century-old willow dew into the palm of his left hand. As soon as the drop of 100-year-old willow dew touched Yitan's palm, a piece of information immediately appeared in Yitan's mind. A drop of 100-year-old willow dew can whiten and nourish the skin, and instantly restore physical strength. Yitan's eyes suddenly lit up. This was really a good stuff. She immediately told Tuanzi about its effects. Tuanzi smiled and said, "It's just right for you, the host." Yitan smiled and nodded, then swallowed the drop of 100-year-old willow dew. It happened that she had been traveling all the time these days and was very tired, so this drop of 100-year-old willow dew came at the right time. Sure enough, as soon as Yitan took the 100-year-old willow dew in her mouth, she immediately felt a sense of relaxation in her body. She didn't know whether it was for whitening and beauty, but it instantly restored her physical strength and had an immediate effect. Yi-Tan decided instantly that he would take a walk around the old willow tree at the entrance of the village every day. This thing was simply awesome. After being excited for a while, Yi-Tan began to carefully examine the gift bag for the educated youth who had signed in the carriage. This big gift package is quite comprehensive. In addition to 2 sets of bedding, one thin and one thick, there are also enamel basins, towels, cups, kettles, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, vanishing cream, and even a flashlight. Basically, everything that can be used in daily life is included in this gift pack for educated youth, and it is very suitable for that era. Yi-Tan only needs to take a look around when he goes to Chili Town and pretend that he bought it from the town. Seeing this, she had to go to the town. Not only did she have to find the source of these things, but she also had to report her safety to Uncle Kong and Aunt Zhao. Moreover, she also wanted to see what check-in points there were in the town. But it is more than 20 miles from Taosan village to Chili Town. If she walks on her own 2 legs, she will probably collapse from exhaustion, and even a 100-year-old willow Jew will not be able to help her. Thinking of this, Yi-Tan went to the female educated youth's house. As soon as he entered the room, Yi-Tan saw that everyone in the room was making their beds, and it seemed that they were all getting ready to go to sleep. When they saw Yi-Tan come in, everyone greeted her with a smile, but Hanlulu snorted at Yi-Tan and turned her head away, ignoring her. Yi-Tan didn't care about Hanlulu's attitude. As long as Hanlulu didn't provoke her, she would just pretend not to see these little fights. Wen Jing and Song Fei were sitting next to each other, so Yi-Tan sat beside them on the kang and said to Fang Yuan, "Fang Jiqing, if we want to go to Chili Town, how are we going to get there?" Fang Yuan smiled and said, "We will all live together in the future. Don't call me Fang Jiqing anymore. I'm older than you guys, so just call me Sister Fang." Yi-Tan responded with a smile. Fang Yuan said, "In our village, Uncle Kang drives his donkey cart to the town every other day. If you need to go to the town, you can just take Uncle Kang's donkey cart. There is a trip tomorrow. If you want to go to the town, just go to the old willow tree at the entrance of the village at 7:30 in the morning and wait for Uncle Kang." When Yi-Tan heard this, he knew there would be a donkey cart going to the town tomorrow, so he smiled and said, "That's great. I'm planning to go to the town tomorrow." Wen Jing and Song Fei on the side also said hurriedly, I'll go too." Hanlulu looked at the 3 of them, pursed her lips and thought for a while, then moved closer to Wen Jing. "Xiao Jing, I didn't bring enough money this time. Can you lend me some money first? I'll pay you back when my mom sends it to me." Chapter 36 Chili Town, please recommend and collect. After hearing Hanlulu's words, Wen Jing glanced at her and said, "Cousin, I'm really sorry. The money I brought this time is just enough. I don't know if it's enough to buy things. Why don't you urge my aunt to send it to you as soon as possible, or I can tell my mother and let my mother tell my aunt." Hanlulu couldn't help but feel angry after hearing what Wen Jing said. If her mother could send her money, would she still be able to borrow from Wen Jing? This cousin is really getting harder and harder to deal with. In the past, when I asked her for something, I only had to ask her once, and she would take it, even if it was her favorite thing. But now, she is so stingy with just a little money. How could the money her aunt brought her be less? Humph, she looked like Wen Jing just didn't want to give it to her. Thinking of this, Hanlulu said, "Cousin, if you don't want to lend me money, just say so." Wen Jing nodded and said, "Cousin, you are right. I really don't want to give it to you. From childhood to adulthood, you have never returned anything you took from me, so I don't want to give it to you now." Hanlulu. Being exposed in front of so many people, Hanlulu felt a little embarrassed, so she said angrily, "Aren't those all gifts from you?" Wen Jing nodded and said, "Okay, count all the things I gave you before as gifts from me, including my hair flowers, combs, clothes, shoes, and lucky money. Now I don't want to give them away anymore, is that okay?" "You?" Hanlulu didn't expect Wen Jing to speak so directly. She was so angry that she couldn't say anything. After a while, she said angrily, "Okay, Wen Jing, this is what you said. If you have any problems in the future, don't expect me to help you." Wen Jing said calmly, "I will thank God if you don't harm me." "Okay, you're great." Hanlulu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. After a long while, she said this angrily. She ignored Wen Jing and went straight back to her bed. She covered herself with the quilt and simply ignored everyone. Everyone in the room was forced to watch the cousins' big fight. The old educated youth didn't say anything because they knew nothing. However, Yitan and Song Fei knew something. From the moment they met, they found out that although Wenjing and Hanlulu were relatives, Wenjing had always been lukewarm towards Hanlulu. Now it sounded like something might have happened. Yitan patted Wenjing's hand and said, "You still have us." Song Fei also patted Wenjing's shoulder. She really couldn't like Hanlulu. She always looked so sarcastic and mean, and only remembered to eat and not to be beaten. Yeah. Wenjing smiled and said, "Yes, I still have you guys." After a few more words, Yitan, Wenjing and Song Fei agreed to go to the old willow tree at the entrance of the village together the next day, and then return to their own utility rooms. No words were spoken all night. After getting up the next morning, Yitan ate some fermented rice cake in the room first to fill her stomach before leaving the room. The village only lent each person 15 kilograms of sorghum flour and 15 kilograms of corn flour. Based on her appetite, she would definitely not be able to make it through the autumn harvest. But thinking about the meals prepared by the educated youth yesterday, the portions were not just small. If she ate like this, she would be starving in a few days. Although she is quite skinny now. No, she needs to supplement her nutrition. She is 16 years old now and only about 1.5 meters tall. She doesn't want to be so short in the future. Thinking about her height of 1.7 meters in her previous life, she sighed. She still has a long way to go. So, she had to find a way to fire on her own. After dinner, the old educated youth all went to work. Hanlulu hid in the house and ignored everyone. Yitan and the other two went to the old willow tree at the entrance of the village. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, the donkey cart had not arrived yet, so Yitan signed another sign and got a drop of 100-year-old willow dew. "Hey, you are the educated youth who came yesterday, right?" A few aunts who were also waiting for the donkey cart beside the old willow tree looked at Yitan and the others and asked with a smile. Yitan made up his mind to build good relationships with the aunties and sisters in the village. There was a precedent. Just look at how supportive the aunties and sisters were when he was in Fengtang town. "Yes, we just arrived here and we are still missing a lot of things. We plan to go to the town to see if we can add anything." Yitan responded with a smile. Although Yitan looked frail, his eyes were bright when he smiled, which immediately impressed the aunties and sisters. "We need to add some things. We need to be thrifty when we live. If you don't know anything, just ask us." "Oh, okay, thank you all, ladies and aunties." Yitan and the others were all sweet talkers and hurriedly expressed their gratitude, believing that the more courtesy one receives, the less blame one will find. Sure enough, several aunties and grandmas all laughed and said, "Children from the city are so polite." Several people were chatting happily, and soon, old Uncle Kang came driving a donkey cart. Several people hurriedly got on the donkey cart and chatted along their way. Yitan knew a lot of little jokes, which made the aunties and sisters laugh. They felt more friendly to Yitan, and even old Uncle Kang, who was always serious, couldn't help but reveal a few smiles. The road from Taosan village to Chilitan was still bumpy, but fortunately Yitan and the others had gotten used to it. It was a distance of more than 20 miles and the donkey cart took more than an hour to get there. By the time they arrived at Chilitan, it was almost 9 o'clock. Uncle Kang said, "We'll go back at 2:30 in the afternoon. If anyone can't catch the bus, I won't wait for them." Everyone responded quickly. On their way to Chilitan, the aunts and sisters had already explained the situation of Chilitan to Yitan and others. There is a supply and marketing cooperative in this town, which is equivalent to a department store. It sells daily necessities, shoes and hats, the 4 major items, etc. In addition, there is also a non-staple food store where you can buy non-staple food, meat, vegetables, etc., but you have to be lucky to buy meat. You can't buy meat every day. After all, meat is a scarce commodity in this era. In addition, there is also a grain station store in the town where you can exchange grain, but you need grain coupons. People in the village don't go there. Only the workers in the town have grain coupons to exchange. If you don't have a grain coupon, don't even think about exchanging a grain from the grain station. The aunt and the sister explained to Yitan and the others the locations of the supply and marketing cooperative and the non-staple food store, and then they went about their own business. When Jing said to Yitan and Song Fei, "Should we go to the supply and marketing cooperative first, or to the non-staple food store first?" Yitan smiled and said, "I want to look around first, let's meet at the state-owned restaurant at noon." When Yitan was on the donkey cart, he had already asked about the location of the state-owned restaurant, which was right opposite the non-staple food store. Okay. Wen Jing and Song Fei nodded, made an appointment with Yitan to meet, and went to the supply and marketing cooperative together. Chapter 37 Lost Money. After Yitan separated from Wen Jing and Song Fei, her first goal was to head straight to the bus station in Chili Town. This was the first place she planned to sign in today. Now, with the sign-in opportunities she had saved up in the past few days, plus the 4 remaining today, there were a total of 19. If possible, she planned to use all these sign-in opportunities today, and also see what she could sign in Chili Town. Before, Yitan had signed out maps at both the Harbin train station and the Yinshu County bus station, so she also wanted to see if there would be a check-in point at the Chili Town bus station so that she could sign out a map of Chili Town. The bus station in Chili Town is on the south side of the town. Yitan had asked the aunts and sisters about it, so he found the bus station quickly. At this time, it was the time when buses departed in the morning, and there were many people coming and going. After Yitan arrived at the bus station, he saw the big golden words next to the ticket office of the bus station at a glance. When Yitan saw those big golden words, his eyes lit up and he hurried over. Hey, that woman, you need to queue up to buy tickets. At this time, there were several people queuing up to buy tickets at the bus station ticket office. Seeing Yitan walking straight to the ticket office, someone shouted at her, but the tone was a bit fierce. Yitan silently signed in, then turned to look at the person who was shouting. He was an old man in his 50s or 60s. She was a little accommodating to him because of his age, so she smiled and said, "Uncle, I don't want to buy a ticket. I just want to see what time the trains leave. The bus departure timetable is posted next to the ticket office." When the old man heard Yitan said he would not buy a ticket, he said, "Oh," and looked at the huge words on the bus timetable. He muttered in a low voice, "The girl is not very old, but her eyesight is not good. Even an old man like me can see such big words clearly from a distance." Yitan didn't say anything after hearing this and turned to leave. I had only taken a few steps when I suddenly heard the old man behind me say, "Ouch. My money is gone." Then, the old man hurriedly said, "Hey, the guy who looks at the timetable, you can't leave. And the rest of you around here, you can't leave. My money is gone." Then he shouted to the person at the ticket window, "Help me report to the police. There's a thief here." At this time, people were still very enthusiastic. When they heard the old man say that his money was missing, they all showed concern. But when they saw that he listed them as suspects, they were unwilling to help him. "What's wrong with you? Your money is missing, and we didn't steal it, but you suspect us." "My money was in my pocket just now," the old man said loudly. "It disappeared in such a short while. There are people like you around. Who knows who among you stole it? Hey, you should speak reasonably. Who would steal your money for no reason?" Suddenly, everyone around was annoyed and started talking at the same time. Yitan also frowned and said, "Master, I'm not close to you, how come you suspect me too? Who knows if you are an accomplice of the thief, helping the thief to divert attention?" The old man insisted, "Anyway, you are not allowed to leave. My money is gone. Everyone around is a suspect. Whoever wants to leave means he is guilty." The old man's words made the people around him very dissatisfied, but they couldn't just leave. Many people looked unhappy. Someone grumbled, "I have to catch the bus. Isn't this just wasting time? I don't care. Anyway, my money has not been found. No one is allowed to leave." The old man's face was full of anger. "Whoever wants to leave is a thief and must return my money to me. Hey, are you reasonable? Bar, you are crazy because of poverty. Are you here to ask for money?" The old man's words angered everyone, and everyone started to blame him, but the old man remained unmoved. He stiffened his neck, looking as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Yitan naturally couldn't leave, so she frowned slightly and stood beside the crowd, waiting for the police to come. "Think about it, it has only been about 10 days since I came here, but I am about to deal with the police for the second time. Someone lost money at the bus station and wanted to report it. The police came quickly. Only then did everyone know that the old man had lost a total of 40 cents. Some people sneered, 'With such a big scene, I thought only 20 or 30 yuan was lost.' The people in the town are basically factory workers. Those who have formal jobs earn 20 or 30 yuan a month, so 40 cents is not a lot of money for them. After hearing what that person said, many people started to laugh. After the routine questioning, the old man described the appearance of the handkerchief he used to wrap his money. In order to clear suspicion, everyone at the scene took the initiative to take out their belongings for the police to have a look. Yitan also followed suit and had his belongings checked by the police. Naturally, nothing was found out. Who knows when the old man lost his money? Maybe the thief had already run away. People who came to the bus station all had their own things to do, and there was no evidence to prove that someone had stolen the money, so they couldn't just hold them captive. The old man was very angry when he found out that he had not found the person who stole his money. He also saw that these people were leaving one by one. For some reason, he pointed the finger at Yitan. "Comrade Public Security, I think this little girl is an accomplice of the thief." Yitan was shocked by the old man's words. "Is this a disaster from the sky? Uncle, why do you think I stole your money?" Yitan asked dissatisfiedly. The old man said confidently, "The bus schedule at the ticket office is so big that I can see it from a long distance. Why did you have to run to the front to read it? I think you did it on purpose to divert my attention so that your accomplice can steal my money." After listening to the old man's analysis, Yitan laughed angrily. "Uncle, I went to check the bus schedule and didn't talk to you at all. You were the one who called me first, so how can it be said that I was trying to divert your attention? Besides, I don't have your money. If you say that to me, I will report you to the police for false accusation. I am an innocent girl, why should you destroy my reputation like this? What do you want to do? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are old. You." The old man was startled by Yitan's words, but he was unwilling to accept it. "Then why did you run so close to check the bus schedule for no reason? How I want to check the bus timetable is my business. Why should I report to you? Who are you to me?" Yitan also got angry. This old man was rude when he called her just now, but she didn't care about it. Now, he even slandered her as a thief. "My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't.